So, I found the path home.
Yeah.
I found the path home, and I ran. I ran in a full sprint home towards myself.
Welcome to Day 5 of the 2020 PVAMU Homecoming Celebration. We are here to take care of home.
At Prairie View A&M University, we've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
Good morning and welcome to Day 5. We've been doing all of our homecoming celebration this week here on the Hill at Prairie View A&M University. This virtual experience, we hope everyone is enjoying this time with us. Day 5 is going to be fully loaded, just like it's been all week. We're going to start off our morning segment. I am your host, Lisa Roseborough. At 10 a.m. coming up in just a few moments, we're going to start with an overview and get some information about the PVAMU Film Festival that's going to be here on campus next month. We'll give you background and updates about that and talk with some of the professors, and they'll give you insight on some of the alumni that are going to be participating in the PVAMU Film Festival. We'll also talk this morning with the College of Education, with Dean Michael McFrazier, faculty and alumni from the College of Education, and then we'll also have our roundtable discussion with the College of Juvenile Justice as well. That wraps up our morning segment. We'll be back in just a moment. You are watching the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Experience here on the Hill, where we are here to take care of home.
2016 election, only half the people aged 18 to 29 registered to vote.
In total, only 55% of eligible voters cast their ballot in 2016.
That can't happen.
That can't happen.
That can't happen again.
Which is why you should vote.
Which is why you should vote.
Vote because it's your right.
Vote because your voice matters. Your voice matters.
Your voice matters.
Vote because you can make a difference.
You can make a difference.
Vote.
Vote.
Vote. Vote.
Vote.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
You just have to dance to it. Good morning, everyone. We are here on Friday. It's Friday morning, and we're about to roll into the weekend. And thank you for rejoining us. This morning, I have the great honor of talking with one of my colleagues. In fact, his office is right next door to mine over in Hilliard Hall. Which was the answer to yesterday's question of the day: where was the original cafeteria on our campus? Well, Professor Tony Clomax and I both work in the Department of Languages and Communication and teach our film and television production courses. And I'm grateful to have Professor Tony Clomax on the call with us today as we discuss Prairie View's official film festival, Festival on the Hill, which will be November 12th through 14th virtually. It's going to be a virtual experience. But this morning, for a little while, we're going to have an opportunity to share with you what you could expect and just to talk about the festival. So yeah, let's check in with Professor Tony Clomax and do that. Hey, friend, how you doing this morning?
Hey, how's it going? Good morning.
Pretty good. Good morning.
Brilliant.
Oh, yep. So tell us, how are you doing right now during the pandemic? How are things going for you in terms of COVID and working in a field that's collaborative? You know, it's a collaborative art.
Well, I have to say it's been challenging, especially keeping the students engaged when they're ready to just get their hands on some cameras, um, on the editing software, and being in the same space with each other and creating. So it's been a challenge. So I've had to, be creative in keeping people engaged as well as creative. And so, we actually, my class, we start production uh, on Sunday. So for the next 15 days, we're shooting 10 films. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, certainly they are too, because again, since spring break, we've been in this sort of stifled um, version of class. And with production courses, there's just no way to give them a fully realized experience, virtually. So before we get into the film festival, let's think back to spring break. How, in what ways were you able to pivot once classes went from face to face to virtual? What were the ways that you were able to kind of reshift how you delivered production courses from back in the spring?
Well, that was tough, but the only thing that we didn't get a chance to get to was, I think a lot of the students had already started filming. And so once we had to do the little switch, everything went to, basically post production on their projects. So that was a good thing, but also it was the most challenging thing of, trying to teach editing or to assist in editing virtually.
Yeah.
And as far as my editing class, I had a, nonlinear advanced editing class, and we were supposed to get into color grading and working with DaVinci Resolve, and we didn't get the opportunity. But I did give the students an opportunity, even though it was an editing class.
Yeah.
I had them go out, use their smartphones, and to go shoot content about the pandemic. So they were able to go out, shoot stuff, edit it, and that was their final project.
Yeah. Yeah. How are you addressing safety protocols? And, um, you know, again, it looks like in the spring, this coming spring, you and I are going to be resuming classes face to face. I know right now we're both working in a hybrid fashion where students are here to a lesser degree, but one of our goals is to get back into some semblance of normalcy starting in the spring. What have been some of the safety protocols you've put in place to make sure the students can continue to produce and to go out and shoot the 10 films in 15 days? What are the staples of safety that you're imparting on them?
Well, you got to have your PPE. Also, we have, and you can still be asymptomatic, and I guess, and not, display any symptoms. But we have the monitor to get temperature. Um, every set will have spray and Lysol wipe. It'll be a protocol where everyone is not touching equipment.
Yeah.
Equipment will be constantly wiped down, but we want to keep it to a minimum of who's touching the equipment, and so those are just some of the things. As far as shooting, half of the productions are shooting exteriors, but the ones that are shooting interiors probably going to have like limited people
Hmm.
inside, making sure that there's distance between the crew. And one of the best things is that um, of the, I think, 9 of the 10 films only have 2 to 3 actors.
Sure, sure.
And that was just just the best way of doing it. So that's that's what we have in place.
Yeah, yeah. I know they're going to be fantastic. And, one of the things you and I have been working on in the last year is really creating a culture of producing content that can be film festival ready. And in that, you and I, along with some of our colleagues, Dr. Derek Blackwell, Dr. Jennifer Erdley, Hakeem Harris, Chris Medina, we've traveled to a number of film festivals to really get an idea of, you know, how we want to shape our festival here. I know 4 years ago, Dr. Blackwell and Michael West were the two who launched Festival on the Hill, which is Prairie View's official film festival. But we want to take it up a notch and make it, feel like it can be a festival that sets up film contenders. Talk a bit about your experience going to festivals such as Sundance and the American Black Film Festival, and what we learned in those experience, and bringing that back here to the Hill.
Well, I would say there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of stories to be told. And I think the key thing is to tell an original story. And that's kind of one of the things that I kind of hammer into the students is like, don't try to recreate something that you've seen. And I think that's one of the things that stood out, at Sundance and ABFF, was that, you saw all these different original stories. And that's the key thing, an original story, and then also paying attention to the technical stuff, having great sound and having the camera, having the camera move. It's so easy to just have a stationary camera, but that's one of the things that I'm trying to get into the students' head is be creative with the camera. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of the technology. And the big lenses and stuff. So you want to have movement, strong stories, and pay attention again, like I said, to the sound and the lighting, but also to be passionate about it.
Yeah.
And so and that's the thing. It's like for me, you can see what films were created with passion,
Mm-hmm.
and then what films were created because, well, I got to do this because I'm trying to get this.
Yeah.
And so I can always see the difference. So what I'm trying to instill in the students is to tell your passionate stories, and to do it, technically, the best way you can.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm going to circle back to your professional experience in just a moment, because we're going to be bringing up Charles Williams a little bit later in our conversation. And I know that that's how you've been introduced to the university, through our amazing alum, in Charles. But we're gonna get to that in just a second. So I do want the audience to know, like, who you are as a filmmaker. It's so important to know how talented and amazing Tony is as a filmmaker. But let's talk about Festival on the Hill for a little bit. November 12th through 14th. What can we
Mhm.
expect?
Well, I'm excited that we're going to have a lot of workshops and panels with industry professionals. We're going to have Finding Your Character acting workshop by the talented Jamie Lincoln Smith, who's done tons of work on television and in films and in shorts. And so he's going to run a workshop with probably I would say maybe eight students who are very serious about acting. We're going to have Squeaky Moore doing the art of the pitch. So she's going to be teaching people how to not only pitch their ideas, but to pitch themselves, to pitch their brand. And in this industry, we're always selling. We have to sell. And, some people are not comfortable with that. Some people are not comfortable talking about themselves. So this is going to be a great way of like, how do I sell myself, sell my ideas, sell my brand? We're going to have a Panther alum panel with some very distinguished alum coming in, and they're going to talk about the transitioning from student to industry professional. So I'm excited about hearing that, about seeing that. Charles Williams is he helped organize that panel, which was great. We're going to have Okima T. Moore doing from PA to producer. A lot of people don't want to be PAs.
Right.
They
They
think
think
that,
it's
oh,
grunt
that's
work.
just
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
grunt work and stuff. But you know what? If you go about it the right way, you can learn so much stuff. But the
Yeah.
key thing is you network, you build and nurture
Mhm.
relationships,
A
and
number
and
one
just
rule, get on set. Yeah.
exactly, and
Yep.
just about every person, whether they're a producer, a director, a writer, um, cinematographer, everybody's done PA work,
Yeah.
you know. And the thing is, when you're in charge on set, you need to treat the producer, the PAs just as well as you treat the producers.
Mhm.
So no one is higher than anybody, and that's an important thing to learn.
Yeah.
Some other workshops we have Gregory Vilfrank, who's he's done a lot of film composing for me as well as sound mixing. He's putting together a workshop for post production sound, and he's a talented musician. And he has Vilfrank Studios, and I've worked with him, God, since 2010,
Oh, wow.
and then he's going to be joining another panel with Vince B and Easy M, and these are other PV alum, and they're in the music industry, but also they're composing music for film and television. So they're going to be on a panel talking about composing music for film and television, and then we have the three head writers from BET Tales doing a workshop, a panel on how to get into a writer's room and how to navigate a writer's room. And that's Patrick Coker, Adam Weinstein, and Larry Spivey.
Yeah.
And so in addition to all these great panels and workshops, we're going to have some films.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
we're gonna have some short films, short documentaries, music videos, trailers. It's editing, cutting a trailer is not the easiest thing in the world, and I feel like this doing trailers is a great way of highlighting editing skills and talent.
Hmm.
So I wanted to recognize that this year, and then also we have our screenplay category as well. So I wish we were doing this, face to face, in the same under the same roof.
Yeah.
But we got to be innovative. We got to be
Yes.
flexible in the times, and so that's why we're going virtual this year.
Excellent, excellent. What I love about what you've curated with the series of panels and workshops, Tony, is the script to screen experience that the students or anyone watching, participating, the public is welcome to join the festivities. We'll give you the link at the end of this conversation about how you can participate in the festival. But from the perspective of I have an idea, I am going to protect that idea by copywriting it and writing down on paper, getting my treatment done, getting my script done, being able to talk business with people, finding the funding, shooting the film, going into post-production, going on a film festival tour. I mean, what you've created in this year's festival is a complete script to screen masterclass with these amazing, talented people, many of whom are alum from this awesome university. What do you hope to gain in terms of knowledge and tools moving forward as a result of this particular festival in this particular construct?
What I hope to gain personally?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, so I guess I'm not thinking selfishly, but I mean the thing that I want, I want our students to come out of this, you know, being more passionate,
Yeah.
but also seeing like, wait a minute, I can really do this. I can really make this happen. I can really have a career in this industry and make some money.
Yeah.
And and so that's what I want. I want the seeds to be planted and I'm I've been doing this for a while now. I'm passionate about it. I can't see myself doing anything else, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And I want the students to love it as much as I love it. And to the point where, you know, you don't think about how tired you are. You don't think about how sore you are because if you're on set, you will get sore.
Ooh.
That's why you got to work out. That's why you
Yeah.
got to eat right and you got to
Yeah.
stay hydrated and have your little snacks next to you and stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when you're passionate about something, you don't think about the negative things. You just
Right.
think about you sit back and be like, man, I'm really doing this,
You push until
and
you
I
get it
can't.
done. Yeah.
Right, and I can't wait to see the finished product and present it to the world.
Yeah.
And so that's what I want. That's what I want out of all of this, and then also to, to reconnect with the alum. We have alumni that have gone on and and they're doing some really great things. And
Mm-hmm.
so that's another thing that I want to get out of this is to reconnect with them and build relationships and nurture them, and so we can create a pipeline.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's one of the things. It's like, okay, well, we want to teach these students all these different skills and stuff, but now, and they're applying it in their own work. Now they need to go out and apply it in a professional setting. And if they
Mm-hmm.
can do that while in school, then that's perfect. And that's kind of what I want out of this as well.
Excellent. Excellent. We're building something new and exciting here on this campus with the film and television productions. So, we're in the middle of renovating our TV studio. We've turned a space in Hilliard into a film soundstage that Tony and I will certainly be using in full rotation. I fully suspect that the new soundstage will be buzzing and humming um, as best they can around the clock. It's already a
Hmm.
great space. We shot some material for the homecoming experience in there already, and it's just going to be fantastic for our students. And I think with the festival, the great thing about the festival is it becomes a great recruitment tool for us. It becomes a
Hmm.
great centerpiece for what we have to offer, what students can gain from taking courses with yourself and with other of our colleagues in our department, not just in production, but also in voice and performance.
Hmm.
We have two faculty members who are working with our students in terms of their journalism presence as well as their acting presence. We can collaborate with other programs, other departments. I would love for us to tap into the music program, for instance,
Hmm.
and find those jazz artists who have an interest in scoring scenes for us. I mean, these are the
Yeah.
sorts of things that you and I have our heads to the ground trying to figure out how do we get these pieces together. And so one thing I'm excited about doing with you in the new year is building an advisory board and a collective of people who have a passion for film and television, and have an interest in seeing us grow it here at the university, and see more of this happening on a day-to-day basis, a daily basis, live, bringing to the world the brilliance of our students. Um, what are your thoughts? And then we'll take it to we'll bring in Charles, because I think this is a great segue about building the program by bringing Charles in. And so, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that. Let's, if he's available. There's our guy.
Hey, good
Hey,
morning,
Charles.
Professor.
Good morning, Charles. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. I really have enjoyed the first part of this conversation. I felt like I'm enlightened and brightened
Oh,
and educated.
yeah. You know, it's been a great opportunity to take something that going back to the 80s, really established the seed for it. I've seen those pictures of you, Charles, sitting in the editing somewhere tucked away, and then doing that now in your professional career for CBS, and being a multi-Emmy award winning producer, editor, creator in the world. You're just a brilliant person, and we're so happy to have you this morning. Tell us how you're doing this morning, first of all.
And thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. But I'm doing well this morning. God is good every day. Trying to navigate the world during this pandemic. But we're still doing productions here in New York and New Jersey, and working on new projects and things. But all of that started with a germ at CBS. Somebody gave me my wings to fly and gave me my confidence, because we have professors there who are just like you guys, who are actually working in the business, who are bringing real practical experience to the students, where they know and believe that they can do this, because they see you guys doing it, not only teaching, but you guys are actually doing projects. And that was one of the things that helped me along the way, where I saw an anchor on air, or someone doing a film, or someone making a short or a television show or something, and they gave me an opportunity to work on those projects. Mm-hmm. I remember long ago when Tony Brown was doing the Tony Brown Journal, he hired me, and I heard Professor Colmack say, don't think of a PA as a small job. On that particular production, Tony Brown hired me to drive him around the campus and show him where he could shoot.
Okay.
That led to me re-meeting him 30 years later, and said, thank you. I was able to say, thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Oh, wow. Yes. And so now you're in the New York, New Jersey metro area, and you witnessed firsthand one of the hardest hit regions in this country where the pandemic is concerned. Tell us a little bit about that experience, being in the New York area and taking witness to what had to have been the most devastating regions in our country where COVID is concerned.
Yeah, it was a crazy time in New York, especially for us who were working in the business, whether we were shooters or editors or reporters or directors, because at that time we were on full lockdown, so no one could really interact with each other. So sometimes you had to drive your car and with your camera shoot separately. Most of the time, believe it or not, we used the new technology, where most of the reporters did interviews with their phones or their mobile devices, and then they fed stuff to either a camera person or an editor, producer like myself, and we were able to put those things together and still put on a evening newscast or a special that we were doing. It's just learning how to take what you have and making something out of it. And that's what I try to tell the next generation who's coming along, is that don't let one thing stop you. If you can't go left, figure out how you can go in a different direction and still make it happen. Because right, at the end of the day, when you're working for someone, they want you to deliver. And if you deliver over and over again, they'll always bring you back to that project.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt at all. And so we owe you a huge thank you, Charles, for a number of things, right? For a number of things, but bringing Tony Clomax to our campus is definitely one of the big thank yous that we owe you.
No, Tony's great.
Yeah.
Great. I met him in New York. I saw his work and I said, man, why don't I know your name? You should be everywhere, because his work is on the level of anybody that's out there. And I hope and I pray that the students at Prairie View understand what they have in someone who's a producer director, because sometimes you might see a Spike Lee or you might see a F. Gary Gray or somebody on television, but you don't get a chance to touch them, sit down and talk with them. I've always come back to Prairie View, and I've told the students there, if you have someone like the two of you who work in the industry, who's done things in the industry, you should not only glue yourself, you should glue yourself to their legs, where you want to pick their brains until they tell you to get away from me. I don't even want to be around anymore. But you go back again and again, because remember, he's learning this stuff to pass on to someone else. You're learning this stuff to pass on to someone else. I'm learning this stuff to pass on to someone else, because we're not going to be here forever. So we need somebody to step in those shoes and not only take those shoes and expand those shoes.
Yeah, well, look here, man. They have heeded that advice, because them babies, they constantly finding us, and we love it. We love it.
And I love what you guys are doing with the program. A lot of the alumni who I was able to pull together, they're very, very excited to not only come back and talk about how they graduated from a small program. And in the 80s, Prairie View was a very, very small program. We didn't even have a building at first. We were in this old science building, just meeting and talking and going through theory. And then when the communications building opened, we had just one KY 2000 camera. That's long time ago. The big tapes.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. But we, by myself, DeJuan Adams, who's passed, and Paul Chambers, who just passed, the three of us, we got together and we made those things work. We had a professor there by the name of Ron Leverett, who became the mayor of Prairie View at some point. He's the one who kind of guided us through shooting and through editing. And you guys may get a kick out of this. To this day, we don't know how we edited things without having two desks, because back in the day, and some of the students won't even understand this, when I first started in the business, my editing suite was as big as my desk here, which is about 12 feet long, and plus I have a controller. And
y'all were cutting, like legit cutting too, right?
Well, I was right after that. I didn't cut the film. That's when videotape just kind of started to go to 3/4 inch tape. The big white tapes you see, we were cutting and editing on those things. But you know, the number one thing that they told me, don't think of yourself as an editor, because an editor is a button pusher. Think of yourself as a storyteller.
Come on.
I should be able to turn the audio down on your project and still get a sense of what that project is about. And since I started in the business, that's what I've taken through Channel 13, Channel 11, Channel 2, and here in New York for the last 33 years. When I approach a project, I approach it from the standpoint, what is it going to convey to the audience? What are they going to get from this? Not what I'm going to get from it, because I've looked at it 90,000 times. But if the audience, if it falls flat to my audience, then I accomplished my goal. It's about storytelling. I think Professor Clomack said that. It's about storytelling. It all starts with how you're going to tell a story. And you can tell a story, the same story over and over and over. But what approach are you taking? What newness are you bringing to that project?
Yeah, we cannot wait to have you here doing some master classes and guest lecturing. I know that that's where you really thrive with our students, and we're going to do that. Look, Tony and I have some lofty goals. We have some big ideas for this program here. We've gone and looked at other schools, and we spent some time at USC. We've actually developed a relationship with the University of Southern California to pipeline some of our students into that program, and doing that with other graduate schools around the nation. But, not everyone wants to go to grad school. And in film and television, grad school is being on set, getting out there and doing that work. So we're interested in putting together an advisory board, not only to help steer the film festival, to actually have a hand in helping us develop a more robust curriculum, but also to engage in networking and mentoring opportunities with people like yourself, who are Panthers, who are lifelong Panthers, of course, but who can help bring the next generation into the industry. What are some of the visions that you have for the film and television or the communications program in general here on the Hill?
Well, I do think some of my thoughts about the program, which I think you guys are doing an excellent job in developing the things that you guys are doing, because I'm so excited that the two of you are there doing those things. But I think we have to make sure that we're teaching the new technology and encouraging the students to be involved more. I think Professor Comack said something earlier about, if you do something that you love, you don't really concentrate on being tired. Nobody has to wake you up and say, hey, it's time to go to the set. You are running to the set because this is a passion of yours. And I think if it's a way that we can convey how fun it can be, yes, there's going to be some lonely hours in the editing room because you might be the only person there along with a producer, or sometimes you as the editor producer, you might be there by yourself for 18 hours. But I think editing, writing, more important than anything, I think if probably it's one thing that may be lacking with the program, and I haven't checked with you guys recently, is a writing program, because we had a Diana Fallis, and when we were more concentrating on journalism, we had her there teaching writing, because I think a lot of the kids come from various schools and things, and maybe their writing is not up to snuff, or they're coming from a print area where they write for print all the time in their high school newspapers, and they don't know how to translate that into broadcast writing, because those are two different worlds. And I would love to see a program where we work on screenwriting, voiceover, voice and diction, which is important, because I was just talking to some of my kids at LSU and also in California, where you guys have forged a relationship. I have a couple of kids that just graduated from that program that I mentor. And the number one thing I spoke to them about is understanding you have to be able to do more than one thing. When you don't get that acting role, go do some voiceover stuff. If you don't get voiceover, you do some writing stuff. So don't just concentrate on being a pretty face in front of a camera. Of course, if that's your number one goal, concentrate on that. But understand, wait 15 minutes, there will be another pretty face coming along that will probably take your place. Then what will you do? That's one thing that Ed Shannon, Carol Means, and Shirley Staples, all of those professors there taught me. They said, don't get pigeonholed into doing one thing. Make sure you can write, make sure you can do voiceovers, make sure you can edit, produce, and don't ever stop learning. Sometimes the youngest person in the room can teach you something.
Yeah. Well, we live in a time now where you must continue to learn, because the technology changes every 6 months, it seems. People are shooting whole out films on their cell phones, but in about a year, it's a new cell phone, right? So, having to remain up to date on new trends and the technology is crucial. And that's an absolute. So, Tony, it sounds like to me, Charles is the chair of our new advisory board. Then did I just hear that?
I think
Look,
so.
I would love to be involved in any kind of way that I can.
Okay, so we'll hold off on committing you to being the chair of the advisory board, but trust and believe when I say we're thrilled that we're gonna build this program with you and with the alum, with the new renovations that we have in development in Hilliard Hall, and the work that we're doing beyond. I mean, we're building this with the goal of building it with you. I think our alum, and Tony said this too, and we've heard this throughout the week, actually, with all of the colleges across campus, and the whole nature of having our homecoming is to always remain connected to our alum. And so, one thing that I'm excited about with this whole week that we've been successful with is reconnecting each college with our alumni affairs office. And we are committed, Tony and I, and our whole department actually is committed to reconnecting with each and every one of you. An example being the film festival panel coming up with the amazing roundtable of alum. This is our mission, to really bring you all back home. It may not be physical, it may be virtual, it may be in the sense of, hey, what's this new thing happening in LA? What's this new thing happening in Chicago or Atlanta or New York that we can implement into our curriculum to really arm our students to be able to contend and compete and create? So I'm looking forward to that.
One thing I would like to say, Ted, it's interesting you said that connecting folks from alumni from around the world in other HBCUs and other colleges. Something that Shedrick Stokes, who was a graduate from the program, myself, we are launching something called Teacher of the Game, where it's going to be a site where you can go there and click on a button and learn about the different aspects of what you might want to concentrate in. And once a month, we're going to have a live press conference, if you will, a press briefing, where you can actually get online and ask questions to various professionals in the industry. We're launching that in January. Since all this stuff is still virtual, we want to make sure that if a student wants to concentrate on promo writing or creating a sizzle reel or creating a trailer, they can get online and talk to someone who only creates trailers. That's what their specialty is.
Yeah.
What do you do? Because I hear Professor Kloback say is that is a specialty, because you have to convey a lot of information in 30 seconds, a minute, or 2 minutes, and and still not give away the storyline. So I want to, what we decided to do is set that up. And a lot of filmmakers from Prairie View are making films right there in the Houston area. And that's what I wanted to make sure a lot of the students were aware of. And we'll announce that during the film festival too, because a lot of them are looking for interns. A lot of them are looking for production assistants.
Yeah.
Even me, with the stuff that I do online, I'm looking for production assistants to finish up my project, Journey to Manhood. So we're launching that in January, Teacher of the Game, and where you can go there and get any information you need.
That is outstanding. I look forward to learning more about that. I'm going to go pull up the information after we finish this call this morning. We're down to the last few minutes of our conversation, and you know, today at 3:00 we're going to have a roundtable discussion with media makers from around our campus, faculty and staff who you know, just focus their attention on creating film, creating television. Our two leaders from KPVU Radio will be joining us to talk about the importance of content creation and using that to not only educate our students, but also promote our university. So we're going to be talking to that collective of people this afternoon. And then we also have J.O. Malone, who is an alum of the university and definitely plays in our sandbox this afternoon as we talk about the film, The Freshman Year. I would love it if the two of you would send a final thought, or maybe not so final. I think Tony's coming back this afternoon. Charles, you're welcome to rejoin us. It's going to be the same broadcast link that I gave you if you want to come back and talk some more about production and that. But
I would love to come back.
Oh, excellent. Let's finish this section up with a kind word, an encouraging word, something for PV Nation from you to them. Let's start with Tony.
Okay.
It doesn't exist unless it's on the paper.
Amen.
And I tell my students all the time, I teach screenwriting, and it's got to be on the paper. If you're coming to try to tell me a story, write it down, put it on paper. It doesn't exist unless it's on paper. And once it's on paper, then we can jazz it up and make it better and better and better and go shoot that bad boy. But that's my statement. It doesn't exist unless it's on the paper.
Well, and that applies to every single major on this campus. Don't, you start telling your ideas before you put it on paper. At least you can own that piece of paper. It's why it's called intellectual property. That property is that thing you can hold in your hand. He's absolutely right. And everyone watching, that's food for thought for life. Absolutely. Charles.
Well, my final thoughts would be this. I was just talking to a group of young people at television ministry the other night. And she was saying, oh, no, my brother, he doesn't read well. Oh, my brother doesn't talk well, but he wants to be in the industry. And I had to tell her, when I came to Prairie View, I was a tied-tongue mispronunciation person who couldn't pronounce words really well, was afraid of my own shadow. But because other people believed in me, gave me an opportunity, and I not only did they believe in me, but I mustered up the courage to walk the walk, because once you start walking, you'll get faster and faster. And I was telling them that because I took a chance on myself, it afforded me to go into all of these spaces. Because when people say, oh, you got 2 Emmy Awards, or you got a Lifetime Achievement Award, you got an Edward R. Murrow Award, I said, that is fantastic. But understand, before all that comes along, you got to put the work in. You got to be willing to work when nobody else is working. You got to think about outworking everybody on the team. Because when I hire a young person to come and work with me, I said, if you can't outthink me at 20 and I'm 50 something, maybe you need to rethink what you're doing, because you got to do your research. You got to do your homework. What are you bringing to the table? When you're working with the professors on campus, what are you bringing to the table? What did you go home last night and think about? Oh, we're working on this film with Professor Clomax. Oh, let me suggest something to him tomorrow. He may say no, but at least he knows you're a thinker. So always be a thinker. Don't stop thinking and don't stop believing that you can accomplish something. It's not going to come overnight, but if you put the work in, you will accomplish something.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If I had my triangle, I would ting my triangle right. If it's over across the room, I would beat it, because you two have given us so many jewels and gems. You know, I tell my students all the time, this is a fickle industry. It's an industry of taste. It's a hustle industry, and none of it's won if you're not out participating in it. You have to give your voice to it. You have to give your blood, sweat, and tears to it. It can be a brutal, brutal scene, but it can also be a place where so much love and care and joy is realized. I love telling stories. I
And
don't.
the alumni around the country are tweeting me now and sending messages to me saying, "Oh my God, Charles, is this really happening?" Because a lot of people were there when I was there. We had nothing, and we're watching the two of you kind of make this department come to life. So a lot of them are saying, "Charles, can you believe this? When can I go back? How do I get involved? Oh, the advisory committee. What can I do?"
That's right. So let me tell you how you do it. You're going to check us out at pvamutv.org, pvamutv, all one word, .org. So that's our production website. And you can learn more about all the things that we're doing. And you can definitely get a hold of Charles, and he'll give you our contact information. Charles, you're fully welcome to give my information. I'm not going to commit that on Tony's part, but feel free to reach us. We want to hear from you. We want to get every single one of our alum back under our wing and in our reach, because we want to amplify your voices through our voices. Our success is your success. Our success is Charles Williams' success, sitting in the photo from 1984, wearing a white sweater, a V-neck. I remember it's a white V-neck sweater with a red little collar shirt like this, and he's sitting at a table, and you can see that he's cutting something. Someone just came by and cutting, editing. For those of you who don't speak the lingo, he's sitting there editing something. He has this determined sort of. You thought he was a football player on the line, ready to, He's just that in tune. And your success, students, your success, aspiring students to come to Prairie View, is Charles' success. And the things that Charles put in place when he was here, and all the alum that are watching right now, we are working to make you proud by making them successful. Their success is yours, and your success is theirs, and we all belong to each other. Hey, we're going to go ahead and put a pin in this. Charles, thank you so much for joining us. Again, welcome. Yes, to come back this afternoon, we would love it.
I'll be on at 3 o'clock.
Okay, excellent. I've been a teacher for 26 years, teaching film, television, theater, teaching the arts. But so much, and the one phrase that you hear throughout all that time is that phrase, those who can do and those who can't teach. And it has always made my stomach hurt to hear that, because I've been nominated for an NAACP award, and Tony has a string of awards that he's been nominated for and have won. We have content that's on Netflix and Amazon Prime and Hulu, and we can run down our resume. But the joy that we get out of building up the next generation of filmmakers is we know that the stories we aim to tell can be told through other voices and in other ways. And so, yes, those who can do, but those who teach the next generation to do as well. So we're all doing.
Amen. And where's my bell for you?
I appreciate all of you who have watched. We're going to take a small commercial break right now and set us up for the College of Education. I'm in love with the College of Education as well, but Lisa Roseborough is going to conduct that interview with the Dean, Michael McFrazier. You don't want to miss it. Come back in a few minutes.
where you rise. This is where you shine. This is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
Even though there is so much against us,
you will see me choose to protect myself and my community from the coronavirus by wearing a face covering.
Because it's going to take all of us thinking about one another. And even with my face covered, you will see me.
You will see me as a mother, a wife, a friend.
As an athlete who gave everything to the game I love.
As a father, leading by example.
As a sister.
An entertainer.
As a champion for my people.
You will see me finding a light in a dark time.
To unlock our creativity and push our craft.
You will see me demanding the space to tell the stories that matter.
As a man who knows that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Join us in wearing a face covering to help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because covering your face is one small act of kindness that has the power to bring us together.
I arrived in Prairie View in 1965 from Hempstead, Texas. And just an old country boy there, and something I always could contribute to going to. Well, I always, all the way back, I can trace all the way back to my great grandfather. That's called the Watermelon King, and he might have been one of the first of the 8 that enrolled at Prairie View back in the 1876 when Prairie View was established there, because he was born in 1859. So I had a traditional thing for family of going to Prairie View. My oldest brother, both brothers, sister, attended Prairie View. My oldest brother played football here in the 50s.
I arrived at Prairie View at the time it was Prairie View College in 1966, majoring in business education. I'm the first in my family to come to Prairie View. I was told by our counselor this was the place to come. From Lufkin, Texas. My parents owned a grocery store in Lufkin, Texas, the Hackney grocery store, which funded me to come to Prairie View. So a girlfriend of mine took me to the party with them. And that's where I met John Fuller. The next day, going to the old dining hall, which no longer stands, I stopped and spoke to him. And of course, he didn't know who I was. I guess he didn't pay attention to me that night. And we spoke, communicated. Then he said, let's walk. And I turned around. And from then on, we had a relationship. About a year later, I think he graduated. And we kept communicating with that back and forth. And one day, going home the last year, going home for Christmas, there was a package in the mail that had come from Kansas City, and it was the ring.
What happened is that I was in Kansas City, and then I said, well, you're going to go back and finish your degree. But she had still another year, two. I think I finished in December of '68, class of 1969. But I think you finished with
72.
72. Yeah. So she went back, and what happened? I think I had a 442 Oldsmobile.
Hello.
That's what Prairie View, all the graduates from Prairie View at that time,
especially the
engineers, get a 442 Oldsmobile.
And I came back with the 442.
And then I don't know what was wrong with my mind at the time, but I let her come back with the 442
and
Oldsmobile, and I had a Volkswagen. Does that sound strange? What's wrong with a person's mind to give her the 442 and I'll scoot around in my Volkswagen?
Because he was teaching. I'm gonna tell you right now.
But you're right, I bought it because there's no easy answer for it.
He was teaching. I took care of the two children. He taught. You talk about dedicated to teaching at Prairie View. He taught.
I guess it's human nature to say, you always look. It would be, well, I guess the grass is always greener somewhere else. But then if you look at, family, great children, and grandchildren, and then, where you are, how are you doing well? Are you healthy? And I guess if you look at the whole thing, and like I say, if the grass always green, you always say it could be better, you could do this, but no, I'm pretty well satisfied with where I am right now.
Beloved, I really love me some John Ford, Dr. John Ford.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we are back to day 5 of the PVAMU virtual homecoming experience. We're going to get into our next segment with the College of Education with Dean Michael McFrazier. Dr. McFrazier, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. How are you?
I am well. I'm excited and delighted to be here with you this morning.
Yes. First, let me just say, many condolences that we send here from our Panther family on the recent loss of your mother. And thank you for taking the time to, be with us today at this virtual homecoming. It really means a lot.
Well, I certainly appreciate your words of condolence, and the Prairie View family, who all have just reached out and have been wonderful during this difficult time. So I'd ask you all to just continue to keep my family in your thoughts and prayers.
Indeed, we will. Well, what we're doing is we're highlighting all of the wonderful colleges here on the campus of PVAMU. And so tell us, for those who don't know you, because I know you've been here with the university for a while, but just give us a little bit of background on yourself and your journey and how you arrived here at Prairie View.
Well, thank you. That's a very interesting question. I am from a little small town in East Texas called Paris, Texas. That's up north of Dallas, Northeast Texas. And I was born and reared there. I'm the son of a Baptist minister. And, and as I think about it, during my years of growing up, I looked to a lot of influential people in the community. And in retrospect, they all were graduates of Prairie View. And so they influenced me in a way. A lot of them, because of my background, I'm a singer, I'm a musician, knew me, and they all encouraged me to do well, and were teachers in schools in that area. So I left Paris. I went to Paris Junior College, got an associate's degree, and went to Baylor University, where I got my bachelor's degree in music education and music vocal performance. I knew of Prairie View then because we would make our way down Highway 6 for what we know is the best homecoming in the land. And so I knew of Prairie View then and visited the campus and had opportunity to witness homecoming. I left Baylor and went out of state to the University of Arkansas, where I got my doctorate degree, University of Arkansas at Fayetteville, and was finishing up there. I was working for the university there, and I went to a conference and I met some people from Prairie View, and they happened to get my curriculum vitae and gave it to a name that everyone should recognize, Dr. William Parker, who is a staple in the Prairie View community. He called me one day on my desk and said, "I'd like to have you come to Prairie View. I believe you would make a great addition." And so he asked me to come for an interview. I wasn't interested, really. I had a position guaranteed. I am from the public school, and I was an administrator in Waco Independent School District and had a job there lined up, but decided to come. And the rest is history. I have been at Prairie View since I left University of Arkansas in 1998, and it has been a wonderful experience. I've had the opportunity to work in a number of positions across the university. I opened up the Northwest Houston Center. I served as dean of that. I came back to the campus and was vice provost and then vice president for administration, worked as chief of staff, and I'm in the College of Education where I started, which is a great thing. I'm honored to serve as dean. I was asked to come and serve as interim 2 years ago, and we have done some wonderful things in the college, and decided that this was a place where I'd like to continue the work that we're doing and stabilize the college and move the college forward. So it's really an awesome opportunity to be the dean of the college.
Well, thanks for giving us your impressive and impeccable resume of the experience that you brought here to the Hill. Now, I want to go on and highlight the college, but you snuck a little secret in there about your hidden talents. Now, you got to know I wasn't going to just let you get away with that. But yes, you sing and do all those things in the arts as well.
Yes, I mean, my background, my bachelor's degree, and I have a master's degree in music. And my thought was I wasn't going to be a teacher. My thought was that I was going to, be in New York on Broadway or at the Metropolitan Opera. I studied classically and I did very well at Baylor. Had an opportunity there to do some amazing things, to travel all over, actually the world. Singing, and certainly with my background, my dad, again, a Baptist minister, I sang. My earliest remembrance of singing solos was, around 3 or 4 years old, and I would travel with my dad, and he'd have me sing. And so I'm certainly still steeped in music. I am on the music staff and served as minister of music at the Church Without Walls, have the opportunity to sing. It is my passion and my first love. So I'm still doing that. And actually, when I came to Prairie View to interview, Dr. Parker saw that I was a music person, and he said, "So you indicate that you can sing, and if you can do so, I'm going to call you to do that on the spot." And there was a conference going on, and I actually had to sing on the spot. And so he said that sealed the deal, because I think I sang I Believe I Can Fly. That was back during that time when that song was very popular. Space Jam, I think that was the movie. You remember that?
I do. Yes, I do. And I'm glad you mentioned as far as being approached here at Prairie View, because that was going to be my next question. When is there going to be the next? You're going to sing with the concert chorale at any point. We may have to work that out. I don't know.
Yes, yes. Well, I've done that on occasion. Dr. Danny Kelly, former dean of college, Brailsford College of Arts and Sciences, and I used to do a concert series in February, Black History. I'm a lover of spirituals and all of that. So I've got to get back to that. I've been doing so much in terms of work and working on areas of improvement. But again, music is my first passion. So I need to get back to that. And so he's always asked me, are you ready? So I think we'll look at, once we're out of COVID, or maybe even, doing it virtually, we'll get back to maybe doing something this February. That would be wonderful. So thanks for that encouragement.
You're welcome. Well, let's get into all of the great things that are happening there in the College of Education. A huge year for teachers and educators, right?
Yes, this is really deemed the year of the teacher. It really is through an organization. We Teach Texas is a program that we're doing system wide. The Whitlow R. Green College of Education is vibrant, and it is a major player in producing educators that facilitate the acquisition of knowledge and skills for students in the Gulf Coast region, throughout the state of Texas and the nation. And I mentioned the name. We want to give and pay homage to Whitlow R. Green. He is a Prairie View alum who was an educator, a longtime educator in the Houston Independent School District. He served as an economics teacher. But from his meager salary, and I understand it was about $28,000 a year, he amassed $2.1 million that he donated, he bequeathed to the university to support teacher education and the humanities. And so we're indebted to him, but it's just a testament of the production that Prairie View produces in terms of quality educators and persons who are humanitarians and who are philanthropists who want to give back to support the university. It is a tough year for the educator in terms of our having to make adjustments on the fly because of the pandemic, COVID-19. But as we know, educators are resilient, and we're able to monitor and adjust. And that's just what we have done. And our legion of educators who are out there serving in these school districts as principals and superintendents and diagnosticians, and most importantly, teachers, are making a difference. They are adjusting, and they're ensuring that students are learning. So we're very proud of what our students and our alums are doing.
And what has been some of the feedback that you've gotten from, the other professors there in the college? How are they doing?
We are adjusting well. The university has moved quickly to support the training and development of our faculty through the distance learning and wonderful staff over in distance learning. Charlene Stubblefield, and I mentioned her name because she's actually a student in our PhD program, but she and the staff have worked to train our faculty on online instruction through Canvas. And we have a high percentage. I would, as of the last I looked, our numbers, we're in the 90th percentile of faculty who've been trained to deliver quality instruction via online. Our ed leadership and counseling, that's our graduate department, 100% of the courses are online. And they've been ahead of the curve because we have online master's degrees in that area. And we are adjusting our students. It's taking our students a little bit to get adjusted because Prairie View, if you know, is a family environment and people like interacting. It is not uncommon for students, to hang around after class and interact with the faculty because they're being mentored, or I have students who would drop by my office. I'm finishing up class. I just drop by to let you know how things are going. And so we miss that personal interaction, but we are adjusting as the whole world has had to adjust. So faculty are doing well in this environment, and post-COVID, we won't go back to being the same. It's pushed us to innovate, and I will see that we will have more online offerings as we move beyond COVID. So again, from a bad thing can come innovation. It's when we're challenged that we, it's when the greats are pressed is when we get the best. That's when the fine wine comes.
Indeed. Well, let's go ahead and get a perspective on things that are going on in this way of teaching during COVID-19. Let's bring in Dr. Lisa Thompson and Dr. Jasmine Hamilton. Good morning, ladies. How are you?
How are you? I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yes, we're glad that you were able to join us. Our hearts go out to all of our professors and educators in this time of COVID-19. So we really wanted to talk with you all this morning. Like I told Dean, to check on you and see how you're doing, and also give a little bit of your perspective on what this experience during COVID-19 has been for you. Let's start with Dr. Thompson. How are things going with you? First of all, let's back up. Give us a little bit of background about yourself and what brought you to Prairie View.
Okay, I will start by sharing that I am a fourth generation Prairie View alumna. I have family that have attended Prairie View ever since I've heard about Prairie View. A very recent alumna. I did my MBA and graduated this May 2020. I wanted to make sure that I understood what the true PV experience was like through the eyes of a student. And so 4 years ago, very part-time, I started working on my MBA. And I will tell you, as a faculty member, I've been a faculty member since 2007, and I teach in the PhD program in Ed Leadership. It has greatly enhanced my understanding of what Prairie View is really, really offering. Very rarely can a faculty member in real time understand, especially from a different college, being over in the College of Business, understanding how this university really does advocate for students, the quality of the teaching, the rigor. It's mirrored in other areas. And so for me as a faculty member, dealing with this pandemic, not only as a parent, but also as a person who is charged with training educators to deal with how to teach during a pandemic, it has been not as difficult as I imagined to navigate because of the preparation. Having taught an educational technology class at the beginning of what would become a pandemic has really helped me help my students and also help the various school districts, because our students are in districts throughout Texas, and some of them are even out of state. And so they were real time during the pandemic understanding how educational technology works, how distance learning works, and able to offer strategies for parents who are first-time homeschooling, as well as teachers who are first time having to teach remotely. So it has been certainly not something we anticipated, but I dare say we have really been prepared. And our doctoral students in particular took a lot of the assignments and used them to be supportive of our greater Prairie View community. So that's how we're handling it. We are looking at everything head on, and we are coming up with solutions.
Well, welcome to the alumni family. So that's
Thank
great.
you.
Yes. Now, we have a segment here this week where we want to highlight our legacy Panther family. So I'll email you that information, and maybe we can have a shout out from the Thompson family.
I would love to, and I have to know Kimberly Reynolds is a classmate of mine from high school, so I was already prepared for my next
Okay,
level
yes.
of being an engaged alum.
You are exactly right. I know Kim. Kim and I were students here at the same time, and she's doing a wonderful job there at being the president of the National Alumni Association. So, yes, I know you were very well prepared. Awesome. Well,
Yes.
thanks for sharing your story with us. Let's talk with Dr. Hamilton. Dr. Hamilton, I understand you.
Hello, good morning.
Yes.
First, hello, can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I just want to, I know how the yard person has now come now, so kind of have that in the background.
Okay.
But my road to PB has kind of been through vicariously. I have an aunt, Miss Geraldine Built, who actually just celebrated her 50th year reunion from graduating from Prairie View. And her two sons also went there. So I've always had that connection, but myself, I'm a Louisiana native. So it has been a blessing and a joy to come over and to be here at Prairie View and partake too, as my cousins say, an adopted alum, and that now I'm officially an adopted Panther. I started here in August of 2014 with the Health and Kinesiology Department, that's also housed within the Whitlow R. Green College of Education. And so since that time, I have started continued my young professional journey within this department and have been able to see it grow tremendously. I think we had about between 200 and 300 students, and now having well over 700, close to 800 students within the department. This time for us has been very unique as under our leadership of our department chair, Dr. Angela Branch Vitel, we have always really pushed and strived to be very innovative within our area. And this time has really stretched us beyond a lot of those bounds, because the area of health and kinesiology is very practical. It's very tactile. We have all of our classes really have that theoretical component in addition to that laboratory real life experience component. So within this time of COVID-19, those things have been, I guess, kind of the main struggle and well, not really struggle, but really a challenge for us. It's how do we take those same practical experiences and translate them over into the virtual and online environment? And I think we have really done a good job. We have gone through all the training, as everyone said as well. And so all of that has really prepared us. A lot of our roots are within education and curriculum and instruction too as well. So myself am a certified teacher. So the teaching part of it, what comes naturally. And so that part was there, but then working through the logistics of just having that real life experience through that virtual one has really caused us to think outside of the box. And so we have and are doing a lot of things to assist our students. We are incorporating so many different technology advances. In fact, I just had a meeting this morning looking at new apps for us to use with dealing with anatomy and physiology within that science part of it too as well, because we're advancing a lot of our students to go into those graduate professional programs in healthcare administration, public health, sport management, as well as the medical side of a lot of things with pharmacy, dental school, medical school. What else we have? Athletic training, doctorate of physical therapy. So really assisting and grounding our students to work with these times and help them and assist them as well.
Well, I know you've all done an amazing job with this challenge, and we've talked with several students from the other colleges, and the majority, if not all of them, they felt that you all as professors have really taken this head on and prepared them to have a great fall semester, this part of the school year. So thank you so much for that. We're going to hear from two of the students from the College of Education.
Before we go there, could I just indicate that these faculty members, of course, they've had an opportunity to speak, but they are just the tip of the iceberg in terms of how our faculty support students in the college. And what I am pleased to see is the support that each faculty provides for each other. I speak well of these two that are sharing. Dr. Hamilton, she didn't share, but she has actually been working university-wide with our SACS reaffirmation accreditation that's going to happen. We've sent in our compliance certification, and our on-site or virtual visit's going to be in 2021 March. And so she's been working assiduously to ensure the universities are accredited. And then Dr. Thompson and the work that she's doing with communications and putting out on our social media sites, all of the things that we're doing in the college. We invite everybody to follow us at PVAMUCOE on all of the social media sites to see all of the great things. But, these just two examples of outstanding faculty that we have in the Whitlow R. Green College of Education. I'm excited that they're here today.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Dean, with us. I know that there were a couple of challenges early on, maybe last year, correct me if I'm wrong, but where accreditation was kind of an issue, but you seem to overcome that and brought us back up to par, right?
Yes, and that's, it's kind of why I chimed in. I wanted to just, give credit to an outstanding faculty who worked very, very hard. Mm-hmm. It's amazing what time will do and dedicated effort. And I was listening to the earlier session when Alum was talking about putting in the work. In any time that you want to accomplish, as my dad would say, you can't hook, crook, skip. You have to do the work. And so the faculty, they have done the work and are currently doing the work. And at this time, whereas we had some issues with the accreditation, we have received commendations this year from the state of Texas regarding preparing teachers. 2 commendations, one being that we are preparing the teachers that Texas needs in terms of diversity. We're the largest producer of minority teachers, African-American teachers in the state. And then the second is the resiliency of teachers who stay within the profession for 5 years or greater. And so that means that we're preparing teachers who are willing to stay in the profession and make a difference in the lives of students. And so it's great, and it's a testament to what the wonderful things that's happening in the college. So, yes.
Awesome. Great news. Great news. All right, Professors Thompson and Hamilton, thank you so much. Let's hear from our students right now, Winston Akuro and Lara Lockett.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, thank you all for joining us. Well, let's start with Winston. Tell us a little bit about your experience there in the College of Education.
Yes, ma'am. For those who don't know, my name is Winston Okoro. I am a senior education major with a concentration in English, language arts, and reading for grade levels 4 through 8. And I've been a part of the Willow R. Green College of Education, going on my first, it was probably like my second to third semester. And right now in preparation right now for my content exam. And really my overall experience here in the College of Education has been extremely amazing. I remember like battling between like what major I wanted to be, or just trying to find my passion and what I wanted to do, and the staff. And after, of course, like knowing Dr. McFrazier since summer 2017, and just having his guidance and just really trying to hone in on the things that I wanted to do and what was my passion as far as teaching and mentoring, and having the College of Education and the staff to really actually be there for me and actually guide me into the different aspects of teaching, and really just give me all the school, the tools and skills necessary in order to negotiate this challenge and navigate through in my process of becoming a teacher. So overall, my experience has been completely amazing.
How have you dealt with this online learning during the pandemic? What has that been like for you?
I mean, I must say, it was definitely something that was difficult. I mean, I'm pretty sure that no one probably seen this coming, but it's just something that we had to adjust to. My professors were pretty understanding with most of the things that were going on. And like Dr. McFrazier was saying earlier, it calls for a time for innovation and actually just trying to figure out the different things that we can do to actually make this better, even though we are in a pandemic, we are learning virtually, but still being able to gather all the things that we've been taught in classes and really apply that to learn. Because as a teacher, you're gonna have to be flexible with certain things, and that's just one thing that I've learned, that even through this, there's definitely still a way.
And what is it that you look to accomplish once you graduate from Prairie View? What are your goals in the field of education going forward?
So I'm definitely still gonna try to be a teacher. Going to be a teacher. My goal right now is to try to go back to where I was from, to try to get to teach there, because it's like a low income community, low income area, and I know the students need somebody like that representation. They want to be able to see that they can get out, or they can actually go to college, get an education, and of course, like starting like different mentorship programs and for the communities and things of that sort, but also just being able to tie that back to education and mentoring.
And, we couldn't let this end without acknowledging that you did participate in the Mr. Prairie View
Yes.
pageant. Yes. I enjoyed watching you and your talents. It was very, your spoken word piece was very well put together. It was almost like a mini movie, if you will. And I believe you placed, was it second runner up or which
Well,
one was it?
It was first runner up. It's taking
First, okay, first runner up. Yeah, so congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, fine. Yes, you're welcome. Okay, Lara Lockett. Let's talk
Hello.
yes, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Thank you. Happy homecoming.
Yes.
Happy
Thank you.
virtual homecoming, right?
Happy virtual homecoming. Very excited to be here.
Yes. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience there in the College of Education.
All right. Well, my name is Lara Lockett. I am a senior health major, a graduating senior. I am from Houston, Texas, and my experience in the College of Education has been nothing but positive. We have incredible leadership under Dr. Michael McFrazier and also the head of our department, Dr. Angela Branch Vital. I'm surrounded by amazing faculty and staff, very accessible, just awesome people. Anytime that you need anything, I'm able to go to them and get information. If I have any questions, I know that I can go to them and get them answered. So, yeah, it's been an awesome experience being a part of the College of Education.
And what are some of your future goals there after you leave Prairie View?
Oh, my future goals, I will apply to medical school. So my goal is to be a doctor. I'm also actually a fourth generation Prairie View student, soon to be alum also. So three of my grandparents were actually in the College of Education, and my father actually is a Prairie View alum, and he became a doctor. So I'm kind of following in their footsteps, and I'm very excited to do so.
Awesome. Well, also welcome to the Prairie View Legacy family.
Thank
That's great
you.
to know. And yes, if you've got any photos or stories that you'd like to share of your family and their time here on the Hill, I'll email you that information so we can input that into our program later on today or
Awesome.
probably tomorrow because we are highlighting our legacy family. So that's good to know. Great panel.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Well, I just want to jump in if I can.
Okay.
This is
Yes.
a great representation of the students that we have in the college. They're outstanding. They're outgoing. One of the things that we are seeking to do is to highlight students and our alums. And Dr. Thompson and our social media team, they've been working to do that. As mentioned, Lara is a legacy, and her family, the Locketts, if that name rings real true to campus, as well as the extended family, the McKnights, are all products. I've met these individuals through their affiliation with Prairie View. And then Whiston is one of my mentees, and he mentioned our male mentoring program. He was actually my graduate assistant who worked with me to we have a male mentoring program, which is called Men Achieving Leadership Excellence. A number of students who've matriculated through that 2 years ago, we were deemed the best mentoring program in the state of Texas and got that award through University of Texas at Austin. So we've got some great things, great students. And so the Whitlow, our Green College of Education, is the place to be. I think it's the best college on the Prairie View A&M University campus.
Definitely.
I agree. I would have to agree.
Yes, yes. I believe that too now. I'm convinced. I need to come spend more time over there. But yes, thanks for mentioning the mail project. That is something I've seen some information also. Thanks for mentioning that as well, Dean. Okay, well, we've heard from our dean, our professors, our students, and now we're going to transition to our alumni of the College of Education. We're going to welcome Dr. Ramiro Bautista and Courtney Lee Dickey.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you all for joining me or joining us in this virtual homecoming experience.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Yes, you're welcome. Awesome. We'll start with you, Dr. Bautista. And you're a recent grad of Prairie View. Actually, you hold 3 degrees, 2007 graduate, 09, and 2019. So you're like just knocking it out of the park with Prairie View. You obviously love the educational experience here at Prairie View. Give us a little bit about your background and what you graduated in with your several degrees from Prairie View.
Sure, absolutely. I found a home at Prairie View in 2005. Came to Prairie View and joined the business school. Graduated with the business degree in finance in 2007 and continued on matriculated into the MBA program and completed that in 2009. And had an opportunity to get involved in enrollment management at that time. And I was in Office of Enrollment Management area division for several years. And then I was accepted into the PhD program. So I've had a broad range of experiences there at the university. And I feel that, as everyone knows here, the Prairie View has always been very welcoming. And it created for me specifically a sense of belonging there. And as I stated in terms of the educational leadership program, I was recruited into that program by one of the former deans, Dr. Lucian Yates III. However, it was like throughout my tenure there, I saw several changes in administration. However, it was this current administration and current dean, McFrazier, who was very instrumental in allowing me and motivating me to complete the program. Ultimately, it was my hard work, my being resilient, being able to persist and persevere to complete my long-term goals, how I was able to complete the program there. So I've always been very welcome there at Prairie View, and I know that I've recruited many students to feel the same way as well.
Yes, and I remember in some of our talks that we've had, previously before you graduated, that Dean McFrazier was indeed someone you looked up to and one of your mentors, right?
That's correct. That's correct. A wise man and a mentor once told me to make my mark and keep moving higher, and so that's exactly what I plan to do. As you stated, I'm a graduate December 2019, and I recently moved to Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada, 2 months ago. So I'm here. And that's what I plan to do. I intend to make my mark here, continue on with the male mentoring programs and initiatives that we had in Texas, and either start them or work on what they have here and just do what I know how to do best. I've learned a lot in my training there from Prairie View, and I'm just looking to help the next set of students.
Wow. Well, thanks for the update. I know you were locally here, and I thought you were still in town, but you've actually moved. So, are you? Where are you employed now? Are you in the education field, or with one of the schools or universities there? Or?
So I've been in communication with a couple of the VPs here in the Nevada System of Higher Education, is what is labeled NSHE, and one of the presidents up north in Reno and at Western Nevada State. And so they've been allowing me to meet some individuals. I've been shadowing a department at Nevada State College. It's the state institution here. They do men of color programming and diversity initiatives. So I'm shadowing that department and seeing if it's a fit for me here.
Oh, well, that's good to know. Well, we wish you the best of luck there in Nevada. We know you're going to do well. Okay, well, let's talk with Miss Courtney Dickey, one of our distinguished alumnus of Prairie View. How are you, Courtney?
I'm well, thank you.
It's so nice to meet you. I understand and that you have a high position that you're holding right now. You're now on the Bryan ISD General Counsel. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, give us a little bit about yourself, your background, and your experience in the College of Education when you were on the Hill.
Yes, I don't know how far back to go. How much time do you have? My experiences with Prairie View go back to when I was in the 8th grade. I began going to homecomings at Prairie View every year. I am from College Station, Texas. So here in a predominantly white town, we had a group at my high school called Black Awareness, just to give us a space where we can be rooted in our culture unapologetically, and a place where we can go and get some more of those experiences that were not readily available here in the community where I'm from. So going to homecomings every year, just, as a high school student and a junior high student, was so amazing. We were just sitting on the curb right at 8 o'clock, looking in awe, like at all of the funness and the way that Prairie View comes together as a family. And I think that's what's really important. My mother also worked at Prairie View. She was a program coordinator for the graduate school and a recruitment coordinator for juvenile justice and psychology departments. And so really just hanging on to her and hanging on to the experiences that I've had so many times as a child. Prairie View was just an easy answer. It felt perfect. It felt right. There was no other place that I can imagine myself have gone. My mother and I graduated. I'm a class of 2006, and we graduated together. She graduated with her master's in the College of Education, and I graduated with my bachelor's in special education. After my bachelor's degree, I received a master's in counseling from Prairie View also. During that time, I was actively in a special education role as a teacher. I worked at Willow Ridge in Fort Bend was my first job, and then I worked for alternative behavior settings with special education students in Houston. I then began my master's degree also at Texas A&M University, where I got a master's in curriculum and instruction. I studied abroad in Italy and designed curricula for multicultural experiences in classrooms. And after that, I began working in special education for the Seed School of Maryland. And that is a charter school system that was founded and created during the Obama administration and was fully supported by his administration. So it was definitely a wonderful experience. During teaching and just during my time in education, I have such a passion for the way that we help our students, and all of the information that I learned while I was at Prairie View, and all of my professors who really, really drove into all of us, how to accomplish more, how to go for more, how to allow your professionalism to be ahead of you, and things of that nature really allowed me to reach a little bit further than I really had intended from the beginning. I didn't have so many plans on what I was going to do next, or what, things kind of just started falling out of the sky. But I also believe that speaks very highly on Prairie View and the things that they instill in us as students, but also as people, that have allowed many of us from all of our colleges to go very far in our careers. And then I went to law school at Thurgood Marshall at TSU in Houston, and I am now the general counsel of Bryan ISD.
Wow. I'm questioning my own route to success right now, because I'm like, have I done enough? Because Courtney Dickey has done. You just said some amazing things, and what I really admire is it seems like you have a real passion and a love just for education itself. Am I right?
Yes, yes, definitely. When I came to Prairie View, I didn't have to figure out what my major was going to be. I didn't switch majors a few times. I know that that can happen with undergrads, no judgment. But I've always known that I wanted to be a teacher. I've always known that I wanted to make an impact in education. And, you know, going and matriculating through the program at Prairie View really, really prepared me for much more than I could see at the time. I passed all of my content exams, you know, on time the first time. I had a job before I graduated. I was on it, but that's also because the professors and the administration that was there at the time were the people that were the driving force behind all of us in our class, who were really adamant about not only being successful for ourselves, but being successful for the amount of time, attention, and input that our administration had put into us.
Yes. Well, tell us a little bit in detail about what your role actually comprises of there being the general counsel of Bryan ISD. What are you responsible for?
As a general counsel, I am the attorney for the school district. So anything that comes by way of Bryan ISD that is of a legal concern comes through me. And I tell people very often that general counsel in the field of law is very similar to being a general practitioner in medicine, where, you know, if you have you have a whole bunch of scenarios that can come to your attention, and you direct those in the areas that they need to go to receive the adequate amount of success or help or anything that you need. And so some of the examples may be where criminal law comes into play if you have inappropriate relationships with teachers or students. Then you may have a lot of real estate things that are happening when you're talking about building schools or doing renovations or hail damage and roofing services. You have to know a lot about real estate. You're definitely going to have some information in there about finances and money and how to, you know, move forward with that. Labor and employment law and human resources in terms of contracts or terminations, or what can be done if someone needs accommodations. And then special education is my favorite topic in education as a lawyer, and deciding whether the R meetings are being held effectively, whether the paperwork is being done, and we're meeting deadlines, and that there are things that are not going to hold the district legally responsible based off of what needs to be done. So just off of that small snippet, you can imagine how many things and how many people come through my door and send me emails, and how many notes are on my desk about what do we do about this, and can this parent or person be an emergency contact if we don't have a court order? Or what does the court order say? Can you interpret, you know, a lot of the legislation that applies to education today? And how does that apply with the programs that we're trying to run? And are we in compliance? And so I think that'll round out a summary of a lot of the things that I do as a general counsel for a school district.
Wow, indeed, a very detailed summary. You seem like you are very well prepared for the role. So we congratulate you, and we know that
Yes.
you do very well. So real quick before we leave, do a little roundhouse. We'll start with Dr. McFrazier. You've been here several years. What is one of the most memorable moments of homecoming for you?
Well, you know, homecoming at Prairie View is an experience that I tell everyone you have to. Again, I mentioned earlier, it's the best homecoming, HBCU homecoming experience in the SWAC, and of course, just MEAC. It is what it is because it is the best. I love you know, the chili cook-off. I appreciate having the opportunity to see the parade, and the game, of course, is always very, very exciting. In the past, they've had you know, the comedy shows and the step shows, and I represent, you know, the coldest and the oldest. I have to put that out there. It's just, there's so much to experience that you know, you'd be remiss to name one thing as being the best, but it's very, very exciting. And unfortunately, COVID didn't allow us to to come together this year, but I appreciate the efforts of those who've said, hey, we need to take care of home, and this virtual platform allows us to still interact. So it's wonderful.
Right. And by the oldest and the coldest, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, right?
Is there any other? I mean, what else is there?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I'm a former Miss Black and Gold, so I think,
and you represent well. So, and so I stick that in there. I know though there are people out there cringing, but we started it all. So,
right, yes. Well, thank you so much. Let's hear from our students, though. This is obviously your first virtual homecoming, but what is something that you've remembered most about homecoming since you've been a student here? Winston, let's hear from you.
Hi. So I mean, homecoming to me is just absolutely amazing. I mean, because like I'm on campus activities board. I serve on the e-board for like chairs for the concerts and lively arts. So of course, like being able to put on the events for the students and seeing their faces and when they're going to like the different events and things of that sort. I especially love to see like the alumni come back, tailgating. Love the game. I love the spirit of it all. I love seeing purple and gold everywhere. I remember just coming out side my dorm room and seeing like everyone in purple and gold. And I just love the family field and just seeing everyone just come together and really just enjoy themselves and just cheer for Prairie View.
All right. And Lara, how about you?
Hi. I absolutely love everything about homecoming. Like both of you have said, I love the tailgating. I love getting together with my family members. I love seeing the alumni come back. I love the game. I love seeing the band. And I think my favorite part would have to be my sorority. I love the events that we get to put on, and I love seeing older members of our sorority come back. And it's just an incredible experience. Just being there with the alums and seeing them be so proud of their alma mater and us being so proud of our school. It's incredible.
All right. And our alumni, Ramiro, how about you? What's your most memorable moment of homecoming?
Yeah, I think every year for me, it was always getting better and bigger and better. One of the things for me was being able to put on an entire show or a weekend event for the Latino community on the campus. If you were to walk, out to the tailgate area, you just listen for the Spanish music, and you'll come to our tailgate, and I guarantee that you would leave with a full belly. So those are the experiences that I'm ready to come back to, for one, and just kind of waiting for all this to clear out to come back home.
Yes, and remember, you're also a member of a fraternity as well, right?
I am. So Sigma Lambda Beta International Fraternity Incorporated there on campus. It's considered by me and maybe some other individuals as well, some of the pioneers for Latino recruitment and retention there. We've kind of been there and helping, volunteering to just kind of be that barrier or break that barrier, that stereotype that Prairie View, that may be out there for Prairie View. Prairie View's for everyone. And if you're ready to get educated, please come on over.
Awesome. All right. And Courtney, how about you? What was something you remember about homecoming?
I remember so many things. I think one of my favorite things about homecoming is no matter how many times I get lost and I lose my friends, I find more. And it's just a place where it always feels like family and it always feels like home. And it's like, okay, go ahead, I'll find you later. And then it's like Wednesday and we're like, hey, how are you? Did you get home safely? Nice. It was nice seeing you. But because everyone that engages in homecoming really is just in the best spirits, and it feels like home, it feels like family, it's really exciting. And for me, just the entire atmosphere is really, really important to our culture, period. And if I had to choose one thing, I think I'm going to stick in my generation and say that if you miss DJ Mr. Rogers' tent, then you didn't go.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for talking with us and sharing, everything that's going on in the College of Education. Our alumni, we're proud of the things that you all are doing. Our students, we wish you all the best in this semester. But, it looks like you're going to be very well taken care of with our faculty and Dean McFrazier over there. And once again, happy homecoming, and thank you all for joining us.
Is it okay for me to say a couple of things? I'd be remiss to not indicate that we are always looking for additional individuals to join us in our recruitment effort. I know there are a lot of alums listening from the Dallas area. We have an initiative that Dr. Lisa Thompson is spearheading. And so if you are looking to get your master's degree in educational leadership or counseling, we have some exciting programs and scholarship opportunities. And so to have you reach out to us, particularly Dr. Lisa Thompson. And Dr. Hamilton mentioned about the health and kinesiology area. It's the fastest growing department on the campus. Over 800 students. And certainly we are working, many of our students want to be physical therapists and move forward in areas of sport management, and we're looking at new degree programs. So our teacher ed program, as Whiston talked, we're looking to increase the number of male teachers. So if there are individuals who have a passion for teaching, we'd love to hear from you and would love to have you come and be a part of the Whitlow R. Green College of Education. I would be remiss not to say that before we close out.
Yes. No, thank you for definitely talking about the upcoming programs and what's available. I'll tell you, you all are running a tight race with the College of Architecture. They almost recruited me the other day, but now I'm looking at the College of Education. I mean, I haven't, yeah, I mean, I have an MBA already, but I, like you all, I do believe in lifelong learning. So I really love what I've been hearing just from our panel this morning. So we'll see. Dean McFrazier may have to pay you a visit and we'll have to talk.
Come talk to me. I'd love to hear from you.
Yes, sir. Once again, thank you all for joining us. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, but I'll be back. You'll see me again, and I'll be able to give you a great conversation with another SWAC championship coach from the women's head soccer coach from our soccer team. So we'll be back in just a moment. Once again, we're here live virtually from Prairie View A&M University Virtual Homecoming Week.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
Even though there is so much against us,
You will see me choose to protect myself and my community from the coronavirus by wearing a face covering.
Because it's going to take all of us thinking about one another.
And even with my face covered, you will see me.
You will see me as a mother, a wife, a friend.
As an athlete who gave everything to the game I love.
As a father, leading by example.
As a sister.
An entertainer.
As a champion for my people.
You will see me finding a light in a dark time.
To unlock our creativity and push our craft.
You will see me demanding the space to tell the stories that matter.
As a man who knows that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
join us in wearing a face covering to help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because covering your face is one small act of kindness that has the power to bring us together.
And welcome back to day 5 of the Prairie View A&M University Virtual Homecoming Week. We're going to get into our next interview with another SWAC championship coach, Coach Sonia Corvello, our head women's soccer coach. Hello, Coach.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing outstanding. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Yes, looking forward to talk with you as I always am.
Same here, same here.
Yes, a very different time in athletics right now, right?
It is, it is. It's been an adjustment and, I think you have to look at, every opportunity and every day as an opportunity to get better. So I know as much as it's been a challenge, it's given us an opportunity to grow and to learn different aspects, of not being able to always get on the field when you want to. So it's adjusting with, a lot of Zoom meetings, having our sports psych involved heavily also with the team. So it's definitely been an adjustment for all my players, including the coaching staff as well.
And give us a little bit of your background, your experience in the sport of soccer, and what led you to Prairie View.
As far as, I grew up in a small town called Strathroy, Ontario. My family grew up watching soccer. So I basically felt that passion from the day I was born. So, having the opportunity to come to the U.S. and play Division I soccer at another HBCU university, Mississippi Valley State University. So I had an opportunity to play in the SWAC, and it basically led me to coach at Mississippi Valley first, and then I went to Cleveland State to coach for a few years, and then the opportunity to come to Prairie View, opened up for me a couple years ago. So I'm very, very happy to be here. We've done a lot of great things in the last 2 years with the program. A lot of commitment from all the players, that had to inherit me as a coach, and also bring in new players that, was also going to change, the culture here within our women's soccer program. So, to be able to do what we've done in the last 2 years has been incredible, but it came with tremendous hard work from everyone, including, even the administration too, to get me here as well.
And yes, making a very impactful scene here in Panther sports with our SWAC championship title. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
Oh no, it's just I think one of the things that has just been incredible is finishing off the season that we did, and shooting for new goals for this season. And I know that it's been challenging for our team because we want to defend our championship again. Very few teams in the conference has ever won back to back. So we're looking to not just win back to back, but to continue to build our program stronger in the region as well as in the conference and in the country.
And what are some of the, adjustments that your athletes are speaking about, with you? What are their conversations? How are they feeling right now, being student athletes and having to juggle, not just learning online with their classes, but also trying to get used to doing things online virtually in their own sport of soccer? How are they doing?
I know they were having to adjust. I know it's a lot of screen time that they're not used to. So, we try to do our best to keep balance. Right now, it is safe to meet as much as possible in Zoom when we have our team meetings, individual meetings as well too. So, some players are striving in these moments, especially academically too. It's a different way of learning for them, but some players have done extremely well. And some students do prefer the traditional way of face-to-face learning. But we're making sure that we have the resources available for them, not just from the athletic side, but the academic side as well too, to make sure they are successful in these moments. So it's important to position them to where they understand about focus, refocus, and taking minutes, just to kind of take a break from the screen work. So Zoom has played a big factor in how we've been able to adjust. So it's been great for the coaching staff as well too, because when we do now film breakdowns, instead of having everybody come to a certain location, it does provide flexibility as well. Especially if a player has just a small opening in between classes, we can get an individual meeting in as well. So, but overall, we do have, the resources that we're able to connect with our players, and that's great. So.
Well, I was wondering how training was going, because I was talking with the baseball coach yesterday, and he said that he's having his athletes, working out, but they have to actually video tape their workout and and send it to him or post it online on the social media page. So is that kind of what you're doing with your athletes as well?
Yeah, we provided like a program that if we're not in training physically together, that they do have a strength and conditioning program. We do a lot of tactical review, so a lot of game breakdowns, so that at least we can still advance their knowledge and understanding of the game from a decision-making standpoint, instead of just alone the physical aspect. So we touch a lot on the social and emotional aspect as well too, as part of our team topics, which also plays a factor in it. I know it's hard, yes, to connect when we're not, physically together, where we have everybody in one room or outside in the soccer field. But we try to engage our players, being able to share, their unique stories of how they got to Prairie View, what led them, to be successful in this area of their life, or as a student athlete, or on the field during their championship, moment that they had. So we do have a lot of new players that are here too that, haven't experienced, the true culture of Prairie View, because obviously everything has been a little bit different to how the student population is on campus and the events that's typically here. So, we do our best to try to connect as much as with the team, but I also created like a mentor and menteeship within my program. So one of the older players that's been here in the past, has responsibilities as far as mentoring the younger players coming in for the first time to Prairie View. So it's been very helpful. But we're here to help all our student athletes. So if they ever feel like they need a certain area they need to work on, we're here to provide as much information and feedback towards our team.
Indeed. Now, in addition to winning the 2020 SWAC title, making history, if you will, being the first coach to bring that SWAC title in soccer to Prairie View, in addition to doing great things within the SWAC, you also have had an athlete that has had experience and exposure in playing internationally, right?
Yes.
There was Quinn Hosea, I believe.
Gwen Josiah. So she's been a great addition to our program as a student athlete. She's had experience to play in the FIFA Women's World Cup, so on the first team. So she just got selected in early 2020 to represent St. Kitts national team. So she had a chance to play. I think it was against Team Canada as well, too, Jamaica, and a couple other matches. So it's great to have our players being recognized around the globe to play in such a big tournament for women's soccer. So she's not the only player that we do have on the national team right now. So we actually have a couple other players that have played, whether it's under 17 national team or under 20. And we just brought in another player that plays on the Puerto Rico national team as well this year. So a lot of our players do have international exposure in when it comes to the game and experience. And I think that's been such a great not just adjustment, but additions to our program. So everybody's kind of bringing their own culture into our team culture here at Prairie View, which is great. So it's diversity is so strong within our squad, and it's great to hear our players' journeys as they, from when they've grown up to being here at Prairie View.
And what about your experience growing up as a young athlete? Was it always a passion of yours to play soccer?
Yeah, it always was. My dad and my brothers, we always watched the Portugal national team growing up. So my parents were actually born in Portugal, which is in Europe. I had a chance to get my dual citizenship and have that opportunity after playing my 4 years in college and going overseas to play for the European qualifying matches. So I think it was such a great experience. It was definitely always a goal of mine when I was a player. But just to have that experience under my belt and, just seeing now my players go through, that important stage in their life. And some of them are already doing it while they're student athletes as well. So it's great to see how they are balancing, the academic piece, being a student athlete Division I, and also playing for their national team as well. So it's just great to see, my players also reach those goals too. And that's, I'm not just a soccer coach, just coaching Division I soccer. I'm here to also help my players, achieve goals that they want to achieve while they're student athletes, but especially too when they get into their professional careers. So they know they can always come to me for whatever it is that they need so that they can continue to advance. So I want all of my players to do well and be successful and be independent and create, their mark in this world.
Yes, and they're exceeding their academic standards. I understand you had several that were on the honor roll this past athletic season, right?
Yes, we've had a lot of players, stay always committed to their academics, and that's one of the things that when I'm recruiting a student athlete, that's a big focus when you're coming in what we're looking for. We want a player that wants to succeed as a student athlete academically and athletically, because it's not just winning championships alone; it's them performing well in the classroom. And usually when I recruit a player that does well in the classroom, you start seeing that transmit onto the field as well, the focus level, the concentration.
Yes, you're definitely right. I can definitely agree with that. I recall my time here as a track athlete, and it was kind of weird though because like in the fall, my grades kind of they were a little borderline. I kind of not necessarily struggled, but it was like my motivation. I had to kind of fight for it, and my grades were just like at the tipping point. But for some reason, when track season started, and I'm competing, I'm training, and we're traveling, you would think that that would take away from my academic, studies a little bit and my grades were low, but my grades and my GPA would actually go up during track season.
Yeah, and one of the things that we do here with our women's soccer program is if we're on the road, we do study hall on the road as well. So we allocate a time that our team goes in and completes their study hall hours. But what I love to see is when we're on the bus and we're doing like an 8-hour trip, is players just doing their work on the bus. So they utilize that time there's no distractions. They're literally on the bus, and then they have their working on their studies right on the bus as well. So it's great to see that. We have a lot of players who have to get an A. So how they study and how much they study, they have their own goals that they shoot for themselves as well.
Yes. Well, let's talk a little bit more about competitive soccer on the national and international stage. Team USA winning the World Cup, right? Recently?
Yes, last
Yes.
year.
And those ladies are amazing. I watched the tournament, and but it's not just about soccer with those ladies. They are very verbal in even whether it's the Black Lives Matter movement, voting, really vocal in things that are important to them, and being outspoken. How do you talk with your athletes, or do you have conversations with your athletes about things that are or that they're passionate about going on in the world?
Yeah, and that's what's great about our program too. And I have a leadership group within my program too, and we bring up conversations as well. So I have them kind of take the lead in those areas of what they feel is important to discuss. And I think one of the biggest things that I let my players know is it's a safe space to discuss anything that you could be struggling with or what's going on in our world right now. And the power that they have to change it, especially with the platform that they have as well. So being a female coach too, the limited opportunities that's happened in the past, like you see across the country too, very few female opportunities there is, not just in athletics but in those leadership roles that I want my players to to take those roles one day and not be afraid to challenge, themselves too. And they have to understand is they have to be at their top game all the time, and that's one of the things that I do share with my players is, it's so important to, understand who you are, and where you came from, your roots, in utilizing the resources that are on campus as well, if you need it. And I really like having our players also lead those discussions. It doesn't just come from the coach. And that's where I've kind of open that discussion up with them to say, hey, this isn't Sonia Carvello's team. This is our team. So that they know that and they have that to empower other student athletes, not just on our team, but on our campus, the regular student population as well.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for doing that and taking that, I guess, sense of awareness that it is important to have a voice as an athlete and a student, and that their voice does matter. And just real quickly before we go, what is the season looking like? What's your roster? How many athletes do you have right now?
So the season has been moved to the spring. So right now, our first out of conference game is starting on February 5th. We opened up at home against Incorn at Word. We are with a roster of 22 players, so 2 goalkeepers and 20 field players. So it's been, great to see how the players have been working this fall. We do have a great quality team. I think we have, a stronger team that we did last year. But the preparation has been a little bit different, obviously, with everything that's going on in the world. So that's going to be, a challenge on its own. But we're going to do everything we can. If we have 10 days to get better and get into training to get things done, then we're going to utilize those 10 days. But we are looking forward to the spring, but we're also looking forward to today, making sure whatever we do today is going to, prepare us also for tomorrow and getting back on the field again.
And I know, unfortunately, that the spring soccer camp that you normally hold was canceled. Any goals to, no pun intended, any goals of yours to bring the training camp back?
Yeah, we're going to look to do a soccer camp in the future whenever it is safe to do so. So, we're going to wait for, the direction of the university when we're allowed to have safe soccer camps on campus. And then we can move from there, what NCAA allows and then what our athletic department allows for soccer to allow after.
Right. So, well, tell us a little bit about the camp. What all goes on in the soccer camp?
Yeah, usually what I do within my soccer camp, I usually try to do it just within a full day. And typically we have a morning session where players register before they come in. And we do basically like a skill session, technical training, and just playing small-sided games. And then we open it up a little bit more. And then typically they go and grab lunch. They have an opportunity to view the campus if they like to as well. And then we do what I call it's special topics. So it's basically a question and answer panel. So I actually have some of my current players on the panel. So then, those campers can ask them questions regarding how they enjoy their experience here, how they got to college, what the admissions process works across, not just at Prairie View, but across the board in the country regarding, doing really well in your high school classes, because those transcripts follow you of how you get into college as well as your SAT, ACT process. So, and just discuss the opportunities that they have from scholarship opportunities within a university and athletic scholarship opportunities as well that Prairie View and other universities offer.
And about how many athletes do you normally have in the camp?
We keep growing. So I think the most that we've ever had was about 30. So this is all new. So it's just been a year, about over a year in the making. So, we were hoping to double this year in 2020, but we'll wait and see. But I know that when, we're able to have camps again, we expect those numbers to really grow. So, and then we'll grow with, adding youth camps as well until that the high school camps grow bigger.
Awesome. Well, what about some of the athletes that you've had that have graduated and they're now alumni? How are they doing? I guess the ones that are playing internationally, are they still doing so right now?
Well, we had one that let me see. Right now, we don't have one that's playing international that's graduated from Prairie View at this time. But we do have, I just got a text message 2 weeks ago from one of the players that graduated last year from the championship team, just checking in, and they're excited about seeing how our program is going to continue to grow, and they're happy to be part of it with me being here, helping them earn that championship. But they want to be involved in giving back, and one of the things I shared with them is, I think with everything that's going on too, is them having an opportunity to talk to our team. A lot of the players that have returned have tremendous respect for them as well too. And, and for the new players to hear basically one of the veterans, that experienced a complete 4 years at Prairie View, and then now being in the workplace right now. They're in the medical field right now, so it's great to see them progress. And I know she's going to medical school as well. So I know that what's great is just hearing they're doing well, and they're continuing to achieve their personal goals, professional goals as well.
Has anyone spoken of any aspirations of becoming a coach?
Let me see. Right now, over not just at Prairie, but overall, from what I've coached over the last 10 years, we have about 5 players that are in coaching right now that I've coached, and 3 of them have been in the Division I level. So that's exciting to see that. So right now, as far as we've had about 1 that is expressed in coaching full time. But right now, some of them, there's new players that have come in, and I haven't asked that question yet.
Awesome. Okay, and the ones that are already coaching, what are some of the institutions or educational places that they're coaching?
So one of the universities is Western Illinois University. I have 2 players there that I've coached. They actually played together at Mississippi Valley State. And then we had one, Alex Newman. I don't know if you know her. She was my assistant coach last year at Prairie View. So she was part of the coaching staff of the 2019 championship. And then I have 2 other players that are coaching at the high school level right now.
Awesome. Well, they're doing great things. We got coaches, we've got international athletes. I mean, you're knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, but they, I think at the end of the day, whatever they're passionate about, they're gonna start learning that even more throughout their college years. And then sometimes it ends up being after, when they have taken time off school and maybe using that 1 year to kind of travel, and if they want to do that or able to do that. Well, now it's harder, right, to travel right now, but at the end of the day, like I've always told my team, like I'm going to be here for you, not just for your 4 years. It's 10 years from now, if you need my help, or if you need a reference to help you get into a career that you're trying to get into. So and sometimes they just call just to talk, to make sure, just to basically check in, making sure that I'm also doing good too. So that's always nice to know that, I've been able to make those kind of like impact in my players too. And it's all about building those relationships long-term. It's not just the 4 years.
Right. And I really admire you doing that, keeping in touch with the athletes once they leave the university. And I know that they appreciate it so much. And one thing before we go, you've been here a year, so you've had at least one homecoming experience. What was something that I guess fascinated you the most about your time with Prairie View at homecoming?
So it was in 2018. I had my first homecoming experience. The thing is, we're always in season. So I remember having a Friday night game, and we had like huge turnout from our alumni that was basically coming already on campus on the Friday night. So it's a great vibe. Like I just I think it's exciting. And the fans are so passionate. That's what I love about Prairie View A&M and our alumni, is how passionate they are for the university, for athletics as well. And people are very nice as well too. So I remember walking with another colleague on campus, just kind of walking around the football stadium and introducing myself, because I was a new soccer coach as well, and very welcoming. And that's what I loved about the people I've got a chance to meet in the 2018 experience. The football games are always exciting as well too, and winning on homecoming is always exciting as well.
Tops off homecoming when there's a win to go with it. Well, Coach, thanks so much. As always, I'm a fan of yours, big supporter. It's always good talking with you. So thanks so much for joining us here in this virtual homecoming experience.
Thank you for having me, and I appreciate you having this virtual homecoming 2020. It's exciting to still be able to, offer our alumni opportunity and how we're connecting right now. So at the end of the day, we're still connecting. We're not separated, even if we're through the computer right now. But I appreciate your time and thank you for having me on the show.
Yes, you're welcome. Good luck on this season.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Well, once again, day 5, had a great conversation with our another SWAC championship coach here on the Hill. We've got more coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break and we'll be back with Dr. Joanna Thomas-Smith and a one-on-one conversation. You're watching live here at the YouTube channel of Prairie View A&M University and also Facebook Live at PVAMU Alumni Affairs. We'll be back in just a moment with more from the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Experience.
Even if I tried, even if I wanted to.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
0,01 секунды. Итак, в этом финале старт принимает Альберто Контарена по второй дорожке. Замечательный спортсмен.
Came to Prairie View in June of 1966 after graduating from high school. And it was a great atmosphere with lots of students from rural towns all over Texas mainly. So a lot of people from small towns with small town backgrounds and high aspirations to get an education here. One that was implanted in their minds from their teachers and ministers and parents that Prairie View was a way to a better life. I was not a great athlete in high school. I didn't make the state championships in sports in any of them, even though I played them all. I had this love of baseball because baseball was the big deal in my high school, and I went out for the baseball. But the baseball coach decided that we were losing very bad, and he decided that he's going to take us off to the track and make us run. And I ran faster in baseball uniform and tennis shoes than some of the athletes that were on the track team. And the track coach was there timing it. The next day, baseball coach cut me and told me that I didn't play baseball anymore, I ran track. When I went out for the track team, I made the track team, but I wasn't a superstar. I was basically one of the slowest guys on the team. Here's a kid that in May of 1966 could not make it out of the district championship in his district in high school. 2 years later, June of 1968, they selected 16 athletes in the U.S. in every event to go to the Olympic trial. And I'm number 16 in the United States. They liked the idea that a guy from a Prairie View could compete against athletes from UCLA and Oregon and Villanova and on an equal footing. So I had a lot of people that were rooting for me. I knew there weren't 3 people in the entire world that could run a 400 meters as fast as I could. I knew that. So going into the Olympic Games, I had that type of confidence. I won a gold medal in the 4x4 relay, or as we call it here in America, the mile relay, and I won silver medal in the 400-meter dash.
Back. It's Newhouse, United States. Right up on Jenkins now. And also going well right on the outside is Maxie Boggs.
I can't explain to you what happened in 18 months that took me from not being able to win the district in my high school district to setting the national record in the NAIA. All I can tell you is that God still creates miracles, and I think I am a product of God's blessing.
In lane 2, Newhouse leads. Wantarina cutting down on the Little American. And Wantarina comes through in lane 2. Newhouse tying up. The Cuban drives for the line and on his way to a second goal. Goal for Cuba.
The highest values of Prairie View A&M University, and it is my great honor to present you with the 2019 Distinguished Alumnus Medal.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back. I have the honor to talk to one of my favorite people on this campus. Now, I know every interview I've done, I'm like, oh, this is my favorite person. Oh, this is my favorite person. But y'all don't understand how special Dr. Emma Joanne Thomas Smith is because, first of all, she's just an interesting person. When you meet this woman, you are walking up to a living, breathing library of fascinating details, facts, and things you didn't even know you needed to know. This woman, in her presence, you grow 10 feet taller. And so there's that. She's an amazing educator. In fact, last night, just in my PhD course, higher education, accessing higher education environments, Dr. Thomas Smith challenging us, making sure we're staying up on our reading, uh, and just building us up, building cohort 13 up. And then you've come to know her as a fine actress. So if you've seen the openings to the PV virtual homecoming, you noticed there was a bit of storytelling happening each day before we got started. And so I asked Dr. Thomas Smith to participate, and graciously she did. And I tell you what, I had a ball playing with this woman, along with my granddaughter, who, as it turns out, both of them are named Emma. And so they became immediately endeared to each other as well. So without further ado, I would love to bring to you all Dr. Thomas Smith and have a brief conversation. Maybe you can see some of the nuggets, see how brilliant she is, and receive some of the nuggets that she gives to us on a daily basis. Yeah, so I'm excited. Dr. Thomas Smith. Hey.
Hello. Hey, you're overrating me. It's so good to see you.
Yes, I'm so tickled. I'm literally tickled. My face is just hot right now because I'm so impressed by you. I'm a huge fan of yours. I have been since the first semester I started working here at Prairie View in 2017, when I was told there's a woman on this campus who knows everything about it. You should get to know her. And then as it turned out, here I am with you on a regular basis. And like I said, I'm 10 feet taller as a result. How you doing today?
Oh, thank you. I'm doing fine. Thank you. I'm just honored to be here, to have been asked to participate.
Are you kidding me? The honor is mine. The honor is mine.
So I've been trying to catch everything I could on with the virtual homecoming. Of course, we are working from home. We are working, so I've had to kind of slice and spice, but I've been able to. In fact, I just heard the wonderful piece on KPVU this morning on the Whitlow R. Green College of Education, and that's my college. So I was really excited about that one. But all the pieces, I mean, every session has been just, more than I could ever have imagined. Because we never imagined a virtual, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
Just really phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yes, and the work with the development office has just really been right on top of everything. So
Absolutely.
proud of you all.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Miss Williams, Carm Williams over in development. I mean, she is a force indeed. With the team that she has at her back, especially LaShonda Williams, who's been doing a lot of the interviewing with her and capturing the stories of our esteemed donors. This is something that we've got to continue, because we're having an immediate, direct conversation with the entire PV Nation. And one thing that I'm learning from the team over in development is that this happens every day. This really working our network and being close to our alums and to our parents, the parents of our students and to the students and to aspiring students. This work is never ending and it's always rewarding. And I know that you're at the forefront of all of this. Tell us about your involvement with development, because you're such a champion for the work they do.
Well, it starts with truly believing that education makes a difference. And just as we were talking about in our class last night, this whole question about whether or not a college education is really necessary, does it make a difference? I mean, it's obvious that, just look at the experience of the African American in this country. The introduction, the placement, the movement into middle class, upper middle class has come through access to education. There hasn't been enough opportunity, hasn't been enough access, brought enough access, but what has been, look what difference, what it has been. Not as much as it anywhere near as it should have been, but look at the difference that it's made.
Yes, ma'am.
And so for me, whatever we can do as an institution, as individuals, organizations, to increase opportunity and access, I am all in. So it was not a hard sell from day one. And you know, when I came here almost 50 years ago, didn't make a lot of money, neither did anybody else.
That's right.
And so, but I believe that of what you receive, it's kind of like we say in the church, you know, you have to tithe. And I think when it comes to education, you have to tithe.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Well, that actually segues into my next question for you. So neither one of us actually attended Prairie View for our undergraduate careers. In fact, neither one of us actually attended Prairie View. Well, me now as a PhD student, but we both come from other schools at different parts of the country and yet somehow Prairie View has become this incredibly special place. I know it has for me, and you've been here, like you say, for 50 years. What aligns you? What endears you to this place in particular in a way that it doesn't seem like your alma maters do in the same sense? I mean, I know you love your beloved Tuskegee, but there is something very clear about your allegiance and alliance and love for Prairie View. What is that about?
I believe that it all has to do with the fact that I was privileged to be in positions at the university from first year faculty member all the way up to provost, to witness the struggles, to witness the triumphs of this institution.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's when Dr. Woolfolk, the late Dr. George R. Woolfolk, noted historian, and his book Prairie View, a study in public conscience. And when you really, really look at the way Prairie View has evolved and developed over the years, I mean, it has not been without some real challenges. I mean, there was probably as much of a chance that it would not survive. You know, a whole lot of HBCUs, public and private, have not, as there was that it would. So I really believe that having a chance to see the dedication, the persistence, to see, as I said to you one day when I came in 1968, I could not believe what the place looked like physically. But when I arrived, I hadn't met anybody. I arrived on a Sunday. I drove through the campus, and I thought, I was accustomed to Tuskegee, of course. I was accustomed to the schools in Atlanta because they were close by. I was accustomed to FAMU, Bethune-Cookman, and others, but I had not seen anything that looked like Prairie View A&M University.
Well, what did it look like?
Well, it was,
you told me, but tell the people out there.
But there was no plan. I drove through, into the campus, what is now University Drive or Sandra Bland Parkway. That you couldn't go all the way. You could go all the way through then to where the library is now. There was no library. You could drive all the way through and go all the way around by the cemetery. I kind of thought, well, maybe this part is the older part, and I'm going the historic part. And if I keep driving, I'm going to arrive in the new, modern, contemporary. This is 1968 Prairie View. I knew California's Azusa Pacific College, and they have an upper campus and a lower campus. One's kind of historic, one is kind of all modern. I thought, well, maybe it's like that, and I didn't make the right turn. So I went back down the what is that, University Boulevard, Sandra Bland Parkway, And I stopped at this, what was a service station. Now there's a place where they're going to dedicate, the city is going to put a park there. But there was a service station there. So I stopped. And the gentleman who owned the station came out. I asked, as he would give me a refill. He started cleaning my windshield. And I began to ask him questions about Prairie View, about the part I was going to work in. And he just very, very calmly said to me, you know, you've taken a job somewhere that you don't even know where you are. You've never seen it. Well, I was never invited for an interview. I had 2 job offers on the table, Prairie View and Cal State Long Beach. I'd been to Cal State Long Beach, right there next to the VA hospital. I knew the place.
Yes, ma'am.
I looked for apartments already. So I had to, but never did Prairie View invite me for an interview. When Dr. Ann Campbell, who recruited me to Prairie View, sent me, I guess what was a telegram, a telegram in that day, quoting the salary and telling me basically what the job duties were, said nothing about inviting me or paying for me to come for an interview. When the salary got to where it was really right at the salary at Cal State, I thought, it can't cost as much to live in Texas as it does in California. I know that from living here, being there in Washington State and going back and forth up and down the coast. But so I came. And that morning, when I saw the place, and there were lots of little small frame structures, the grounds were in need of much care. There weren't a whole lot of buildings there. I thought to myself, I'll do this a couple of years and I'll move on to next. But the point of it all is this. I found out after being there just a year or so, because in those days, you didn't have a lot of staff, a lot of faculty. Everybody did everything. Yeah. They didn't worry. I mean, they assigned you to advise students from towns you'd never heard of. They assigned you to advise organizations that you didn't know what the organization was about. But you were going to do the work. So I didn't care. I got involved in doing the work. Sure. And once you got involved in doing the work, you saw not the place, you saw the people. You saw people whose credentials were such that they could have worked almost any place. And you're talking about the bottom of the 60s, coming into the 70s, when there again, opportunities weren't super great, but you were at a time when you were moving in and toward the Great Society, and there were opportunities for many of these faculty members who had gotten doctorates from all over the place, all over the world. They were outstanding in their fields, but they had made a choice to stay, if they were already at Prairie View when they got their doctorates from wherever, Michigan, Harvard, California, Texas, wherever, they returned. And they had this commitment, this unbelievable commitment to making this place a first-class place. Now, you know, just at first blush for me, that was like, this is a stretch. I don't know if they're all okay or just what, but I found in them this dedication, and somehow I was caught up in the spirit of the place, in the spirit of the people. Yeah. And I saw then the alum. I began to see alumni, folks who had come to this institution that had little or nothing. You talk about disparity between the Prairie View A&M and the Texas A&M, the Texas Southern, and the University of Houston. All of this, of course, comes out with the Ayers case, and comes out with the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education, looking after some lawsuits had been filed at the disparity. But I'm talking about people who come out when the word was paucity. Right. The word was neglect. The word was, but they had gone out from that place and made a mark for themselves. They had placed the institution's name, you know, on billboards. Yes. And so when you saw that, and you compare, and you look back, you know, catch my back, you look at their backs and you see behind them these faculty and staff, people like staff like Mr. Leroy Marion, who was the Dean of Students. You saw Dr. George Woolfolk, Dr. George Ragland. You saw Miss Tyler in business. When you saw what these people had produced, the coaches, I mean, the Billy Nicks of the world.
Oh gosh.
You had to pack your bags and get away from this place, or say, I'm all in.
Right.
And without realizing it, I was all in. And
No doubt.
Purview, I'm so grateful to that institution for giving me a chance to ply my trade, to do what I could do to make the difference that I could possibly make in the lives of people. And that's what life is. I mean, that's in essence, if you're not doing that, what are you doing?
You just took my breath away. The university is of the people.
Mm-hmm.
It's the people that makes the place, not the shiny buildings and the glass and the steel and the chrome and the fancy. It's the people that make the place. And you make this place, Dr. Thomas Smith.
Thank you.
You make this place. Now I'm a puddle of water right now. I know we have to go pretty soon because we have the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology coming up right next, and I'm gonna borrow just a few minutes of their time, just about 5 minutes of their time, because I want a few more minutes with you to talk to you about your vision for this university. You've talked so much about the history and what, and in talking with you extensively, the history of this place. Looking forward, what's your vision for this fine university?
Well, first of all, you have to know that there's nobody who could be happier, who could have greater pride than I have in the current administration being led by the illustrious President Ruth J. Simmons, her team, our outstanding faculty and staff. And I am blessed to have had the opportunity to be the boots on the ground person with Dr. Corey Bradford in bringing everybody under the tent to put together the Prairie View A&M University Strategic Plan, re-engineering Prairie View A&M University 2016 to 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And so that document, if anybody wants, if you're interested, please go up and go to a website and pull up the strategic plan. You'll know it when you see it because it has this nice cover that has a picture of the electrical engineering building on it. But that plan and what has happened as we've implemented that plan really shows that this institution is poised to have to fully realize what is said in that 1984 amendment to the Texas Constitution, Prairie View, an institution of the first class, along with UT, Texas A&M, Prairie View, an institution of the first class. Those words are the words that was phrased by none other than the Honorable Wilhelmina Delco.
That's right.
For whom we named our Whitlow Green College of Education. I mean, the building where the college is located. But we are looking at ways. Look at the new ideas. I mean, look at what we've done in technology. Look at the coming of the African American Studies program. Look at the coming of Be Global, our new quality enhancement plan, which is aimed at really increasing the intercultural competence of our students. We want our students to be, all of them, to be prepared, not just to work in Texas or in this region or in the US, but to live, to work, to know. Because we know this place, there are no boundaries anymore. Because of technology, there are no boundaries. There are no boundaries. And so when you look at the interdependence of economics, of politics, you look at the interdependence, you see that we have the challenge of preparing the students who matriculated the university for a wider, different kind of, more dynamic, rapidly changing world. And so my thinking is that what's happening now under the leadership of our president and her team is the setting of the foundation, is the setting of a place that's ready to launch this place fully to being the institution of the first class, a place I always refer to as Prairie View A&M University, the brightest sun in the southwestern sky.
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, that is Thomas Smith right there. Before we go, I do have to touch a little bit on your acting career, your budding acting career. The second stage you're about to go into, because this thing is real. You know, we're gonna launch you up there with the best of the best in the acting field.
Oh, don't blow me up! Don't blow me up!
I want to play really quickly. The first day. Opening sequence and just find out from you how it felt to be a superstar in front of the camera. Laura, do you mind running that segment for us real quick?
School, friends, classroom, teacher, friends, sports, laughter. She misses school. Real school. And this isn't school. This isn't what she thought the new year would bring. 2020, this isn't school. No more
Where am I? What is this place? Am I inside Zoom? Where am I? Where is everyone? This is PB.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you lost?
I don't know. I was in class in my bedroom, and then I was in a black room, and then where is everyone?
Here.
I was just
a cute little kid. Let me tell you a story of a great place. A place where your every step is affirmed. A place where you can always call home.
And so begins this wondrous journey. Home. And so begins this wondrous journey. Home.
Where is everyone? This is PV.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you lost?
I don't know. I was in class in my bedroom, and then I was in a black room, and then where is everyone?
Here.
I was just
a cute little kid. Let me tell you a story of a great place.
One day, I heard a voice call to me. It rustled and whispered cool in the breeze. It hurried along the ground and blew through me, kissing my soul. Come home. Come home.
Come home, she said, eager to hang up my coat. Offer me a seat, kiss my face, warm. Come home.
Welcome to day, oh God, what day is it? Day 3, 2, 1.
You have long traveled far, all the way there and back. Home always welcomes you, gives you rest, family. Come home. Come home, my sweet, sweet love.
And so, I found the path home.
Yeah.
I found the path home, and I ran. I ran in a full sprint home towards myself.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the amazing, accomplished actress. We're just gonna put it out there, award-winning actress. No. Dr. Thomas Smith. So, what'd you think seeing yourself up there on the screen like that?
It was fun. I'm happy that you allowed me to, because I'd seen pieces of it and I said, man, there are parts I didn't see. I hope it came out okay. I'm just so proud of, just so happy that you all
Well,
allowed
we
me
were
to be
happy to
part of
have
it.
you. Thank you so much for giving us your time this afternoon. I know you're an incredibly busy person, thinking up of all the ways you can stretch and bend all of our minds. And you've actually added to my reading list today. I'm going to go find Dr. Woolfolk's book and some of the other references that you made mention today. I just appreciate you so much, not only for giving us your time this afternoon, for just leaving your fingerprints all over the success of this university. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Coming
That's
home.
right. That's right. And thank you to the faculty and staff and Dean Gibson of the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology for gracing us just a few minutes of the time for this next segment. We're going to take a very, very, very short commercial break so that I can hop out and Lisa can hop in, and we'll begin the talk with the amazing College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology. Please stay tuned.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
even though there is so much against us.
You will see me choose to protect myself and my community from the coronavirus by wearing a face covering.
Because it's going to take all of us thinking about one another. And even with my face covered, you will see me.
You will see me as a mother, a wife, a friend.
As an athlete who gave everything to the game I love.
As a father, leading by example.
As a sister.
An entertainer.
As a champion for my people.
You will see me finding a light in a dark time.
To unlock our creativity and push our craft.
You will see me demanding the space to tell the stories that matter.
As a man who knows that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Join us in wearing a face covering to help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because covering your face is one small act of kindness that has the power to bring us together.
A&M University. We've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
And we're back. Once again, day 5. We hope you all are enjoying this virtual homecoming experience here on the Hill at Prairie View University. We're going to get into our next interview with the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology. We're going to talk with Dr. Camille Gilbert, the Dean of the College. Hello, Dean.
Thank you for having me and the college today.
Yes, you're welcome. We are so pleased to know that you did have a little bit of time to talk with us today, just as we've been doing with all of the colleges here at the university. We want to just find out what's going on in the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology and any upcoming events and programs that you all have. But first, let's get a chance to know you a little bit. What's your background and what brought you here to Prairie?
My background is in criminal justice and juvenile justice. I also have a graduate degree in rehabilitation counseling. Years ago, when I was a doctoral student working on my PhD in criminal justice, my emphasis was juvenile justice. And so I heard that there was something special going on in Texas, that at Prairie View, someone was starting up a juvenile justice graduate emphasis. And so since that was my focus, I explored the opportunity and wound up here in Texas, which has the only, to our knowledge, still the only PhD program in juvenile justice in the country.
Wow. And I can't, help but to admire your beautiful accent. What's your origin?
I'm originally from Jamaica, but at this point in life, I've spent most of my life in the United States. So
I started to say Jamaica, but I didn't want to make a mistake and say like Trinidad. But I have a lot of friends that are Jamaican, and I've always loved their accent. So I like your accent too. It's beautiful. I think it's cute. And talk a little bit about what's going on in the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology. What we do know that things are very different in the learning environment now. And what has it been like for you all over there in the college?
things have, of course, been very busy adjusting because we do a lot of face-to-face programming with families and communities, and our students are engaged in research and community service. So we really have to adjust given COVID. But the college is made up of three parts. There's the Justice Studies Department, where we have the juvenile justice degree programs, but we also have the psychology department, where we have an emphasis at the graduate level in clinical adolescent psychology. And these two areas are really offshoots of the Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention Center, which is state supported. The Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention Center came first, and the graduate programs support the mission of the center, which is to have a positive impact on young people so they don't wind up in the juvenile justice system. So we do quite a bit of research in college related to addressing issues of family and children. Now, prior to the college existing, we had psychology here. It was in arts and sciences, and prior to that, it was in the College of Education. And in the 1990s, an undergraduate criminal justice program is here as well. And just recently, last fall, we added a criminalistics concentration in the criminal justice program, which is at the Rellis campus of the Texas A&M system in College Station area. So we continue to grow, and reflecting on the number of graduates that we've had since the college has existed, it's quite a bit. In juvenile justice, 56 graduates who are leading in different parts of the country and various parts of the world. The clinical adolescent psychology program has been around since 2004, and we have graduates there who are in high demand, especially given a shortage of mental health PhDs, clinical psychologists, which is a need that we have had for years, and especially this year is even more recognized. So we continue to be busy in all areas of the country.
Indeed. Now, I understand that over the summer, you all had a virtual summit that focused on the education and protection of Black and Brown boys. Tell us a little bit about that summit.
Right. That is part of the center initiative, and it's in collaboration with the Texas Education Agency. TSU is a partner in that effort. We and the College of Education, a very important partner. The concern there is that many boys, Black and brown boys in the state of Texas, their life outcomes are not as positive as they should be compared to white boys in the state. And so this is an emphasis on addressing that gap. And to do that, we're working with a number of nonprofits throughout the state that are doing this work. So our role is to strengthen what they're doing, support what they're doing, and make sure that persons in the different areas know what the available programs are. So if our boys need support, they know where local assistance can be found. And we continue to do research and some minor programming related to that. But again, our main role is to strengthen the folks who are doing that work.
Yes, a very important topic indeed. And with the faculty, there in the college, what has been, some of the discussion in regards to the way that things are going now with the learning virtually and teaching virtually? How are the faculty doing?
Well, I'll say this. At the graduate level, we've always had folks who are working in the field showing an interest in advancing their education. Our masters in juvenile justice is totally online because the target audience there are people who are already working in the field. And we definitely have folks from the state and outside of the state who the online structure, it was already there, it was already working great. So our students have been able to adjust. The faculty members did a marvelous job really quickly adjusting, but we may have been ahead of some other areas because we already had this fully online program in the college in juvenile justice. So our faculty are used to online and they were able to pivot really quickly to make the adjustment. So far, so good. We have outgrown our space. So we definitely had to take our very large classes online during this time to facilitate social distancing. But we miss seeing our students. It's a little quiet around, but so far, so good.
Well, that's good to know. Just a little bit more about the college there. I did read where there was a researcher, one of our researchers there, found promise in the juvenile diversion program in your study of cyber crime laws. So that's an area of focus for the college as well.
So, yes. We in the criminal justice curriculum, we have a course that teaches students the basics of cybersecurity and computer. And we're currently in talks with folks in the College of Business and the Secure Center in the College of Education to expand cybersecurity education specifically targeted for non-STEM majors. We have a virtual reality lab. We hope to have students in the lab this year. We have vendors with programs that they were giving us free for our students to utilize. But no, we have to adjust in how we're doing those sorts of things. But yes, we have more and more people doing cybersecurity work. The faculty member you're referring to is Dr. Kethanini, and her expertise is researching cryptocurrency, what's going on with Bitcoin in terms of criminal enterprise. So you definitely try to stay on the cutting edge to make sure that our students are ready for the needs of the workplace.
Yes, and I'm glad that you brought up Bitcoin. Expand on that a little bit. I mean, just if not just for me, because I hear of it, but I'm really not totally understanding what the whole Bitcoin conversation is about. Can you educate us who don't know about the whole idea behind that?
Kethanini, I'm not Dr. Kethanini, but I say this: cryptocurrency represents an alternative currency that persons can use, and a large part of the attractiveness is that it's not as traceable as cash. So there are people in the world who are using it for investment purposes, to buy buildings across the world, etc. So it's just a different way of moving funds without the traditional tracking mechanisms. That's my understanding, but Dr. Kethanini could tell you a whole lot more.
Okay. Well, thanks for at least giving us a little bit of an insight on that. At least for me, you helped me out a lot. If you haven't helped anybody else, I really feel like I know a little bit more than I did before as far as Bitcoin. Let's talk with one of the faculty members there in the college. I understand we have Dr. Robin Jackson joining us.
Hello, how are you doing? I'm Dr. Robin Jackson.
Yes, Robin Jackson. Yes, how? I'm sorry, I was going to say, how are you? And you have to forgive me. It's been a long week. I've been doing a lot of talking. So forgive me if my lips get a little tired. But yes, thank you so much for joining us. And how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm doing good. I completely understand how you feel about doing a lot of talking throughout the week. Pretty much most of, if not all of my classes this semester are all virtual. And we do something called internet synchronous, where we meet with students at a specific time, like whatever time their class was going to be. And even though we interact and we do different things, it requires a lot of talking. So I completely understand how you feel about, your voice gets tired and different things like that. But I'm doing okay. It's a challenge. It's a new challenge. But I welcome challenges when it comes to teaching and trying new things.
And give us a little background about yourself and what you do there in the college and what brought you to Prairie View.
Well, I am an assistant professor in the college in the Department of Justice Studies. And I originally came from Sam Houston State University. So I didn't have the privilege or pleasure of attending an HBCU as an undergraduate or even for my graduate degrees. However, I am actually from Texas. I'm down the road. My hometown is Bryan, Texas, or for those of us that are from the area, we typically say Bryan College Station. So I grew up with Prairie View being in my backyard. My mom knew about Prairie View. I knew about it. I just didn't attend when I went to college. But once I graduated and got my PhD in criminal justice at Sam Houston State University, I got my undergrad and I earned my PhD from there as well. My area of interest is related to things that deal with race, gender, and juveniles. And I wanted to be able to teach and work at a university that focused on that and that had that as an emphasis. And I felt like Prairie View would be an awesome place for me to further my research and also to reach out to students that I knew had similar interests, similar backgrounds, similar experiences. That's not to detract from other types of universities, but this is where I wanted to be. So this is where I came when the position became available and I had the opportunity to interview. That's what I did. And I think I made a really, really good decision.
And we do too. So thank you for choosing Prairie View. We're so glad to have you. Let's talk a little bit about your experience here. It's a different day and age of learning online, completely online with COVID-19. What has been your experience so far?
Well, like I said, it's challenging. It's different. Last semester, about midway through the semester, we had to switch completely from, as far as the undergrad classes are concerned, we switched from face-to-face to online. And again, it was a challenge. However, I also teach a few of the classes at the master's level online. So even though it was a challenge, I knew what to do. It was just the quickness of it. This semester, with everything being pretty much all virtual, even though I meet with my students, we have Zoom sessions where I will discuss and interact. I think the biggest challenge for me has been making sure that it's more interactive. And so that it's not just a talking head or a screen where my screen is up, I'm talking, and the students aren't really paying attention, trying to make sure that they're engaged. So trying to develop and come up with new ideas to ensure that they are actually learning and listening, but then also making sure that they know and remember that I'm available. It's one thing when we're face to face and they know you're in your office and they can just stop by and come and get what they need, whether that's something that's academic, career advice, or they just need to talk about whatever's going on. So making sure and coming up with different ways to do that has been a challenge. But again, like I said, it's a learning experience. This semester, I've actually had the opportunity to get involved in a new program that's being launched here at PV. It's called a Q, and it's basically something where we are learning how to provide better instruction in terms of online. It'll work in face-to-face classes as well, but just learning and teaching in the online environment. And so, because I'm going through that, I'm kind of a student again with that. And I get to think about it and approach my classes with that same mindset and to employ some of those techniques and think about things that I wouldn't have thought about beforehand.
All right, and thank you, Dr. Jackson, for that insight. I understand we have some more faculty that's joining us right now. Let's go ahead and bring them in. Who do we have with us?
My name is Nabil Wassini. I'm a faculty member.
All right, thank you for joining us. And give us a little bit of information on what it is that you specialize there in the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology.
Well, I teach a lot of variety of classes, a lot of different classes, anywhere that goes from policing to juvenile gangs. So I have a very generalist approach to teaching classes in criminal justice and justice studies. But what did I do? Recent work that I'm working on as far as research is more of an international approach. So a lot of the publications that I'm working on at this time period have to do with international issues of criminal justice and justice studies. So, for example, I have an article that's about to be published within the next few months, actually, that talks about China's COVID response and the issues that are related to African immigrants to China. So that has been a publication I've been working on and has been published. And I just actually I published an article on criminology in the Arab world, specifically in North Africa, and I've been offered a contract to write a book on it by Routledge. So I'm working on that at this time period as well. So, I'm just jumping around doing different things that have to do with international issues of criminal justice.
Well, it sounds like you're doing amazing work, and good luck and congratulations on everything that you're working on and with the book and everything. I understand we have another faculty member that has joined us.
Hi, this is Susan Frazier-Kwasi. I'm actually not a faculty member. I'm the director of the Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention Center, of which Dr. Gibson has already mentioned. So I came to PV almost 6 years ago from the University of Michigan, and I learned about Prairie View from one of our colleagues, Dr. Pamela Martin, in the psychology department, who I had a relationship with at the University of Michigan. And so I was intrigued by the notion of working at an HBCU. I had colleagues who had worked at HBCUs before. And so the transition going from a predominantly white institution or PWI to HBCU was something I was looking forward to. And I was aware of some of the challenges, but I also was aware of some of the promises that an HBCU could hold. And so I haven't been disappointed, but I want to say a little bit about the center because working in a virtual environment has been a challenge for us. Many of our programs and initiatives are based in the community or throughout the state of Texas. So we've developed web-based trainings. One of our trainers, Dr. Angela Broadus, has done trainings in substance use and abuse among teens, has converted her modules of training to a virtual platform. As Dr. Gibson mentioned before, the Summit on Black and Brown Youth came out of the center, and we did that virtually again this year. And so we have been challenged by the COVID-19 environment, but at the same time, it's offered us a lot of opportunities to reach more people virtually. And so that's exciting for me. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. And I do apologize. I didn't have your name in the beginning, but my producer did tell me that you were waiting to get in. So I said, hey, let's bring you in and have you talk about what you do there. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. And let's just talk a little bit about the justice system, right? I mean, we could probably talk for a couple of days about the way things are being done now, but I would like to hear, and I'm pretty sure that our listeners and our watchers would like to know as well, what are some of your thoughts on just, the way things are being handled in the justice system as it pertains to Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, I guess most specifically Breonna Taylor. Any insight on that, or any comments you'd like to share with us on your thoughts about how that was handled?
I think I also want to be joined by my colleagues in justice studies, who also are definitely at the forefront. But there is a movement of police reform, obviously, in this country that has been precipitated by the consistent killings of Black and Brown men and women. And so that's something that we are very much following and very much aware of and want to be involved in, both at the state level and at the national level, in terms of what is driving police reform, what is going to work, what is effective. And also, part of our work that we do in the community is helping to build relationships between communities and law enforcement. As you can imagine, with Black and Brown communities, there has been a gulf between the two groups. And so some of the projects that we're initiating have been to try to bridge those relationships, to mend those relationships. But that's a serious undertaking. But I think at the forefront right now on the national scene as well as the state level, we're looking at police reform, and that goes all the way from adult to juvenile. So perhaps Dr. Gibson and others may want to join in terms of.
Yes, yes, definitely. Yes, Dr. Gibson, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Well, we've been studying conflicts between police and persons of color for the longest time. So we have a pretty good idea of what we need to do. Unfortunately, one would think that given the passion of the summer, that something would have happened, especially with this being an election year,
right.
But it didn't happen. So we need to continue to work closely with persons in the community towards encouraging our legislators to really do serious police reform. We've been studying this for a long time, so we already know how to fix the problem. We already know where a number of issues are. We already know that certain things should not happen. We already know that in Breonna Taylor's case, there were officers who were not trained, acting in a militarized fashion, and that was a problem. So we need to just have the will and keep the pressure up to make sure that we apply what we empirically know needs to happen. And we are working to support our students and to encourage them to learn the skills necessary and to engage in political processes so they can be some of the people making changes. Right now, we have some of our students who are involved in a lawsuit about voter suppression. This is a historical point for Prairie View from the 1970s. They had a case that went to the Supreme Court. And oftentimes, our students are involved in activism that takes place on campus. And it takes that activism and engagement for change to occur. So we have to continue to engage until we see what we need to see.
Yes, and thank you for bringing up the, yes, I'm sorry, I just want to thank Dr. Gibson for bringing up the issue of the voter suppression case that's going on now. We're going to circle back around and hopefully talk a little bit more about that. But I did want to hear from Professor Wasini. Can we hear your thoughts in regards to the, the way the justice system is working right now in regards to what's been going on in the world?
I agree with what Dean Gibson was saying. Academics have been studying this for a very long time, and we know what to do. The problem is getting politicians, and this is the issue that I have to deal with a lot of times when discussing this with students, is that we look at the academic work that's out there, we look at the literatures out there, and this has been discussed for a very, very long time. When I teach policing, for example, we talk about the treatment of Black and Brown communities, early on from the 60s, and we see history repeating itself over and over and over again. And criminologists from that time period have given through empirical research things that we need to do for reform. The major problem that I see is that, and we talk about this all the time, is the political will by politicians to enact. And there's this big gap between academics and politicians. And I think this is one of the things that we have to do as academics, is try to be at the forefront of the reform movement, because there isn't a political will, and it's become normalized in our society. So and especially with the current kind of political environment that we live in here in the United States. So I think this is the major issue, is that, academics for the longest time have been giving suggestions for reform, and they know exactly what's going on in society. However, politicians, for the most part, and, it's different in different parts of the country, are not willing to enact or willing to, you know, uh, you know, uh, basically put in those reforms that academics have suggested.
Thank you for your insight on that as well. And we have Dr. Williams, another faculty member, has joined us. Yes, hi.
How
Another,
you doing?
yeah, doing great. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm glad you were able to get in in the room there waiting for us. But yes, give us your background and what it is that you do there in the college.
So I teach undergraduates. I'm in the Department of Psychology. So I teach undergraduate. I have a PhD in clinical psych. And so I teach a lot of the undergraduate students coming in, but also do a summer program. We have a summer bridge program. And so I get a lot of the students who are incoming freshmen and that are coming into the school. So my goal is really trying to get them in, to get them involved, to really kind of learn the university, but also and so we have a learning community too. With the learning community is we keep them together for 2 years, and because the goal is trying to get the students out in 4 years. So we have this cohort that when they come in, they work and they have classes together and they meet together with me and throughout the year, so that they can have a good working relationship. But one of the things that I wanted to say about when we talked about police reform, and what I talked to a lot of my undergraduate students about, is getting involved. Getting involved, and even with the learning community, even with the program that we had this summer. And usually they come on campus, but this year with COVID and everything, we had to have a virtual summer program. So that was a little bit different, and and we had to really adjust, and we had to really adjust pretty fast. But one of the things that I really talked to them about, again, is about getting involved, knowing what you can do, and what I always tell my students: Prairie View produces productive people. And so what I want to do is to prepare you so when you go out into the world, you can be a productive individual that you can represent Prairie View. So if that's in nonprofit, if that's in law, if that's in any area that you choose to, because I think that at this point in time, I always tell my students, we need warriors. We need people who's going to be out there on the front line, because at this point, it's a lot going on. And so, we can't wait for them, but what we can do is we can prepare them so that when the time comes, they can be ready to go out there. And so, the thing that I try to do in the 4 years that they're here is to really try to prepare them for their next. So if it's going to graduate school, medical school, law school, or things like that, to really prepare them. Okay.
Yes. Well, thank you. My next question is something that I'm just wondering, with the campus police department and in the college there, are there any programs that you all are collaborating on with the police department here on campus?
Sorry, the police department use the Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention space for trainings. They had a police student academy that they started this past academic year, and we have been involved in helping to assess the effectiveness of that program. Folks in the center will also do trainings that are available to law enforcement, not just on campus, but in the area. And over the years, the police department has been very gracious in accepting our students as interns. Many of our students go into law enforcement, state, local, and federal. So yes, we do have that collaboration and communication going on with the campus police department and the area police departments, Prairie View Police Department, and various constable offices, also Houston Police Department.
Right. Well, sounds good. Well, let's hear from our students and our alumni from the college. We'll go ahead and bring them in. Let's see, we have, hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all doing today?
Doing well. What's your name and what's your classification?
Uh, my name is James Harney. I'm a senior psychology major.
Okay, nice to meet you, James. And what has been your experience over there in the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology?
I'm originally a transfer student from Howard. And so when I first came to Prairie View, my experience has been pretty good. I feel like the college itself is kind of in its own little bubble or its own little world. And so the faculty is always great. They treat us good, make sure our classes are going, things like that. So it's like a mini family.
Awesome. And what is it that you look to do once you graduate from Prairie View?
I couldn't hear anything that was said after that.
Oh, okay. I was asking, what is it that you aspire to do once you graduate? Okay, maybe we have maybe a bit of a technical difficulty. Do we have another student? We'll come back to James. Let's see if we have another student. Who do we have? Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? My name is Alexis Sparks, and I actually am a criminal justice major with a minor in psychology.
Nice to meet you, Alexis. And what has your experience been like there in the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology?
So far, my experience has been very well. My freshman year, I was able to have the opportunity to do the Pulse program, which Dr. Williams was talking about. And just so far, I've been like involved in many clubs like throughout criminal justice and just being involved. And so far, I like it so far because I've learned a lot and I've just been able to like apply everything I've learned. And yes.
Well, sounds good. And what are some of your dreams, goals, and aspirations in this field?
So my overall goal is to help juveniles. So I want to attend law school to get my law degree and then go from there because with a law degree, you can do so much than just become a lawyer.
Good. Well, what was it that brought you to Prairie View?
So my mom and my dad and my older sister actually graduated and went to Prairie View. So that just pushed me to come here even more.
Sounds good. And is there anything that's going on right now with this whole pandemic and your virtual learning experience that you'd like to share with us? What has it been like?
Well, I'm more of an in-person class type person, so I will say that virtual, it's not that it's complicated, but it's definitely a challenge for sure because I'm more of a face-to-face person type, and it has been a little challenging overall. I've just been doing like a more reading and studying, trying to like grasp everything. But overall, it has been pretty good, just challenging with, going from in person to virtual.
Awesome. Well, sounds good. Well, I'm pretty sure that everyone there in the college is, making sure that you have the best virtual experience that you can. So, thank you to the professors and even the dean for just, ensuring that our students get the best experience and that they know they have your support. I understand that we have let's see, Dr. Kwasini. Kawasi, I'm sorry, Dr. Kawasi. There is a video that we're going to show. Is he or she on? Or
yes, I'm here. Yeah, I was
okay.
working backstage with Ms. Vest. And yes, this is a video that we worked with students on creating around police stops. And so a student created it and directed it with the assistance of Ms. Vest. So I think we're ready to go.
Yes, let's see that.
Did you know
Receiving a traffic ticket saves you from going directly to jail. During the early to mid 1900s, American drivers breaking the law or speeding beyond the speed limit were often taken into custody for traffic violations. In an effort to reduce congested jails and courtrooms, the issuance of tickets and citations were implemented. Today, tickets are issued as a courtesy notice to drivers with the option to pay the fine or to contest the citation in court. Here are 3 steps that can be applied during traffic stops to ensure the safety of both the driver and the officer. It is important to remember that the goal for both parties is to get home safely. When you notice the flashing lights of a police car, do the following steps. Step 1. Slow down. Step 2. Turn on hazard lights, acknowledging the officer you see the flashing lights and are complying to pull over. Step 3. Pull over to the right shoulder. If there is no right shoulder, find the nearest exit to pull over. Step 4. Put the car in park and turn off the ignition. Step 5. Depending on the side of the car the officer approaches, open that side's window. On a busy highway, the officer may approach on the passenger side of the car. As the officer approaches your vehicle, it is important to comply with all the instructions given by the officer. As stated before, the goal is for both parties to get home safely. In order to achieve that goal, both parties must assist the other in a safe experience. This can be achieved in the following steps. Step 1. Place your hands at the 10 and 2 o'clock position on the steering wheel. This is to help the officer establish a visual on your hands. Avoid making any sudden movements again until instructed by the officer. Step 2. Breathe. Yes, breathe. Whether you violated the law or not, the officer wants this experience to go as smoothly and as quickly as possible as well. The goal for all is to get home safely. Step 3. When the officer asks for your documentation, slowly reach for your driver's license and proof of insurance. Step 4. If the officer instructs you to step out of your vehicle for further questioning or investigation, please comply. Remember, this is not the time nor the place to argue why you have been pulled over or why you need to exit your vehicle. If there are others in the car with you, brief them to remain there unless instructed otherwise by the officer. Remember to be calm and compliant because the goal is to get home safely. Step 5. At the conclusion of the traffic stop, the officer will issue you a ticket. The ticket should be looked upon as a receipt of the experience and not an indictment of guilt. You will have 2 options in response to the citation. Pay the ticket and resolve the citation immediately, or appear on the appointed court date to contest the ticket. The ticket will include the officer's name, badge number, and the details of the stop to assist you in your efforts to contest the ticket, should you desire to bring your case before the judge. Finally, once you have your ticket and have concluded the stop with the officer, give the appropriate signals and safely return to the proper lane. Beyond the settlement of the citation, whether you pay the ticket or contest the ticket in court, you have the option of filing a complaint if you feel your rights have been infringed upon during the traffic stop. It is important to choose the proper and safe forum to communicate your grievance. The dangers of arguing with the officer during the traffic stop rest on you both. The outcome will always be in the officer's favor, as he or she will take measures to end the confrontation with an arrest or further actions. The driver's right to file a complaint can be realized in the form of a written statement, completing a complaint form via the agency's website or through a visit to the police chief. All of these options will serve your needs and ensure that you and the officer get home safely after the traffic stop. We hope these tips will help both police officers and citizens experience a safe and brief traffic stop. Remember to remain calm, comply, and use the appropriate forms for contesting the ticket and filing a complaint. And as always, the most important goal during a traffic stop is for all citizens to get home safely.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for showing that. That was going to be my next question, in my in my mind, wondering what are we teaching our students, or are we able to even teach them anything like that within the curriculum? So this is perfect. Go ahead, and you wanted to elaborate on it.
Right. Well, the students that created this video, and actually there's another version. This is the day version, and then we did a night version. The students that created this was primarily in response to the incident of Sandra Bland right outside our campus. And the students, the new students that were coming on campus after that incident, were concerned about what they need to do. They were afraid, and fearful of what might happen if they were stopped by the police. And so I believe this is information that has been incorporated in their orientation when they come on campus, just sort of what you need to do if you should ever get stopped by the police. That doesn't, of course, exclude the police not acting in accordance to the law, but for you as a citizen, this is something that to start with, how you might want to conduct yourself so that the goal is to stay calm and to get home safely.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, and yes, I was just going to say we are going to show the nighttime segment of that as soon as we wrap up the segment or towards the end. So we'll definitely be able to get that in. Yes, yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, let's see. I know we were trying to talk with one of our students earlier, but I think no, he's still there. James, are you still there? Okay. I think you may be muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So hello again.
Hey.
Yes. Hey. So let's just pick up where we left off. You were telling us a little bit about yourself. You're a transfer student from Howard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what led you to leave Howard and come to Prairie View?
Finances. It's super cheaper at Prairie View than it is Howard.
Yeah, that's a good reason. Yes. And since you've been here so far, what are your thoughts virtually?
Virtually, it's been good. My experiences has been good. I've been taking a lot of science classes, so my psych requirements are kind of out of the way, and I've kind of gotten the hang of most of the teachers in the department. So I already know, how they're going to go about posting their lectures, or handling their classes. But it's been good. I mean, they have office hours after each class session, so it's kind of like you're still on campus. They try to incorporate little mini games or conversations and do breakout rooms for you to go into. Some teachers will incorporate videos and things for you to watch to try to just get the material to you in different forms and fashions versus them just standing in front of the camera and talking the whole time. So it's been pretty good.
This is your first semester as a transfer student?
No, ma'am. This is my third year as a transfer student.
Okay, so you've been with us for a while. All right. Well, welcome and thank you. And we wish you the best of luck in everything that you desire to achieve here in the college. Now, I know we have one alum, I believe, that's on the line. Okay. Who do we have with us? Or do we not have an alum? I see a gentleman, I'm not sure. Okay, we have two students, I'm being told now. Okay, and who do we have with us? We've talked to Ms. Sparks already. Who's our next student that's going to talk with us? What's your name?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Chris Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Jackson. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm
How are
doing
you?
well. Thank you so much for joining us. And tell us a little bit about yourself. What is your classification? Where are you from? And what are you majoring in?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Chris Jackson. I'm a senior criminal justice major, psychology minor, from Tyler, Texas. And I just plan to endure my career paths towards criminal justice. And because I like the law and I like, what I'm saying, practicing law and stuff like that. And I just plan to outreach to different people and network to different people and get things handled properly, because this is a crazy time that we're living in. And so I feel like it is important for another Black male like myself to set an example for not only the Black community, but for the police community as well, that people can see each other's sides. And that's just a little bit about me and
Sounds
my
good.
future and what I want
And
to do.
what do you think about this whole virtual experience that we're having now with the way that we're learning?
Yes, ma'am. It's been very difficult. It's been an experience. That's what I want to say, because the 3 years I was here, everything was face to face, and my last year, now everything is virtual. So that has been a major adjustment, and I feel like it has helped me and it has hurt me in different ways. And what I mean by that is that it has hurt me because not my grades are doing solid, but it has hurt me in ways that I had to adjust to. But also I gained more knowledge and understanding how to be more flexible, that everything can't go as planned. You have to be flexible and go off the fly and just adjust to certain things. So my grades are doing fine. I had to get used to certain things for a little while, but overall, it's not bad. I'm getting adjusted to it, and we're just gonna
Well,
see
that's
how the
good
spring
to
semester
know.
goes.
All right, we want to hear from another student. Tell us who you are and what's your classification.
Hello, my name is Cedric Rosewell. I'm a criminal justice student with a minor in psychology from Dallas, Texas, and my major is in criminal justice and minor psychology.
And what has the experience been like for you as a major there in the college?
It's been very different trying to adapt to the online, and you know what I'm saying, you got to be very disciplined because it's, you know what I'm saying, if you're not up on, on time, checking your email, checking your different courses, checking your different modules and stuff like that, it's very easy to miss important information that the teachers are giving to you. And it's, you got to develop different study habits and different habits, you know what I'm saying, really focusing and really paying attention, being virtual and not
And
in
what
person.
are some of your future goals there after you graduate?
Well, after I graduate, I plan on going back to Dallas to become a Dallas police officer and eventually working my way up to the federal
Awesome.
law
So,
enforcement.
did you get a chance to partake in the training of the Student Police Academy with the University Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, I did. And actually, it was a very good experience because many people say they want to be a police officer and never have, you know what I'm saying, hands-on experience or never get to see what the police officers do or encounter on a day-to-day experience. And, you know, everybody think it's like the movies when actually it's not. It's a lot of paperwork, a lot of procedures, a lot of rules that you have to learn. It's not like just bad boys just having action and stuff like that. So it was really a good experience that you can have
Well,
hands-on.
elaborate on that for us a little bit. What did you like most about being a part of that Student Police Academy?
Well, I like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I like having that hands-on experience. You know, in the college, we learn more about the rules and laws and things that people encounter. But being in the police academy, you got to be able to learn, go to ride along, get to see what they got to do, got to learn hands-on, learn different techniques. We had this one scenario that we got to do. We got to put on the different police equipment and got to, you know what I'm saying, see what they do in certain situations. And one of the situations was when they had a person coming at you with a knife and they want to see what would your reaction be. Would you try to grab your taser? Would you try to grab your gun and shoot them? And most people grab their gun to shoot them, and it was just a different experience because, you know, a lot of things that's going on in today's society. Many people think, oh, well, why didn't that officer tase him, or why did that officer do that? We got to be put in their shoes and see what they were dealing with and what they go through in the high stress level that they encounter during those situations. So it was an eye opener at the end of the day.
Awesome. Well, I know Chief Jameson will be very proud to know that the Student Police Academy has been very impactful. So thank you for giving us your insight on that. And we're going to wrap up. But before we do, I want to thank everyone for speaking with us, Dean Gilbert, faculty and staff, and our students. And we're going to go into part 2 of the PSA on behalf of the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology. We saw part 1 was our daytime version. And next, we'll look at part 2 of the nighttime version of the public service announcement in regards to educating our students and our community on what to do in a police traffic stop.
Did you know traffic stops are the leading cause of death for police officers? According to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, nighttime stops prove especially dangerous for both the driver and the officer. Here are 3 steps that can be applied during traffic stops to ensure the safety of both the driver and the officer. It is important to remember that the goal for both parties is to get home safely. When you notice the flashing lights of a police car, do the following steps. Step 1. Slow down. Step 2. Turn on hazard lights, acknowledging the officer you see the flashing lights and are complying to pull over. Step 3. Pull over to the right shoulder. If there is no right shoulder, find the nearest exit to pull over. Slowly proceed to a well-lit area for added safety. Step 4. Put the car in park and turn off the ignition. Step 5. Turn on the interior dome light to assist the officer with visibility into your vehicle. Step 6. Depending on the side of the car the officer approaches, open that side's window. On a busy highway, the officer may approach on the passenger side of the car. As the officer approaches your vehicle, it is important to comply with all the instructions given by the officer. As stated before, the goal is for both parties to get home safely. In order to achieve that goal, both parties must assist the other in a safe experience. This can be achieved in the following steps. Step 1. Place your hands at the 10 and 2 o'clock position on the steering wheel. This is to help the officer establish a visual on your hands. Avoid making any sudden movements, again, until instructed by the officer. Step 2. Breathe. Yes, breathe. Whether you violated the law or not, the officer wants this experience to go as smoothly and as quickly as possible as well. Step 3. When the officer asks for your documentation, slowly reach for your driver's license and proof of insurance. Step 4. If the officer instructs you to step out of your vehicle for further questioning or investigation, please comply. Remember, this is not the time nor the place to argue why you have been pulled over or why you need to exit your vehicle. If there are others in the car with you, brief them to remain there unless instructed otherwise by the officer. Remember to be calm and compliant because the goal is to get home safely. Step 5. At the conclusion of the traffic stop, the officer will issue you a ticket. The ticket should be looked upon as a receipt of the experience and not an indictment of guilt. You will have two options in response to the citation. Pay the ticket and resolve the citation immediately, or appear on the appointed court date to contest the ticket. The ticket will include the officer's name, badge number, and the details of the stop to assist you in your efforts to contest the ticket, should you desire to bring your case before the judge. Finally, once you have your ticket and have concluded the stop with the officer, give the appropriate signals and safely return to the proper lane. Beyond the settlement of the citation, whether you pay the ticket or contest the ticket in court, you have the option of filing a complaint if you feel your rights have been infringed upon during the traffic stop. It is important to choose the proper and safe form to communicate your grievance. The dangers of arguing with the officer during the traffic stop rest on you both, but outcome will always be in the officer's favor, as he or she will take measures to end the confrontation with an arrest or further actions. The driver's right to file a complaint can be realized in the form of a written statement, completing a complaint form via the agency's website, or through a visit to the police chief. All of these options will serve your needs and ensure that you and the officer get home safely after the traffic stop. We hope these tips will help both police officers and citizens experience a safe and brief traffic stop. Remember to remain calm, comply, and use the appropriate forms for contesting the ticket and filing a complaint. And as always, the most important goal during a traffic stop is for all citizens to get home safely.
A very educational, two pieces of educational information that you all provided for us from the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology. We thank you for that because our students on what to do in traffic stops. So I personally want to thank you because, as I said before, I wondered if that message was getting across, and if so, how would we do that? So thank you so much, Dean Gilbert, and all of the faculty. Thank you all for joining us, and the students. We really appreciate all that you do and that you're doing there in the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology. We wish you a happy homecoming. And if there's anything else that you'd like for us to know, please just feel free to email us. But I think we've had a great segment. Dean, would you agree?
Yes. And it's Gibson, but I get called Gilbert all the time.
I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I did talk with her yesterday, though. So
it happens. But yes,
yes,
for this opportunity. We're so proud of the hard work our faculty and staff do, and how well our students do. with us and when they leave us.
Yes, ma'am. Well, once again, we'd like to thank everyone for joining us all this week. This is day 5. Day 6 is tomorrow, so don't forget about that. We've got more coming up here on the Hill with our Prairie View A&M University Virtual Homecoming Week. Stay tuned, because up next we'll have a great conversation with none other than our president, Ruth Simmons, and her interview with the Office of Development. I've been talking to a lot of colleges this week, but President Simmons, a great conversation coming up with the Office of Development. Stay tuned, more coming from you, coming from us to you. It's been one of those weeks, people, but it's homecoming. So, it's expected to have a lot going on, which we do virtually. We'll be back with more. And like I said, coming up, our conversation with the Office of Development and President Ruth Simmons.
Good afternoon. Today we have with us President Ruth J. Simmons. Welcome, President Simmons, to the Homecoming 2020 virtual All About Giving.
Okay, thank you.
We are so pleased to have you with us today, and we really want to talk about and share with our alumni and friends, why do you, President Simmons, support the university personally?
Well, when I came to Prairie View, I think in my first remarks to the community, I said that I didn't know how long I would be at Prairie View as an interim president, but for as long as I am here, I promise to be all in. And all in terms of a relationship with an institution means that you focus your philanthropy on that institution, you focus your time on that institution, you focus your overall commitment to that institution. And so I started giving early in my career because I was very grateful for all of the things that had been done for me. And I started early and began to understand ways in which I could make a contribution beyond my time, beyond my sort of intellectual involvement, that I could make a contribution by giving. And so I have a large number of charities that I give to now, and that I give to on a regular, if not annual basis.
Wonderful. And so you brought up a really good point when you shared that you give your time and of your intellectual knowledge, but not only do you do that, you also encourage other people to give, not just alumni, but your friends. What, why are you consistent and continuously wanting, philanthropic support to come into the university?
Well, a president has a broad understanding of the outcomes produced by a university. They also know where the needs are across the university. And so there's every reason for the president to be a spokesperson for the needs of the university. That's a big part, actually, of being a president of a university. And so, as for the way that I hound my friends and others, I learned something about fundraising years ago, and that is, it's a very simple formula, actually. If you don't ask, you don't get. Secondly, the more you ask, the more you get. And so I relate to the more you ask proposition. And so I feel that it's my job and my opportunity whenever I'm in front of people who really want to do good and who want to help young people to make them aware of the opportunity to give to Prairie View and how transformative giving can be to our university. And so, so that's what I try to do. I'm not always successful in convincing people that they should give a house, but I still try not to leave anything on the table when I'm talking with people.
Fair enough. And yes, I know you give your brother quite a hard time about.
I didn't mention his name, so.
No, you didn't. But there was something else that you just shared that I think is really important for the viewers to understand, is that as president, you really see the needs of the university. And I know since being at Prairie View, you've really pushed the annual fund. So why do you feel the annual fund is important to the university?
Well, for two very important reasons. In fundraising, there are lots of ways to give. So I could today put Prairie View in my will, and I could give in the form of a bequest or planned giving, and therefore the benefit to the university would be hopefully delayed for a long time because the university only gets it after I pass. I could also decide that I want to give a gift that will remain in perpetuity, where the university can benefit from the income off of the investment of that gift. And so I could give an endowment. And that too has great limitations, because if I give a $100,000 gift as an endowment, the university only gets $5,000 a year to use from that $100,000 until it grows and produces more income. But if I give unrestricted money to the annual fund, the university can take those funds and use them in whatever way is needed for the university. And so the first reason that it's important is those unrestricted funds that allow the university to meet needs as they arise. The second reason is very important, and that is we are judged, we're even ranked on the basis of the contributions that alumni give to their university. That is a proxy for whether or not we are doing a good job with our students, because the assumption is that if our students are satisfied with the education they received, they will of course be invested in the university for years to come. They will give, they will contribute their time, and so forth. So universities that have high participation annually from alumni tend to be ranked higher than those whose alumni give more sparsely or intermittently. And so for those two reasons, because it's unrestricted and because it is an indicator of the support of alumni for the institution, and it helps to drive the perception of the university by peers and in the rankings.
And so you're absolutely correct, and rankings are important to our university. And when alumni see us as a public institution, and they're like, but you're getting state funds, what are some of the points that you bring up to alumni that say, I don't need to give, you already give funds? How do you encourage them to understand that philanthropy also is extremely important to the university?
Well, it is true that as a state university, we benefit from the taxes that the state the proceeds that the state receives from taxing the public. But those funds come from every direction. They are not specifically from the funds that are the taxes that are paid by Prairie View alumni. That's for everyone. So that's number one. Number two, over and above what institutions get in the form of support from the state and even from the federal government, generous donors elevate universities to excellent levels all over the country by virtue of alumni who give over and above the tax benefits that universities receive. So in truth, think about it this way. We all pay federal income taxes. Those federal income taxes and other taxes that we pay go to sustain federal government. And we get a lot of money from the federal government too. But again, most alumni across the country do not consider that a substitute for their obligation to their university. So let me say this, many students have the benefit of federal forms of financial aid when they come to college at Prairie View, but they also have the benefit of funds given by donors for scholarships. And what I think we want to make sure people are cognizant of is that they need to continue that tradition, because often the difference that those scholarships made for students to be able to finish college is the kind of difference that we need alums to make for the students of today. So continuing that tradition is very important. And we would want to signal to the students who at Prairie View today, benefit from the scholarships that generous alumni have provided for you. But remember that as soon as you're able, replenish those funds, expand those funds so that future generations of students will have the same benefit.
Absolutely. It's so important for our alumni to understand and support the university personally. I want to also go to, you spoke a little bit about endowments and the importance of endowments, and how individuals can create this and can create legacies at the institution. Will you talk a little bit about the interactions that donors that create endowments have with the university, and why it's so important for Prairie View to grow our endowment? You know, we're in the high 80s of our endowment, and we have desires to grow it. What words would you say for people to make that commitment to creating an endowment at the university and leaving a legacy?
The great universities in this country have become great because they have the flexibility to build outstanding programs and not just do the minimal amount required of the university for purposes of teaching and so on. Any university that only has the minimum amount will never be a great university. It simply isn't possible. What endowments have done over time is provide the additional funds needed by universities to imagine new things that can be done. Okay, and so I'll give you a simple example. Let's say 70 years ago, some universities had no flexibility in terms of being able to support students who came to their universities. But because generous alumni created endowments for scholarships, those funds grew so substantially that a few universities were actually able to become essentially tuition free for the neediest students. So students can go to those universities without any cost to them, because endowments have now made that possible. So this element, which is having the resources to invest and to see significant returns that multiply the power of the endowment, that's what endowments are all about. So if you have a small endowment, you have very little flexibility. So if you wonder why, alumni often say, gee, I wonder why we don't do such and such, like that place over there, okay? Or there's so many wonderful opportunities for us to do this or to do that. Well, but are typically very much restricted to certain areas. And so the funds that we get may be for specific things on the campus that we have to do, and the latitude doesn't exist to do the things that they see being done by other universities. But typically, what's being done by other universities is enabled by fundraising and by endowment support.
Wonderful, thank you. And alums always want to be involved. And they say that, how can I help? How can I help? And recently, we've had some alums that are working with corporations to really rise up. What words of encouragement would you give to alumni that are in positions within their corporations to impact Prairie View financially?
So here's the thing that we've got to do a better job of. How do people know about universities, and how do they know about the excellence of universities? Primarily through the examples they see in our alumni. That is the test, ultimately, of whether or not the university is doing good work. If you see capable people, if you're working with those alongside those people in an organization and they are superb, then you will know about the institution. And if they harangue you constantly about supporting the university, the chances are you're going to support the university. That's actually the way that it's done. So don't believe that big corporations that are giving to the MITs, the Yales, the Princetons, and so forth are giving that because they perceive those institutions to be worthy of the gifts. They're giving because there are graduates of those institutions in the corporation who are lobbying persistently for additional support to the institution. We had the founder of IBM happened to be an alumnus of Brown, and so IBM got very involved at Brown. They gave lots of money to Brown. And so forth. That's actually the way that it's working. There's another element that I think is very important and that people forget to do. There is a way in which alumni can be very helpful to Prairie View. And here I have a bone to pick with alumni because sometimes our biggest detractors are alumni. And so that's I would never suggest that we shouldn't criticize things that need to be improved at the university. I think that's very important to do. At the same time, we have to be mindful of ways in which we can poison the environment for the university to get better by putting in the public sphere a lot of concerns that we personally have with the university. And so I think that has been a tradition of that at Prairie View. By contrast, here's what works for most universities. Alumni are in the workplace and they tell people about their university all the time. They speak about the positive experiences they've had at their university. They speak about their involvement with their university. And so all of um, that positive energy coming from alums influences actions on behalf of the university. By contrast, all of the negative comments have the opposite effect. And so I would say I was, and doesn't pertain to Prairie View, but I had a person who was a very famous person associated with another university where I was president, and they asked me what could they do to help the university, and my answer to them was the same. And I said, "You are a very famous person, and so quite frankly, what I want you to do is every time you are on a platform, I want you to say that you were educated at this university. Every time you have an opportunity to be recognized, I want you to say that you're a product of this university." That's how we build the profile of the university, by having people know our alumni, know their achievements, know their association with the university. And that's what will inspire people to help the university.
I love it. Alumni play such a major role in helping to secure philanthropic support to the university.
Yes. And our alumni, we have many alumni who are doing a fabulous job of securing gifts for the university. And so we need more alumni to get involved in doing that. But that isn't to suggest that we don't have extraordinary help from many alumni who are doing that.
Absolutely.
And bringing about really astonishing gains for the university. But we want all alumni to be involved in the same way.
I agree. I know there's so much Panther pride that
yes.
our alumni, and how we transition that to impact the university and impacting the students there today.
Yes.
The students that are listening now, if we talk about philanthropy and giving back to the university, what words of encouragement can you share to prepare the students that are here today who are involved in philanthropy and supporting, because they were extremely instrumental in our student center? How, what words would you share with them as we create this culture of philanthropy and create it with the students that are on campus today?
Well, first of all, it's important to say that as a community, African Americans are not as charitable as some communities. And if you look around our communities and our institutions, you will see they're traditionally underfunded. Precisely, not because people are unfair to us, but because we're unfair to ourselves. We have not yet made the commitment to do what other groups do, and that is to reach back and to sacrifice and to support institutions that have supported us. And so I learned when I was quite young that how easy it is to make that commitment. And so I started as a student thinking, well, I can't give very much, but maybe I could give $5 a year. And I discovered by beginning very modestly that I developed the habit of giving. The habit of giving. I made the commitment first, and then I developed the habit. And then suddenly beyond that, it grew. And I realized that I had made giving a part of my daily life and of my budgeting. And so I could then look at what I was spending and determine that just as I might make a budget line for an automobile or a budget line for housing, I could also reduce those and instead add a line for giving. And that's the way I built up my giving, actually, is by doing exactly that. And I'm now teaching my children to do the same thing, that give according to what you can, but there is no time in your life where you can't give, actually, no matter what, unless you are jobless or in severe financial straits, anybody can give. So here are the examples that I give when I go out to talk to people. I say, don't tell me if you're wearing Louboutin shoes or if you're driving a fancy car, that you can't make a gift to Prairie View, because I can see that you're making choices in your life. You're making a choice to invest in things that will not redound to the benefit of the next generation. They redound to your benefit, to your status, to your stature, but you're leaving nothing for the next generation. Always leave something for the next generation. And you do that by investing in our communities, by investing in our institutions, by investing in ways for these institutions to get better over time. Because what would it be like for those who come after us if one day there isn't an institution that supports our values, that tells the story of our legacy as a community? What if those all disappear because we're not willing to sacrifice to support them?
And that makes a difference when we give back to our own. And I love the fact that you're teaching your children to be philanthropic and to give back, and how important it is for us as a people.
Yes, absolutely.
Support
absolutely.
Our community is extremely important. And I'd like to continue on the conversation where you shared when you're out and about, and when you share with people about giving to the institution. I know we've talked about corporations, but I also want to talk about foundations and private foundations that have decided to support us and the work that's going on at Prairie View. How do you encourage a foundation that hasn't had an affiliation with the university in the past to see the potential and the opportunities for them to support our programs? How do you move those relationships forward?
Well, as you know, Carmi, I often say that fundraising in certain regards is really not about convincing an organization to support Prairie View. The best fundraising is all about doing our best work and making it clear by doing our best work that we are worthy of support. And if we do that and do it well, we don't actually have to ask people for money. They will line up to give us money if we are doing everything we should be doing. And one of the things that we should be doing as an institution, we should bear down on making it possible for our students to come to Prairie View, to have a smooth course of study that allows them to finish in 4 years and to graduate and go on to successful careers. So we've got to improve on our ability to help our students graduate in an appropriate period of time. That's number one. The better we get at doing that, the more people will want to support us. The second most important thing is that we have to be good enough with our programs that we attract attention because of the quality of our programs. That means our faculty, their teaching, their scholarship, their research, their publications have to bring notice to Prairie View. Because for every article that appears, about a faculty member doing something novel, something so important, there's someone out there who will say, oh my goodness, that is fantastic. I'm going to write a check. And we get lots of checks like that, by the way.
Yes.
They just read something about something happening in the university, and they just decide to send a check, including one young person. I think they were certainly less than 10 years old,
Oh, wow.
who sent a $5 bill to me to say that they wanted to help Prairie View.
Oh.
The more we do, that brings credit to our profession and to the fields of knowledge that we represent and that we teach at Prairie View, the more we will attract that kind of attention. And to me, that's the best kind of attention to attract, is just doing such a good job that people notice and say, that's what I want to support. So we recently got a very large gift for one of our colleges. We didn't ask for it. We didn't write a proposal. We didn't appeal to them. They just knew what was going on in the college and decided that they were going to just give us a large grant. So that we want to see more and more of that kind of thing happen. We don't mind asking. I certainly don't mind asking. But
not at all.
You know, it's a lot sweeter when people recognize what Prairie View is doing.
Yep.
They want to help because they recognize our students and their striving. They recognize the extraordinary young people who come to Prairie View, who graduate from Prairie View, and they want to be associated with that. Keep in mind, by and large, people don't want to be associated with failure, associated with poor quality. And by contrast, if you have something that is good, if you have something that is great, everybody wants to be associated with it. And so our aim is to do great things that serve our communities well, that serve our students well, and that add to the knowledge available to the world.
Absolutely. And so well said. When people know what we're doing and when we're doing it well, they want to support us. And as we are seeking, that support to the institution, how are alums able to play a role in sharing that information to the broader community? I know you shared that when they're, should talk favorable about the institution, but when we talk about the new programs and the research that we're going on, is there a role for alumni to play in telling that story that's going on today to the broader community?
Of course, of course. Universities are very complex institutions. And any alumnus really should want to be well informed about what is going on at the university today. What is typical at most universities is around homecoming, around special events. There are lots of programs to inform alumni about new things that are happening at the university, so they always will be conversant with what is happening today. But many alums are focused on one narrow aspect of the university. They may focus on whether or not they got their tickets on time. They may focus on whether or not they made a recommendation and that recommendation was followed. But I would encourage alums to really learn as much as possible about what is available at the university today. So what we present on the website, we have not been very good with our alumni magazine. We're trying to improve that and get more substantive stories in our magazines so that people will be informed about developments at the at the university. I often say that, what really helps universities a good deal, especially in this sphere, it's cocktail parties. So you're at a cocktail party, and invariably at a cocktail party or a gathering with your professional colleagues, people are talking about and sometimes boasting about their institutions.
Mm-hmm.
So they're talking about, the games that are won. They're talking about a new institute that's been created. They're talking about an alum who's been very successful. Every alum should go to these events armed with similar stories about their own institution. What's happening at the institution? Who's involved? What are some of the success stories that they can tell at those cocktail parties? That's what people do. So what you have to have out there competing in this fundraising world is just a wealth of positive stories about things that have transpired at the university. Every university that I've ever been at had very serious problems of one kind or another. And there were people who had particular feelings about that because of something that happened that they're not particularly pleased about.
Yep.
But they make the pivot very easily to talk about the university in a balanced way. Our alums should be able to do the same thing. They should be critical because we get better with criticism. But they should be able to pivot to talk about the things that are best about the university. And we have to put more information in their hands so that they can actually do that well.
Absolutely. It's important for us to get the information out, to share the information with them so that they have that to share to the broader community.
Well, I think development has recently been doing a very good job of that, because the stories that you're telling through philanthropy are exactly those kinds of stories. But not everyone is going to be attuned to that in the fundraising area, because they may not feel that it applies to them. But you have really told some very powerful stories about involvement with the university and about the things that are going on at the university.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We really try to get it out there so that we can encourage others to support, and for the alum to have pride about their university and the dollars that are coming in. And I want to talk about also, President Simmons, about the pandemic. We are in the middle of the pandemic. There will be life after pandemic, and we are receiving resources into the institution during this pandemic, understanding that our community has been hit by the pandemic hard, but at the same time, there's still that philanthropic spirit that is, bubbling up, that is very pervasive, because our emergency resource center, we're providing students that are directly impacted by COVID resources. How do we encourage and help people to understand that the pandemic is going on, but there also be life after pandemic? Things may not go back to the way they were in 2019, but as we move forward, the importance of finances still coming into the institution. You talked earlier, when you were younger, you intentionally set funds aside because you wanted to give back. How do people do that in a pandemic?
Well, as I say, I sometimes think that the habit of giving is the most important aspect of giving. It isn't the amount so much; it's the habit. It's fundamentally a disposition, a commitment that because we have been given so much, we must give back so that others can have what we have had. And that's kind of the fundamental aspect of it. And as difficult as things are right now for so many, we're still making choices. Every day we make choices. We make a choice to have Chinese food today. And if that's $30, that's $30 that can be given. Make a sandwich, do something different, okay? And so, I think a lot about what can we forego in a difficult time to sustain that commitment. Well, there are lots of things. When you begin to think about it, there are lots of things that we can forego if we have the commitment. There are things that we can forego. So the thing about the interruption of our habits is that once you interrupt that habit, you may have difficulty getting back to it. That's why I say the habit of giving is more important than anything else. And if you have to give $20, give $20, but do that consistently, because when times return and you no longer have the habit of giving, then you probably won't give in the same way. So the important thing to understand about difficult times is that it is precisely the moment when it's the most important time to give. If you can give in a crisis, then that's the most important time to give, because that's where the need is greatest. And our students are going through a time of tremendous strain and financial difficulty. Jobs have been lost. Families are unable to support students. And they're facing, in many cases, a dire situation and will not be able to continue their education. That's the kind of environment we're in right now with COVID-19 and the economic issues that persist. And so when we ask ourselves, what could we do that is socially responsible in this moment? What could we do to make sure when we come out of it, we can look back and say, we stretched as much as we could to do the most that we could under the circumstances. And so, I mean, it's a tremendous feeling when you are able to do that. And when you can say, I did all I could. There's nothing like that feeling when you know that your fellow your fellow human beings are suffering. It's not a matter of whether we are deserving. It's a matter of whether or not we are committed to our humanity. If we're committed to our humanity, that means we dig in, we dig deeply, and we try to help.
And you bring up a good point. We try to help. And one of our themes that we have for this virtual homecoming is take care of home. So the money that you would have spent to travel to Prairie View, fly into Houston, rent the RV, just giving a portion of that back to the university to directly impact the students will mean so much during this homecoming to have those resources come in to the university.
Yeah, that, and not a portion of it, all of it.
Okay, so I was being generous. That's where you're like, absolutely, absolutely.
I want people to stretch. I mean, I want them to feel it when they give. If they don't feel it, then it won't mean as much to them. They won't have the satisfaction that I know that they can have. Because every time, I give to a lot of places, and every time I go back to a place where I'm giving and I see what is happening, and that I can have, a little ownership of some of the good things that are happening, it feels tremendous, really tremendous. And so I want people to feel that. Alumni are connected to this place. They can't help but be connected to it because whatever Prairie View is today and whatever it is in the future, it affects every single alumnus. If Prairie View is not good, if it is not reputable, if it is not doing well, the value of the degrees of every single alum decreases. That's a fact. And by contrast, when the university soars, when it's much more widely recognized as a good university, its value soars, and the value of all of our degrees soars. So that's why alumni, above all, are tied to the university. That's why we must be attentive to alumni. It's why we must listen to alumni. It's why we must have them involved, because they are stakeholders like no one else. They are stakeholders. Wherever the university falls, their alumni will be also. And so that's why we want to raise our profile. We want to raise our rankings. We want to be known as a good university, a great university that serves our students well and that produces outstanding scholarship and research. That should be the path that we're on. And every single alumnus must want that for themselves, because if we achieve that, they will be very happy. They'll be very happy with it. One of the things that former university that I was associated with, I used to hear from alums that they were very, very happy because they barely got into college. And when they were in college, they were C students.
Mm.
Their degrees had appreciated so much as a consequence of the fact that the university had improved so much. They were deliriously happy with that. And so that's the way that our alums should feel. Any gains that we make should be a gain to them.
Absolutely. I had the opportunity to speak with some alums earlier this week, and some of them made reference that the first line that they see in their resume is Prairie View A&M University. And when you reference increasing the visibility, increasing the stature, that's why they've been able to accomplish what they have, because of the experience they had as a student at Prairie View A&M University.
Exactly.
So, and some of them feel that way, and we want more and more alumni to see the vantage point and really think about investing in the university.
Mm-hmm.
It's important,
exactly.
and it will pay off. It will definitely pay off. As we are wrapping up, and this has been a wonderful conversation, President Simmons, what are the parting words that you would like to share with alumni during this virtual homecoming that we're experiencing?
Well, I think we all feel that we've lost something by not being able to come together and enjoy the jubilation of homecoming. Because homecoming is all about celebrating our community. It's all about valuing who we are. It's all about valuing the tremendous journey that we've been on. It's all about valuing our respect for our compatriots in the struggle. And when you can't come together to do that, to have some barbecue, to have a drink together, to dance to music that's very familiar, to see where the students are today, and to see the campus, clearly something is lost. But here's the thing that we can remember and appreciate, that we're going through one of the most difficult periods in the history of the country. period, that none of us ever could have foreseen, frankly. It's been the combination, I call it the trifecta. It's not just a worldwide pandemic. It's not just the devastating economic consequences of the pandemic, but it's the social issues that have come before that affects our community in a very dramatic way. All of those things together, they're like a punch in the stomach, frankly. And in spite of that, we're finding our way. I'm proud of our students who've had to, on a dime, change from face-to-face instruction to this weird online learning that they hate so much. And they do hate it, okay? And yet, they're doing it. They're soldiering on. And I think about all of the people out there around Texas and beyond who are finding ways to get through this. I'm floored by what it takes for people to be able to weather this in all of its parts. And when I think about the courage of our students who are fighting voter suppression, and when I think about the students who are out on the front lines resisting the injustices of the criminal justice system, I think about that in this moment when things are so very challenging, they're still out there doing their part. And so to me, one of the things that I take heart from is that, yes, we've lost that celebration that we are accustomed to, but look at what we're gaining. We're gaining a capacity for resilience that we probably would never have thought we had. We're gaining the ability to pivot in circumstances that are about as bad as they can get. We're gaining the ability to assist others when we are ourselves suffering. So I always see in moments like this the opportunity to learn something. I think the Prairie View nation is learning a lot about what Prairie View is capable of. Look at what's happening at Prairie View all over the country. We're receiving inquiries from all types of organizations. Can we partner with Prairie View? Can we assist the students? Can we help to build a program? Can we support research? Can we do, it is an amazing thing. I believe we'll come out of this far stronger than we were before this occurred. We'll have a period to recover economically. There's no question in my mind from what I see that next year's homecoming will be so joyous. We ought to have a Thanksgiving ceremony so phenomenal because of what we will have been through and what we will have learned about ourselves as a consequence of this trifecta of tragedy. And so be strong, keep doing your work, keep focused on the future, keep thinking about and praying for our students and what they are going through, and we will be the stronger for it on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Okay, I have stopped.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Go and have a nice meal.
the message in the top of the box? Is it saying that our thing is full? Hey, caught me adjusting my microphones. It's like it's gonna be something with sound this week. It's just gonna be something with sound. But look, we making it work. We're gonna make it work, and we're gonna make it happen. Hi, y'all. We just heard from President Simmons give the most inspiring talk with Carm Williams from the Office of Development. The work that, as I said before in the talk with Dr. Thomas Smith, the work that the Office of Development is doing, just stellar, and certainly is the foundation to so many different programs across our campus, and just an amazing team that believe in all of our various programs and the overall mission of the university of producing productive people. So thank you both, President Simmons and Ms. Williams, for such a great talk. Never a moment am I not in awe of President Simmons, such a strong leader and someone who has a very clear and extraordinary vision for this university. And I'm constantly watching her, taking notes. As with all of our leaders, our administration have come through this experience of leading us through the pandemic in such a way that illustrates their grace and illustrates their care for all of us in the campus community and in the PV Nation. And we just collectively say thank you to all of you who are making the hard decisions on all of our behalves, including this pivot for homecoming. This virtual homecoming has been an extraordinary opportunity to learn about the various departments around our campus. I have to say, in this week, I've learned so much about every single college. And truth be told, we probably could have done this a whole additional week to get to all the various auxiliary programs, some of the organizations in greater detail. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we weren't able to hear from the band and, get our students together to do, the various shuffles as we had planned. And so, whose plan is it really though? Whose plan is it? You know what I'm trying to say? So we're doing the best we can, and we're having a fantastic job doing this. Again, I hope you're gleaning so much from the various talks with all the deans, and just celebrating all that is Prairie View A&M University and our virtual homecoming. So this hour, the 3 o'clock hour today, we're going to talk about things that are very close to me and the work that I do here, but also to me as a person on planet Earth, and the things that hold my passion, the arts, in particular media creation as it exists in this new millennial. Looking at film, television, radio, podcasting, wanting to incorporate the arts, media arts, into our curriculum is crucial now, because with this virtual platform, using things like cameras and microphones and lights and all the technology that you see typically on a film or television set now has to help you with your course delivery. So what I've done is I've invited the content creators who also happen to be faculty and staff on our campus to join in a conversation in what innovative ways can we employ the tools of our trade to help our faculty across campus. And so I'm excited to bring back people such as Tony Clomax, who was a part of the conversation this morning about the film festival on the Hill, along with some of our other colleagues from around campus. So let's bring our collective up, and I'll introduce everyone to you once I see their shining faces on the screen here. so far as we bring them up, we have Michael West, we have John Douglas, we have Marquis Lofton, and we have Tony Clomax, who's back with us. I think there are a couple people who may be joining us, staggering in as the hour goes on. But this collective is going to talk to me for the first half hour, and then in the second half hour, we're going to welcome Vincent Powell, who directed The Freshman Year, which is a feature film that was written and produced by a PV alum, J.O. Malone, who graduated in 2012. So this full hour is going to be just a wonderful opportunity to dig even deeper in film and television and the work that we do as artists, but how arts education and the tools of our trade can help the campus community at large, and even our parents and supporters out there, using Zoom and StreamYard and the various other platforms. It doesn't have to be a daunting task. I know it can be exhausting to be on Zoom call after Zoom call after Zoom call, but we're going to have a conversation about innovative ways we can use the arts and our tech to help us get through this. Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Teresa.
Good. How's everyone doing this afternoon?
Great.
We're good.
All right. Good. Well, tell you what, why don't we take a moment to go around the horn and everyone introduce yourselves properly. Tell us who you are, what you do on the campus. And let's start at the top of the screen here. Let's start with Michael.
Yeah, my name is Michael West. I'm the audiovisual manager for Prairie View A&M University. I've been with the university since 2012, and a couple of varying roles. I initially started with the Department of Communications as the primary technical support for that department, and then I switched roles in 2016 to do a broader support position for the entire university, and so that's kind of who I am, my position with the university, and that's
Outstanding. Let's hear from John Douglas. Tell us who you are, brother.
Hey everyone, I am John Douglas. I am new to the campus. I was recently brought on this year to assist and to help with a number of AV goals. So I am the AV specialist for Prairie View A&M, and I work in coordinates and hand in hand with Michael West, that is the AV manager, as we team up and handle a number of AV needs across the campus.
Outstanding. And Marquis, tell us who you are and what you do on the campus, brother.
Yes. How's everybody doing? My name is Marquis Lofton, and I am serving as the program director for 91.3 KPVU, the Art of Soul, here on the campus of PV, and also serving as the advisor for PVU Know, the student radio organization. And I came here in 2018 and have been advising, working with the student station, also just overseeing the whole conception of KPVU, the selection of the content that's on the station, and also shaping the station's demographic and the core values, and working with the students to provide hands-on experience to create the next generation of media professionals.
Excellent. Thank you. And Tony, why don't you remind the people? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
We have our general manager, John Hughes. He's trying to get as well.
Oh, good. I was going to ask you if John was somewhere close by, because we definitely want to include him in the conversation. Excellent.
Somebody has to bring him in.
Okay. All right. Tony, tell us who you are, what you're up to, for those who may have missed you this morning.
Okay. Assistant professor here at PV. I got here fall of 2018, so this is the start of my third year. I teach film production classes, editing, and screenwriting, and I'm also active in the industry as a writer, director, and editor, and yeah, I'm here looking to help build the program and assist TDV in her vision that we all share here, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone else.
Excellent. And last but not least, we have Charles Williams, who's also returning from the conversation this morning. Hey, Charles.
Hey, hi everybody. Well, what I do, I'm of course
I'm a producer editor here in New York, New Jersey area, long-term CBS employee, and owner of WEG Media Group, and I work with students through my program with internships and entry-level positions.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you all for being on the call. And yeah, so let's talk a little bit about, you know, how what we do as artists and content creators. One, let's start off by talking about how we service the university in general, and then as a part B to each of your answers, how has COVID impacted that service since March?
Sure. I guess I'll start. I guess in keeping with the rotation as it's going. So one of the primary things, especially as it relates to classroom technology, that's one of our primary support areas here on campus. So with having less students in the classrooms, we've definitely had to switch and install technology that allows us to be able to essentially just give faculty the opportunity to be able to teach in a classroom that they can actually reach students who may be in their dormitories or at home. And so with John Douglas, Kevin Day, and myself, what we've been able to do is to vet technology that we saw fit as most accommodating to be able to give that opportunity to faculty and students so that they can continue to be able to instruct at a really high level. Um, Outside of that, what Desktop Services Group has been able to do is also provide, whether it's laptops or desktop computers, webcams, and all of those types of resources to make sure that the faculty can continue their instruction. What we are looking forward to being able to do is to continue to support, and I guess we look at the instruction side of it, but some of the other things that we've had to do is to set up virtual interviews and do so many other things to allow the faculty and staff to be able to continue to do their job using a lot of this kind of web-based technology, being able to use whether it's Zoom, WebEx, Microsoft Teams, whatever it is that the that the members are using at that time period, but being able to just make sure that they have the technology in place to be able to support those things.
That you and John in particular have been working closely with for educating the campus community with extensive training early in the year. Can you and John tell us about what that experience was like, having to essentially hold a master class for all of this in the course of a 3-week time span?
Yeah, John, you can go ahead.
All right. This has been an interesting, not experiment, but job, because the entire practice has pivoted from face to face to virtual learning. So to go from a face to face, 100% in class teaching, we've been able to install a number of cameras in the classroom that will allow every instructor in these classrooms to virtually teach and communicate to their students. So this has been a wonderful job and experience to do this, to provide this ability for our instructors, that they're able to go into the classroom and they're able to virtually stream from their classroom, as well as write and do tests and teach from their classroom virtually, whether they're students in the classroom or not. So this has been a wonderful pivot that we've been able to assist the university at this point in time. Now, part B of your question, one of the things that I am looking forward to um, really is when the students return back and we're able to have a number of student activities. One of my envisions and goals is to get the MSC auditorium updated and upgraded so that the students can have a number of activities and events in their room that they are proud of. And they know that when they go into that auditorium, that they will have quality sound and audio. So this is a wonderful experience from the classroom to preparing for upcoming events.
Outstanding. I know
John Douglas has been incredibly hands-on with all of the faculty during that training process because of the department with which he works here on campus. But this virtual studio that we have, he and Michael have been like a 1-2 knockout punch and getting all of our lights and cameras and everything, help us relocate over here to the stadium from Hilliard Hall. And so I really appreciate the work that you two do in a general sense, but specifically as it relates to the homecoming experience. Tony, we talked a little bit this morning about the shifts in film production. You teach film production here on campus, and we talked about the shift with the morning audience. In case people are joining us for the first time this afternoon, remind us what the pivot has been like for you based on what you do here on campus, what the pivot from face-to-face to virtual has been like in the last 9 months for you.
Well, as we know, film production is a collaborative process. People are used to being together, and so when that was taken away, one of the things that we had to do was just get creative, and since students couldn't have access to the equipment, they basically used their cell phones and went out and shot. Um, they went out and did like documentary type stories about the pandemic and how it affected them or their family, and so that was one way of salvaging our class. And since we couldn't go out and make our actual narrative films, and so this semester, yeah, and listen, it's been challenging to keep the students engaged,
Yeah.
and I got to be innovative, but we are moving into our production in my digital video production class, and so now the protocol of how to operate on set is different, so like on Monday, our class is all about um, how to be safe on set, and that's all about wiping down the equipment, limiting how many people touch the equipment, how to social distance and in a space where you're filming. Um, the the bulk of our films are there's two actors. Some are three actors. We're going to do temperature checks. A lot of hand sanitizers and Clorox wipes and Lysol spray. And yes, I got some Lysol, so that's gold these days. And so yeah, it's it's a lot to think about, but the main thing is to maintain your creative spirit, and maintaining your passion with all the so-called limitations that we have right now. And listen, the industry, they shut down for I think 6 months, and now they're slowly coming back, and they've implemented a new protocol that I'm kind of like taking from, and some productions are moving slower than others because it's the way they shot. So it's just keeping the ship moving, being innovative, and that's pretty much where we are.
Yeah, good. Hey, we have John Hughes with us also. It looks like we finally got our guy on.
Well, I'm sorry for the late entree, but thanks to Mr. Marquis, we're able to share a bit of the digital platform. But I apologize for jumping in late, but let me just say, first of all, sis, kudos to you, because I hate to jump right in with this, but I'm going to take a moment of general manager prerogative.
I was about to say, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. John Hughes, general manager of KPVU Take it away, brother.
So here's the thing that I'm really feeling. This is really for us, I would say, as much as anything, a through line that suggests collaboration and strategic partnership and and we're doing it in a way that really puts our media platforms on Front Street. And again, I want to commend you and my other colleagues for all that you're doing in the, in the presentation of this magnificent event. And I think that it's really setting the stage for great things to come.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Um, I, since my time starting here, I've been a huge fan of yours. I know the work that you used to do in Atlanta and the work that you're doing here at Prairie View, and it's just been it's been a trial by fire to get this all up and running. But
Yeah.
the definite silver lining has been I've been in your presence a lot more, and the collaboration between radio and television is a must. I think the work that you and Marquis have done with the Office of Development during this experience, that should be a weekly experience. That could really be a daily sort of midday lunch break that we do to continue to keep our alumni up to speed on what's going on campus and definite ways that they can continue to give. And so I just appreciate you sharing, the ears and eyes of Prairie View with us and allowing us to broadcast as well. I just
Well,
appreciate you.
and let me just say, we've just started to birth this baby.
Mm-hmm.
We and days, weeks, months ahead, we're really going to have, and I'll just speak for you. I know that we're going to have what is analogous to many public media platforms, and that's, essentially a joint licensee where
Yeah.
we have PVTV and KPVU working in collaboration. You mentioned the idea of content and content sharing. I come from a background where, and I know that we're going to do this. I have every confidence in the world that there's TV for radio and radio for TV, and we can transpose our content on both platforms. And that's what we're
Absolutely.
really looking for. And
Yeah.
if I could just one other thing relative to collaboration and strategic partnering, I want to commend another one of our colleagues, and that's Professor Tracy, who just does a stellar job, in the world of architecture and not the least of all digital media arts. And I really have to give her big ups for providing us this brilliant student who created the prototype, if you will, for our newly designed website. If you haven't been to KPV 91.9,
I don't have ears at all.
KPVU, The Art of Soul, 91.3 KPVU, The Art of Soul, you have to go to 91.3 KPVU and see the newly raised website of our station. And this is, again, just sort of the beginning of our presentation and building out of all of our digital platforms. But this brilliant student, Darielle Andrews, was the one who built out our front page prototype, and we couldn't be any more proud of her and just excited, just based upon what a brilliant undergrad PVAMU student created that's essentially being shared around the world.
We can take it to Charles Williams. If we can swing it to Charles Williams, who's joining us from New York. He has great experience with that sort of collaboration on a large scale. Charles, can you talk to us about the possibility of radio and television collaborating and being able to broadcast on on that large scale on behalf of PV?
Yeah, that's what CBS started to do about 3 years ago. They sort of merged their radio reporters, producers, directors, all in one unit. So the radio people will sometime come over to the television side and do things on the air. as well as the television side will go radio and do something. So it's all a mixture of everything because everybody's into streaming content now, creating content for multiple platforms. And, with the COVID going on, it's finding ways to do it because you still have to fill the black between the commercials, as we say in the industry. So it's really a challenge. And it's one of those things where you have to just figure out how to make it work, whether you're using long poles or you having people separate 6 feet and shooting over the shoulder shots and things like that, because we found many, many creative ways to still create content on a daily basis because we still have to fill those gaps. You there?
All right.
Hello?
I had to jump
think we
up.
lost them.
No, she's back.
Yeah, we had to jump up because we lost power at the table. Yeah, we're good. We look, we're rolling with the punches up in here. Gee whiz! It's like at 3:30. No, I could hear everything Charles was saying, but at about 3:30, consistently in this building, there's like a power surge where everything's go down and then it comes back up, and we're like, y'all don't, we live. Who over there doing this? So anyway, yes. So yes, this is this is where PV's alum will be crucial in terms of helping us forge this relationship so that we can. So this serves a few different opportunities for us, right? Throughout the week, we've heard deans talk about wanting opportunities for our students where in real world experience, internships and networking possibilities can be available. But could you imagine PVMU TV, KPVU, and the podcasting opportunities that are happening over with the Collaboration Innovation Center with Charlene Stubblefield and John Douglas and everyone, that we are reaching out in a way that I probably only Howard maybe is doing in terms of the level of professional outreach and opportunities for our students. And so I think, after this experience, what we have to look forward to is just building on this in such a large scale professional resource for our students and for ourselves, quite frankly. I don't know about y'all, but I still enjoy working in the industry. I know I can speak for everyone that I see on the screen that our life's blood is in doing this work, for ourselves, not only in that respect, but also for our students. John, I want you to talk to me a little bit, John Douglas. You had some interesting ideas about some research, further research about this construct, and you shared our photos of and video of our setup in here on LinkedIn as a means of, striking some interest and curiosity among those who want to do research in the shift during COVID. What was your thinking in sharing on LinkedIn and networking out what we're doing here at PV?
Well, one of the things I wanted to communicate to our colleagues across the country is that there's more than one way to do production. As we all know, in production, there's more than one way to do one shot, to do one thing. And this has really pushed us to the edge and also stretched us to how can we do production in a time of this, like this, where we have to stay 6 feet apart, we have to wear mouth coverings and everything else. So what we did this time around is something a little bit different. Instead of having a 3-chip broadcast Sony camera or Panasonic broadcast camera, we went with some PTZ cameras. These are cameras that we are using for our classroom. As we spoke earlier, we work to get the classrooms virtual so that the teachers can go into the classrooms and teach. Well, the same technology that we're using in the classrooms, we are using for the broadcast right now where you are in that production space. So so the idea about sharing this on LinkedIn is that there aren't too many virtual homecomings that's been shared and been done using PTZ cameras that have been shared. So I really wanted to get the word out that even though we are confined right now, there are ways of doing production It may not be the ideal way. However, as production people, we learned that there are many ways of doing one thing, and I wanted to share with the world, as we have received over 860 views of how we are doing this virtual homecoming, and it has made the difference.
Yes. It's definitely sparked the curiosity of people who want to continue to broadcast not only their courses, but also their extracurricular activities or networking activities, alumni fair type activities. I know North Carolina A&T is about to launch their homecoming, I want to say this weekend. And just watching them kind of set up some of their setup in the same way, and the online networking. Hey, we this is something that we're looking at. Does anyone have a solution for this? It's just an extraordinary time to just be creative and think outside the box. Marquis is here with his vote face mask on. I love it. You gotta send a message and send it strong, brother. In what ways can the radio station participate in helping the student and faculty community with their education needs as well? We don't want to leave radio out.
Oh, absolutely. I think what's important is to make sure that students are trained on the different softwares and equipment that is necessary to be able to work out in the professional media industry. And one of the things that we definitely do is we ensure that our students, because I'm also the advisor for the student radio organization, PV Radio. And one of the things that we make sure that we do is that whatever we have, they have. So the softwares and the equipment that we're using, they're using the same software. So they're using up-to-date professional equipment. Wide orbit automation for radio is an industry standard program that many radio stations use across the world. And then also you have Adobe Audition, which is the editing program that is used also music scheduling software, where they're learning how to schedule music. And because when you program music, you're essentially creating a mood and creating some type of effect. And so the students are learning how to create those type of effects through various softwares.
And let me if I could piggyback on Marquis, because we have to give him major props too. We've had as many as 75 students who participated in our student radio station, PV. And you can just imagine with 75, 55, 45, 25, 20, even 5 students, it can be a handful at times. But Mark has done a masterful job when it comes to being able, as he mentioned, to be able to provide hands-on training with equipment, with apparatus that is essentially state-of-the-art, industry-ready apparatus. We're building out essentially the entirety of KPVU, including the student station. And our commitment to the student station was to build it out in a way that essentially mirrored the public station, so that at the end of the day, students could train with essentially industry standard equipment, and whether or not they choose to remain or find their way to the public media, public broadcasting, public radio industry, or for that matter, head to commercial broadcasting, they essentially have a ticket that provides them an opportunity for getting into the industry. Essentially, some of our apparatus has certification attached to it. And if you can imagine putting yourself in the place of a young student who walks in with an interview and not only has a really tight resume and can present themselves, in an impeccable manner, but puts on the desk a certification in wide orbit automation or one of the music scheduling programs or software, that's a gateway to, quick employment.
Oh, I think TDV had to step out. So, Charles, when
Yes,
can
sir.
you talk about your history with the radio station?
Well, back in what I think it was 1982, I think I was the first voice to go on the radio station when it launched. And at the time, we were not allowed to go live until we got a level of experience, and then we started to go live. And I'm hearing about all the automation and things, but back in the day, we were still spinning records and pulling things out of jackets. But it gave us the level of experience of how to set the mood ourselves, how to program our show ourselves, and I think it was a good training ground for after I graduated and transitioned into television to learn how to tell stories also. Also, we worked on voices. We made sure that our voices were up to speed to make sure that we sounded proper. We read news. We had news cut-ins all the times where we would have to go on the radio and do stuff live, which also gave me an opportunity once I graduated to go on and do some news things also because while Prairie View at the time didn't have as much as they have today, what they had professional people like you guys who are training the students who are actually working in the field. You guys are bringing that expertise, that real life expertise to the table to show them what they need to do, how they need to prepare themselves to go into the real world. Because I know sometimes we'll get internships here in New York, interns in New York, they're not prepared from other colleges because they don't know terminology, they don't know equipment. But I find some of the students coming from the Prairie View program, they really have those things under their belt. And they kind of come in, hit the ground running. If I hire them as a PA or a production assistant or something, I don't have to question what they're going to do because it seems to me that someone has given them those tools to be ready to work in the real world.
Charles, you said something that really caught my attention, and that's something that we do every day, and I just want to amplify it, and that's telling stories. One of the great things about our station, even as a music-centric station, we tell stories through our music every day, and I have to applaud our on-air announcers who are really what we describe as curators, music curators. You know, we're not, this station isn't run by way of a computer or by way of algorithms. You know, our curators are selecting music that matters every day. And it actually even harkens back to a question or circumstance that Teresa raised about what all of our roles as, you know, media makers and managing and operating media platforms mean. You know, for KPVU, one of the best things that we've done over this entire pandemic is provide real companionship for our radio audience, our listeners. You know, when you're locked in the house for 24 hours a day and, you know, the Netflix is just isn't the answer anymore, a lot of people turn to essentially radio and public radio in particular. And so I'm just really proud of the work that our music curators slash announcers do when it comes to selecting the content, the storytelling music that they do. And I also have to reference what we do in terms of news and public affairs. We actually now have on KPVU a morning drive news program. It airs Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. The show is called The Takeaway. And it is, I think, without question, one of the best, if not the best, news and information daily news programs, most noted for its capacity and ability to tell stories.
That's awesome.
It is pretty incredible. And
Are
so,
you back?
Glad you're
man,
back, sis.
I can hear everything you guys have been saying. Is, you know, I just had to switch it up a little bit. You know, just keeping everybody on their toes, including me, especially me apparently. So yes, actually, we're going to go ahead and put a pin in this conversation right now for just a bit anyway, because I'm going to bring into this conversation two artists who are part of our PV campus. I want you to participate in this conversation as well with these two gentlemen. We have Vincent Powell. He is the director of the feature film The Freshman Year, which we filmed here on campus last fall, and is now in post-production. And I'm excited that along with Vincent, we have J.O. Malone. Now, J.O. is the founder of the National Black Film Festival, but more importantly to us here, I mean, of all the things he's done in the world, the most important thing is he graduated from Prairie View A&M University in the year 2012. And we are so proud of both of these men, even though Vincent went to TSU and he went to, USC for grad school. These are all wonderful things. He now calls PV home by extension, because he came and he shot an amazing film here on our campus with our students. We had over 50 students who worked as interns. We had 33 students who had professional level jobs during the film. And those two men, we'd like to bring them on and have them join the conversation and talk about the practical experience of producing a feature-length film here on our campus. Hey, fellas.
Yo,
What
how
it
are you?
do? What it do?
Listen, so happy to be here. So happy to see this great cloud of geniuses and my
Yeah.
brother J.O. Malone. What's up, homie?
What's up? What's up, VP? How you doing? How you doing? How's everybody doing out there?
Great.
Great,
We're so
great.
happy to see both of y'all. Look, I'm going to say a couple things, and then I'm actually going to duck into the background, because if you probably watched the last 10 minutes, man, I'm running here, turning on a mic, trying to find something to go. So I'm going to turn the moderation of this conversation over to Clomax. I'm going to have him moderate this portion of it, because Tony was also a part of the filmmaking process and helping out with the freshman year, so he knows a lot about it. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on in here. But I also want to say, just so that you know what's coming up in the talk in terms of the exterior tech, we're going to run is it three, Laura? Three of the preview clips that we put together throughout the production. We've been running them all week. Those of you who've been watching all week long, you've seen these clips, the freshman year, and you'd see Cheryl Lee Ralph, or you'd see Denzel Whitaker. What these clips depict is the progress of the filmmaking process, led by these two gentlemen. So we're gonna tell you what. Let's run the three clips first, so that the audience can be acquainted with the project, and then we'll come back and talk to Vincent and Jo much more deliberately here.
Let me see what the chat is. They just sent a message. Sure.
Your hands, you do a little pause reels and stuff like that. Okay. There it is. All right.
We're going to do, we've got about 7 setups planned, but we've got 2 cameras rolling. So it'll probably be about 4 moves that we have to make. Let's say, hey, Andre, without the swing, and then swing. Say, hey, Andre. Sorry. Cut.
Set the cut.
All right.
Hey, this is Shirley Ralph, and I'm really happy to be a part of this project, because you see, HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, are very important. See, the way I see it, all of this magic that I see right here on this campus, This is about as close as 40 acres and a mule that some of us are going to get. And I tend to hold on to the ones that I see right now.
The camera goes in front of you and you got to transform.
And you have to relate. You have to be relatable. That's the only reason it works in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and in Mudbound. You know, it's all about the relatability.
Exactly.
That was great. We doing one more?
Oh my God. So yesterday, this shoot with the gym, which was dope. Dope. Took a lot to get done. And then we came right back to work and they said we were supposed to pivot against an off day so that we could sleep. But the crazy thing is, on the low energy, we're shooting more dots and pages than we had before. So they just will kick me with it. Let's give me a more change and we'll move to the side.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing today? You know, we out here. What day is it?
7, bro.
Woo!
No, it's 7.
It's day 7. These days are blending together, but we getting it in over here. My man is getting plenty of sleep, hopefully. We got these early morning call times.
For this team, what you're doing is you'll be at the desk. You'll give them the line of a little early for class.
What's her demeanor like in general?
Mm-hmm. I'm open to your interpretation of her.
Oh, then don't worry. I got it. Then I'm fine. Yeah.
All right. Looks so great. So Vincent, J.O., welcome. Can you guys start off talking about your experience shooting at Prairie View A&M University?
VP, I go ahead and start, man. As you know, I graduated from the Prairie View A&M University, and really, I would say, so the freshman year movie, it was a passion project for me. It truly was something that I wanted to give people an experience of a Black kid from the suburbs who goes to an HBCU and experiences that freshman year experience, that culture shock from coming from a melting pot of so many different types of people to an all Black college. And once I presented this film to Vincent, and he had told me something when he read the script, and he said, it's a coming of age story, but this is truly a story of a young Black man who was raised by the women and powerful women around him. And I took a look at myself on that one and was like, oh, this guy gets me. He understands what this film is about and where, and I trusted him on where it could go. And then just shooting on my university and understanding the essence and the culture of Prairie View A&M University, it was just a dream come true. One of my sayings is dream, create, and win. And to be able to dream and to create and then go out and execute this film was something special. To be able to work with Dalvest TDV and be able to work with the students and see that fire burning in them that was in me when I was a student, didn't have those opportunities. It was just an amazing experience.
Awesome. And Vincent?
Yeah, so it was incredible. And ironically, a year ago today would have been day 3 of filming for us. And so it's a super nostalgic moment to be in. And as I've been looping the footage this week, just looking back at the BTS, and also just, like Teresa said, we're in post. So we're building, we're building this story, and COVID-19 happened, and at first it was super disappointing, but we found a rhythm, we found a stride, and we're pushing the ball down the field. I think the most important thing to me was something that she mentioned as she introduced us, which is being able to collaborate with those brilliant minds of those students that were with us the whole time we were there, and not just even when we were there. When we moved off campus for our last 4 days of filming, the students came with us and did our overnights with us and made that drive. And of course, safety was paramount, but their heart, I just appreciated seeing them hang in with us and learning and asking. And eventually I saw the gears start to turn on their own, and I saw them starting to solve their own problems and learning how to help the gaffer figure things out or help the DP figure things out. And I couldn't be more proud of that. And I think that as the story is told and once the film is out and all that jazz, the big part I'll take away that we gave a few young minds the tools to be able to make productive and excellent and quality pieces of work. And also let them know that it's not contingent upon your budget, or it's not contingent upon what camera you're on. If your cast doesn't feel like they can trust you, if your crew doesn't feel like they can trust you, you're not doing your job. And being able to share that with them and get that vibe back and forth was really amazing and my favorite highlight.
That's awesome. It's funny because now Cedric Williams, who was one of my students since I've been here, he was really inspired by his
Yeah.
whole experience, and as you know, he did the piece with interviewing Denzel, but he also got a role in the film.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Did you was he just an
Yeah.
extra, and then you said, oh, we're going to give him some, like, explain how that took place.
I think for me, I look for myself in others. And one thing that about me that's helped me advance is some would call it being an opportunist. And I used to think that was a negative connotation, but I capitalize on that now. Like, you find a crack, make it a hole. You know what I mean? And Cedric was definitely one of those people that, J.O. can tell you, he was with us at, 1 a.m. on campus while we're dumping footage, and he's asking, so what does this do? And what does that do? And, you see the gears turning. And, when you're in one of those moments where you need to lean on somebody, you don't look outside the circle. You look at who's been under you, who's been helping, who's been laughing with you, who's been, staying close and sticking by. And he was definitely one of those students that I knew I could depend on, in a clutch on a dime. So that's how it came about. When you get something, and I saw him standing by, and I was like, hey, it's your turn.
Thank you, because I was cracking the whip on him for 2 years, and I told him about the importance of nurturing relationships, but also being accountable, and that all we have is we have our body of work and we have our reputation.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank you guys for instilling that in the students, because you guys definitely planted the seed and lit some fire under a lot of the students. So they're moving, forward with it. So thank you for that.
Yeah, man.
J.O., tell us about how you came to create the freshman year. Like, take us back 2010, 2011, 2012.
Yeah.
How do we get that seed growing into the film that it is now?
Okay. Facts, all facts, right? Here we go. Well, it took me 5.5 years to graduate, first of all. And in my 5th year, it's crazy, because in my 5th year, my girlfriend, who is now my wife, so we wound up pregnant. And I was, okay, I'm 5 years in this thing. I'm about to graduate. I've been in communications. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I still need something that is going to staple who I am going forward in corporate America, in the real world. And I told myself, hey, you are a filmmaker, so you need to get something on wax, right? So I need to film something. And so while my girlfriend is pregnant, and my wife is currently 9 months pregnant right now. So at any time, I might have to dip out of here, guys.
I was about to say, you and Vincent both of your spouses are like pointing at the babies are ready to come on out.
Listen, they're about to pop.
Yeah.
And I put together this thing. At the time, I put together a web series. It was called My HBCU Story. And I grabbed about 20 or 30 students on campus. I had my camera. my Canon, I think it was a 60D and a tripod, and I began to create these stories of campus life through this web series. And I went through homecoming and just real life experiences. And I always, that was my staple that I had. I said I had to get a film, a short film, a web series out before I graduated. And I always had this idea that I wanted to make a movie about the experiences at a HBCU, starting with my freshman year. My freshman year, I came on, I walked onto the basketball team, 18 years old, and made the team. And I had this crazy experience, but it was a lot of bumps and bruises along that road. And I was like, hey, I gotta tell this story. This is different from even where I'm from have experienced, and especially what I see in TV and film. And so it's always the story about the black kid is he's the first one to graduate from college. He has to make it for his family. And I'm like, I did not live that experience. My mother and my father both graduated from Texas Southern University. And, and we always had a foundation. And so I was like, let's reverse this. Let's change the story. That's not my experience. And there are other people like me who have a similar experience, and we need to get this out. So it was really that pressure, that pressure of you're about to graduate, you're about to bring in new life. You have to take care of these individuals, this family that you have created, but you know you, and you want to be able to do what you want to do and tell stories and give that stuff to the world. So you better buckle down right now and figure it out. And over time, I always just had this story in the back of my head. I said, I got to get it out. I got to get it out. Yeah. And the pieces were put together in 2019.
Wow. Your message really could have been conveyed to every student right now. You got to buckle down. You got to get it down. You got, and it's the second time today our students, especially if our students are watching, they heard from Clomax earlier today and from you to reinforce it, that you got to write down your ideas. You got to put it on paper. You got to script it and make it so that it's concrete and it stops changing around in your head. Yeah. And go and tell the story you want to tell.
Come on. And even if it's not right, because I'm not the best writer at all, but I got to get the ideas out. I had 2 writers, and then I got over to Vincent. Vincent rewrote it. Like, you can't be afraid of letting people touch those ideas and taking them and making them better so they can reach more people. And that's what I tell my team with the Black Market Houston. Sometimes my ideas are real radical, right? And I'm like, no, we got to go hard. We got to do this. And they're saying, J.O., you are not the only Black person, Black American in the world. There's other types of Black people. We have to reach them all. Mm-hmm. And so I allow my team to and I bring their ideas in, and I follow them. I let them lead, and I manage in the back.
Yeah.
That's it, man. Collaboration.
With J.O., with J.O. and Charles, both being PV alum and being alum from essentially the same program, the same department over in languages communication. What are some of the resources you have realized in the working world you would have liked to have seen when you were students here at PV, beyond the networking and mentorship? We're going to get to that in just a second. But like, now that you're shooting films and you're producing your own films, Jo, and you're the founder and executive director of the National Black Film Festival, so you're looking at films all the time. And Charles, of course, you work for CBS, and you're constantly cutting material and telling stories and really sharing stories with the world. What tools are you 2 using today that if you had access to them as students, and perhaps Clomax and Michael West and John Douglas and myself, we can procure, in the next year or even the next few months? Like, what are those tools that are essential to your success? And Vincent, I know you're not alum of this particular university, but you're out there doing the same thing.
Absolutely.
What are the tools that are crucial to your work now that you feel like, I'm using this. The students need to probably start using this now so they can contend and compete and create once they get out?
Charles, if I could, I'm gonna go in probably a completely different direction. But I would say business in film. Okay, I would have students take their overpayment checks or whatever they got extra money that they have and start their production company right now, today. Um, so they can establish their business and honestly probably team up with the business department uh, and let them understand. Yeah, film is a storytelling component about it, yes, but there's a business component as well that's just as equally valuable. And you can either be in a situation where you have to ask for money and and wait on people to believe in your film and invest in your film, or you can build your business from the ground up and invest in your own projects, invest in your own short stories, and climb your way till you have and you build your own financial infrastructure where you can kind of make it on your own. A lot of the things, the reason that I have a couple different titles, and since the film has been completed, I actually own 10 different businesses right now, and I run one nonprofit, and that's because being a filmmaker from Houston, Texas, is different than being a filmmaker from Los Angeles or Atlanta or New York. Those opportunities aren't there, and so you have to create them yourself. And so the only way you can do that is kind of start early and understanding the business and how film investment works. And so you can be that filmmaker and film investor if that investor is not there. Once when I was at Prairie View, I know KPVU was on here and PVU No Radio. Well, when I was at Prairie View, they didn't allow us on the radio, students on the radio station. So I was a part of that first group of students who started PVU No Radio. And that name, PVU No, even though we use it on campus, that name was a web series idea that I had in my pad that I brought to this TV station, and I gave that to them because I knew that would work. And so the things that you don't have, sometimes you have to create those things yourself, and then people will start buying in. And once you come from a position from not the artist, but as a businessman, you get more respect and you have more power. Now you can start doing partnerships versus you having to sell everything to get an opportunity.
Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. I teach an entrepreneurship angle in our advanced filmmaking class where they have to learn how to write business plans, and they're all required. The 8 of them in this particular class are launching Kickstarter campaigns to raise at least $500
Yeah.
towards finishing their short films this semester. In fact, Laura,
Fantastic.
she's over there running my board right now. She just
Yeah.
looked up. She's like, "Oh yeah, that is happening now." So that business piece, you cannot go wrong with understanding how the industry operates as a business and how you are the CEO of your own small business in that respect.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Charles, what do
Yeah.
you have to add to that, or what tools would you recommend students having access to now that
Well,
services you?
I'm gonna concur. I'm gonna totally agree. I think that I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to totally agree. I think learning how to collaborate with other partners in this business as early as you can is very, very important. And that's one of the things that I was able to do when I was there. We had 3 or 4 of us who worked together, whether we were editors or writers or producers or people in front of the camera. And we all worked together for the whole 4 years we were there. So we all graduated and started our own companies pretty much as soon as we graduated from Prairie View. The other thing that I would say that's probably is something that the school could think about 15 years ago, Dewan Adams and I, we presented a proposal to the administration of how to tie all of the departments into units. So for instance, if I'm coming to Prairie View to do a film, instead of me going outside hiring somebody to score the film, why don't I go over to the music department? If I need to get something legalized, why don't I go to the law department? That way you're including people on campus in the same project, but giving them experience at doing something so by the time they graduate, they could use it as credit. So I agree, collaboration, partnerships, learning how, understanding that you don't have all the answers but you can bring a partner in that may be stronger at one thing than you are. I'm not a strong writer, but I always bring a writer into what I'm doing to help my ideas to kind of develop better and put better angles on it before I started shooting or editing. I'm not the greatest shooter in the world, but I'm pretty good in the editing room. When I'm starting to create a project and tell that story in the editing room, so collaborations are very, very important.
Yeah, it's so key. The finding your tribe at this stage, because when you leave here, the safety net of networking and finding your tribe might not be as available to you. And we also know that there are a lot of filmmakers who, the people that they went to college with or started off earlier in their careers, they're still working with those same people. I mean, if you look at Steven Spielberg, he pretty much his entire career because you forge that relationship, you collaborate, you gain that trust, and you don't walk away from it. Michael West, I'm fairly certain when you were in film school in North Carolina, you probably go back and grab some of the people that you worked with there and shoot something right out the gate, or Vincent, same thing with you when you journeyed off to Southern California and you forged those relationships there. I mean, talk to us about the importance of establishing your tribe, and as Charles said, using those collaborations going forward.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things I think for like the first project that I did personally outside of graduating from North Carolina State was to do a project for it was North Carolina Schools after school program. And so I wound up getting the grant. And so I had assistance with help writing or had assistance with writing the grant. So that was someone that I knew from school who I was able to get that assistance with being able to help with writing that particular grant to get the funding to support the project that I was going into. And that from that, I was able to buy like my lights, my microphone, my camera, and all of the things that I needed to actually be able to produce the end product that these people were actually looking for. And so absolutely that. And then was able to work with like one or two of the other students who were in the program with me and get them to be able to go on location with me and be able to shoot the products and shoot the project. And so you're absolutely right. Being able to build a team is vitally important. I think the other part of that is like when I did finally move to North Carolina and I started, I guess when I got engaged in the comm department and started actually trying to work and do things around campus, it was really important to engage the students. And so part of even building your tribe and building your team, it means to be able to bring in those junior personnel and to be able to build them up to be able to help with the programs and things that you're trying to do. And even, as late as last fall and last spring when we were doing any of the sports broadcasting stuff that I work with the athletics department on, we make sure that students are engaged and involved in whether it's running the scoreboard, it's running the jumbotron, or it's doing the live production stuff that we do for all of the athletic events. And so again, it's vitally important to be able to coordinate and to be able to bring in people that have a vested interest in being able to develop those projects.
Absolutely. Vincent?
Yeah, I think that it's really important to talk about people, and it's funny that we're kind of piggybacking all on the same thought, but the truth is that life does not move at the speed of your budget. Life does not move at the strength of your story. Life moves at the speed of relationships, and your career moves at that same speed. We've seen wax stories get Oscars. We've seen ultra funded stories bomb at the box office. But the truth is, those people get work again, not because just of what the previous project did, but because of the people they know. And I think that that is the most rudimentary, fundamental thing that you can ingrain into your mind is I need people. And a lot of my conversations that I have with a lot of other artists and filmmakers that are coming up is stop being afraid to share your ideas. And I say this thing, I'm like, until you get it written down, it's only an idea. But once it's written down, it's a vision. And vision is what people follow. And the truth, you mentioned Steven Spielberg, and we can go down the list of these great filmmakers and these great storytellers. But one thing that's clear is that they're able to share vision. And I love what my brother said about what you guys are building at PV, just that workflow that I think really is important to establish, especially to someone that's afforded to go to an institution of academics and study an art like filmmaking. If I want to score it, I need to be going to the music school. If I want to make sure that this film is secured, I need to be going to the law school. If I want to make sure that I know what to do with this film after it's done, let me go to the business school or talk to somebody that's focusing on marketing. Because these films have to go to festivals. So why not find a student that's focused on being a PR person and giving them the responsibility and the budget to apply to 10 festivals for me, and foster these things through those festivals, and you be the point person for these festivals while I move on to my next project. That's really, really, really important. And that's one thing that I was able to enjoy at USC. And it's one thing that even at SC and some conversations that we've had as well, TDV, about just how we can just build these mini pipelines for these students to be able to feel empowered and be able to expand their expectations and their horizon as they're just experimenting. I think that
Yeah.
your idea right now of crowdfunding for $500 is incredible. I think that's something that I wish more people taught. I learned it on my own. I raised $15,000 in 2 weeks on a $2,000 budget or a $2,000 goal. And I realized after day one, when I reached the $2,000 goal, that I was pretty good at this. And then I was
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, I've got something I can teach. I've got something I
Hmm.
can share. And
Yeah.
so learning how to build curriculum on that, and then also just mentor and build pipeline, just talk to people about securing money that's full and free, that you don't
Hmm.
have to worry about paying back to somebody that's crazy and trying to get over on you.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why it's a part of that assignment for these students, to just, if nothing else, $500 will allow you a little bit of space to take a weekend off from work and be able to focus for those students who are like, I got homework and I got to work and I got to this. You do, but you also got to do the work that's going to service you on the long term. And maybe if you can separate a little distance between your work schedule and your art by, crowdsourcing, 500 bucks, or that $500 can allow you to rent maybe, additional piece of material, equipment, or that $500 can maybe, buy craft services and some lunch for your crew at the very least, just allows you a sense of professionalism and a different type of ownership of your project, so it doesn't just feel like a grade, right, that you're jump starting your career. And most of them are going to use that 500 towards a film festival tour. So
Yeah,
if once they
yeah, that's it.
finish, that money
That's
is
it.
going to underwrite the efforts to submit their work out to a number of
That's
film
it.
festivals. $500 can go quite a ways with film festival submissions, and so it just empowers their choices essentially.
Right.
um, so we're closing in on the end of our day 5 of this virtual homecoming experience. I know that there's so many desires to get out there and start filming content and telling our stories. Tell me, go around the horn and tell me one innovative way you've used not so much use the pandemic, but this time during the pandemic to be innovative, not only for within the construct of the jobs that you have as educators, or working in the jobs that you do, but for yourself. Like, how have you used this pandemic to grow yourself as an artist?
Mm, I can go first.
Yeah, go for it, brother.
Well, I've been struggling with writing, and so when the pandemic came about and we were all locked in, I basically said, you know what, I'm going to use this time to buckle down and get back to my writing. And so I spent the summer developing two television shows. And I have, the show Bible for the series. I wrote the pilots, character description, and got that to my agent, Liz Orr, and they did coverage. So I was just doing a lot of rewriting, and they're ready to, start pitching it. And fingers crossed, but that was the thing that I used that time to get back and to create um, a habit.
Hmm.
And so now, when it's time to write, I can just do it,
Yeah.
and it's no excuses. And I always tell my students, I don't want to hear your excuses. I don't want to hear your excuses. Well, I'm holding myself accountable as well, and I don't want
Exactly.
to hear any. I don't want to hear any excuses, Tony Clomax.
That's right.
And so yeah, so that's I used that time and got the pen back.
Outstanding. Congratulations on that. That's, I
Thank
mean,
you.
when you feel yourself cracking open and the stuff that you really care about starts to come back to surface, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. John, tell us what you found in yourself and what thing you've gotten back since this pandemic. Uh, yeah.
So far, I would say my passion for production has definitely come back. Um, Being outside of production for a few months allowed me to rest, allowed me to rejuvenate myself. So when this opportunity came, I was able to approach it with a fresh mind and understand that I'm not at a stressful place. I am at a peaceful place, and being able to rest and then jump back into this production mode allow me to really see things from a fresh aspect, as well as see things from a different point of view. In
Mm,
production, we get so used to doing things one type of way and in one viewpoint that it's a little difficult to see things from a different perspective. And when you stay open minded and when you're able to hear others, like the writer was saying about hearing, allowing the team to lead and you step back. When you allow yourself to hear from others and be open, then you're able to allow yourself to be stretched as well as see how other things can be done. So this period of time it's been a great time that I've been stretched. I've been able to rest. I've been able to come back with a renewed sense of mind for production, as well as stretching myself to other ways of doing it, and understand that there's no one way of doing it, and understanding that and being open to it, along with the team that I work with, we're able to communicate. We're able to share ideas and we're able to not only bounce things off of each other but build on top of each other.
yeah.
So this period of time has been very very instrumental, growing and being stretched, as well as understanding that I don't need a broadcast camera to do what's needed. I can
Mm,
use a classroom camera. I can use a PTZ camera to do a multi-camera shoot. It can work, and it has
yeah.
worked, and it's working right now for
That's
sure.
right. That's right. You are actually one of the things that I've been granted during this pandemic. We met as a result of, the work this from the summer to now and training faculty around campus and how to pivot their courses and stuff. And you are one of the many blessings that I have gained in my life as a result of this pandemic. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Michael, tell us what you've received as a result of this, the blessing, I guess, on the other side of the crazy pandemic that we're all enduring.
I think for me, it's been able to slow down enough to kind of get back a little bit of the mental acuity that I feel like was missing. And so I do a lot of kind of, I guess, it's funny. I have an app on my phone and it's called Brain Yoga, and so I do a lot of brain yoga. And it's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like, whether it's just little games or whatever, but things to kind of like just recenter myself and give myself time to just kind of get my brain to back thinking in a way that allows the creativity to flow. Kind of like with
Hmm.
Tony, I was having a bit of a block with writing, and so I turned to some of the other things that I'm truly interested in and passionate about. And so it's like, whether it's like on the musical development side or if it's working on other things, it's like it gave me a chance to really just kind of sit down and kind of tune into that part of my brain again, and just to really kind of like work through certain things. The other part of that, what it has led to, honestly, is so getting ready to start shooting. Actually, as of Monday, we're starting to shoot a series, a live music series that's going to be on a public access station in Houston. And so starting off with some Zydeco music. I don't know if we have any Zydeco music fans on here,
Absolutely. Come on.
but yeah, so we're going to shoot that Monday, and so it should be on the public access channel. And I think the 8th starts the new season. So the following Monday, I believe, starts the new season for them. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, looking forward to that, and just getting a chance to just get back out there. And that, it's funny because it's actually those are really my two passions: doing video and doing music stuff. And so, it's like to be able to shoot live music for me is it puts me over the moon. Absolutely. So
I'm gonna have
that,
to check out some. I'm gonna have to check out some of your work in that respect. I'm from the DMV. Go-go music is. I've quickly learned that for me, go-go music for me is what Zydeco music
Zydeco
is
is.
for the people in this region. Y'all go
Got it.
crazy over that Zydeco music, and I get it because as soon as I hear some Chuck Brown, I'm like, Godfather Go-go. Where is the flow?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Hey Charles, what have you gained as a result of this time in shift?
Well, what I've learned, because sometimes I'm juggling 4 or 5 projects at the same time, I've learned how to prioritize now. To say, look, this is important, this is not important. My biggest thing now is to say no to people. Nope, I can't do that project. I'm over here. I'm focused on this. I want to finish. And it also allows me time to finish a personal project that I've been working on for 3 or 4 years, been traveling around the country shooting, called Journey to Manhood, who's raising our boys to become men. It's finally allowed me to finish the extended trailer that I was able to shop to Netflix and to CBS's streaming service. So hopefully, in the next month or two, I'll know something about that. Because sometimes we get caught up in routine, going into work, doing the same thing they do when you work for a corporation. So now that
Yeah.
I've had the extra time, I've been able to kind of set priorities and say, look, I need to get this finished or I need to do this. And so now it's taught me patience, and it taught me how to put priorities on different projects and not try to just juggle.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I need to learn that lesson from you, Charles. I love to say yes to everything. 50 Laura is nearly hurting herself, shaking her head. Yes, I need to learn how to say no as well. But gosh, sometimes you're just like, yeah, I want to do all the things, but that's a great lesson to learn.
Yeah.
Last but not least are the last two fellas in this thing, because I know one thing that both of y'all better be focused on. I know you both are focused on are those important women in your life who are about to expand your families here within weeks
Yeah.
of each other, it seems.
Yeah.
Um, Gosh, so
Yeah.
what
Literally.
during
Literally
this
within weeks.
yeah, so what during this pandemic have you been graced with?
Outside of the obvious.
There you go. So, oh, you know what, Vincent? I'm tomorrow. I'm going to run the video you and your wife shot. That thing is stellar, and I'm going to incorporate it
Oh.
into the programming tomorrow. The world needs to see that thing.
Oh, thank
But
you.
tell us what you've gained as a result of this time in shift.
Yeah, so getting back to projects that I had forgot about, and I try to do a good job on my desktop in my Finder to have a folder for every project that I've written, started a script on, or jot an idea
Mm-hmm.
down. So my side panel stays full and it doesn't move until I've worked on it. And so
Yeah.
I've got about 6 decks that are floating around the nation right now. I was just in Atlanta this week shooting a couple of scenes for a sizzle reel for an amazing 1 hour drama that got some great interest from an amazing A-list actress today as a producer. So that's moving. I've got a documentary up in Dallas with Dr. Tony Evans that we're working on, and I'm working on a couple of short pieces here in Houston. I'm trying to knock out 3 short films. I don't know why I'm trying to do this while my wife's about to have a kid, but trying to just play with my own craft and my skills, but also expand my own reel. I realized coming back to Houston that the work that I want to get in Houston, my reel doesn't reflect it. And so instead of waiting for a client to magically ask me to shoot it, I'm writing my own scripts to shoot it myself. So writing a short film about a father that's grieving the loss of his wife at the beginning of COVID, and then also going up to Dallas to shoot a piece about a couple of siblings who happen into a dare with some friends, and it turns a little compromising. It's a horror thriller. So I'm playing with some ideas, letting them float around, and then in the meantime, doing client work. I think more than anything is just staying a student of the craft, watching, reading scripts, going back to that, reading what you watch to know why it works or why it doesn't work, breaking the stories of Lovecraft Country, and just
Yes, sad
examining
thing.
yourself, to say, okay, how does this resonate with me? Why does it resonate with me? And how do I make an audience feel that way? So
Yeah.
all those things are floating around my head. And then there's a baby coming in December. So
And
getting ready
look,
for that.
yeah, ain't nothing stopping that train from coming. Excellent, excellent. And then Jo, tell us what you're working on. What have you been graced with this shift?
Well, I would say, my number one thing is always family, and I have gained friends and lost friends because I always put my family first. And I'm a true believer in that you have to take care of home first in order to go out and be great. Because I don't want to go out in the world and be great, and my son doesn't have food to eat, and my wife doesn't have uh, lights and water running, right? And so I make sure that home is taken care of. But with this pandemic, um, I had an even bigger burden because another business that we have, Black Market Houston, is it's a place where we serve small Black businesses and entrepreneurs. And in our mission statement, I'm gonna read our mission statement. Our mission statement is to provide a safe place for small businesses and entrepreneurs, curated to the Black American experience. The Black Market also provides an opportunity to showcase quality brands and products to tens of thousands of consumers. Our vision is to bring value back to our community by way of financial literacy, wellness, and creativity. And when the pandemic hit, we have a database of over 2,000 small Black businesses here in the Houston area. It was, number one, how do I take care of my family and keep us steady and whole? But how do we serve this community of 2,000 businesses and shoppers, and how do we keep them going, not knowing what tomorrow looks like? And we had to navigate that. And since June, we've had 12 markets take place, all sold out, meanwhile trying to keep people safe. And also have a good time, shop, and support their community. And so about a month and a half ago, we actually sold out all of 2020, and we're getting ready to release our 2021 season. Because we want to be able to, people have lost their jobs. People have that they've had for 30 years, and now they're going into this entrepreneurship world, a world that I've been in, and the filmmaking family it's another entrepreneurship job, right? And so now the whole world is in our world of inconsistency. And so how do we make our hobby, our side job, consistent and be our main job?
Yeah.
And that is the struggle that we've been dealt with in being a body that can provide that opportunity of people are going to come and they're going to see your products and they're going to buy from you. And now you can get our testimonies. Now you can get full health insurance and full insurance on your car because you made enough money at the Black Market. And that's what keeps me going. And I knew I could do a marketplace because of film. When I shot my first feature film in 2015, away from my home in Jackson, Mississippi, away from my family, away from my son. I said, the film is the hardest thing I'll ever do. And so being able to serve my community bi-monthly, every first Friday, every second Saturday, that's easy because I'm serving and I'm just loving on my people and I'm providing them an opportunity. And so that is just being able to see, even in a pandemic, the job that God chose for me is still having a purpose in everyday life, even in the worst of times. And so we just want to continue to build that, because, like I said before, and if you're a filmmaker in Houston, Texas, you have to find different ways, and especially if you feel like you need to fund your own projects like I do, you have to find other resources to pour in there. And so that business part, being Black in America, owning your own business, calling your own shots, and then the film, to be able to tell your own stories from your perspective, those two things have to go together, so we can be seen differently because we have the money and the equity, and then we can show you our different views and vantage points through the films that we create, through the stories that are directed and written by Vincent Powell, and produced by J.O. Malone, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I'm going to wrap this up today with two thoughts to share with you all. Number one, well, I guess maybe to answer my own question, just burning the midnight oil and the candle at both ends, and just not knowing how to say no, just sucked a lot of time out of my day and a lot of energy out of my life prior to the pandemic. And it's interesting that I feel busier now than I did before somehow, but I'm busier doing things I care about in a sense that fuels the things I need to do on a day-to-day here at the university for our students. For instance, with my series, The Death of Cliff Huxtable, which I was able to produce this summer with some of you here on the frame, there was funding available through the university, the Mellon Foundation grant that we have access to here. I was able to get some funding to, get some release time to focus on that, and then, churn out a series of reports or papers or articles, however they kind of manifest themselves, later this year. But Dr. William Houston, who's the director of that particular grant on our campus, he said to me, we could produce a series of documentaries that are that deal with issues that are important to our community, to PV Nation, to the Houston community, to this area, to the nation, to wherever, where. And we were on the phone one day in August, and he said, everybody here calls me TDB. It's just infectious, I guess. But he goes, TDB, we can produce series of short documentaries that show up on Netflix. We can have a series of be like Vice, but on a collegiate level. And the reality is that not enough people are going after that funding. We have that money available to us. And all we need to do is craft the right projects, the right proposals, and apply. I mean, okay, by all we have to do, that's not to say that's guaranteed money.
Right.
What he communicated was there's very little getting in our way of producing the content that that will educate the world, that will showcase our students, our faculty, our staff as being in the industry, creating content, but also educating the public. And I'm going to follow up with you all, because in talking to Houston, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a call with him and say, what do we need to do so that this collective are creating content, working with our students, taking advantage of the resources that we have at our disposal, and really let the world know that, yeah, we are filmmakers here. We're out here in the country, and we growing filmmakers out on the farm. That's what we're doing. Yeah. And so we're gonna follow up with that and see what we can do with that resource.
Let's do it.
And so there's some amazing things ahead of us. And I don't know if y'all know, but Charles Williams is the president or the chairperson of our new advisory board that all of y'all are on. I'm just committing folks left and right. This is going to be an amazing advisory board. Our film festival coming up November 12th through 14th, going to be amazing, led by the director Tony Clomax. We're gonna use the extraordinary skills and talents of Michael West and John Douglas, so much more than we have. We don't want those skills that you have learned as filmmakers to ever feel like they're undervalued or underserved. Every day you come to work, we're not all worker bees here. We are all storytellers and filmmakers, and we are. It's God's grace for us to do the work that we do, and we must continue to do it. Okay. We're going to take a short commercial break. We may even take a long commercial break because I guess we're going to do the rest of this thing on my phone until we figure out what is going on here in the stadium. This is a beautiful stadium with a whole lot of bells and whistles. And this thing has been so good to us. And then like in the last probably half hours, like every single thing that could shut off, go off, blink out, has happened. But we're going to make it work. We're sitting here on my little phone. We're going to take a commercial break and fix all of this so we can finish strong today. Y'all stand by. It don't matter to me.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
Even though there is so much against us.
You will see me choose to protect myself and my community from the coronavirus by wearing a face covering.
Because it's going to take all of us thinking about one another. And even with my face covered, you will see me.
You will see me as a mother, a wife, a friend.
As an athlete who gave everything to the game I love.
As a father, leading by example.
As a sister.
An entertainer.
As a champion for my people.
You will see me finding a light in a dark time.
To unlock our creativity and push our craft.
You will see me demanding the space to tell the stories that matter.
As a man who knows that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Join us in wearing a face covering to help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because covering your face is one small act of kindness that has the power to bring us together.
Everything was new. I was foreign, first generation to college, so everything was new to me. And remember, it was about 8 of us from the class of 21 that came to school here, and about 67 of those, the other part of them went to Wiley College. And we were out in the back of the NYA2 where the football field, they were playing basketball one day. And they had some trailer houses out there, and we looked around and I said, you know what? These people studying, we better get serious. Because we had no idea. All we knew was we wanted to go to college. And the next day I got busy. We got my books, and I got busy, so I was going to class.
Growing up in Bay City, we had a pretty rich football tradition. And before I got to high school, a guy named Joe Washington came to Bay City. He had been a Prairie View athlete. And at a 7th grade year, maybe he told me I was going to be his quarterback.
PV football, I want to take the time. I want you guys to give the champion from QVA to 1963. Round of applause for coming back.
Oh man!
Since I gave a doorknob, I promise you, we in here just dancing. Got my ears back up, got a camera, and
Yeah.
in here.
Yeah. I mean, you can't help but have, even though it's virtual, but hearing the Prairie View, I'm so glad I go to PVU, that song. I mean, you can never get tired of it. And so, so even virtually still has the same effect. So I got to put some moves in there.
In here just dropping it, just no, but not really dropping it, but
Yeah, not really. Yeah. Not when the camera's on anyway, right? Behind the camera. No, I'm kidding. Well, day 5, one more day to go.
One more day to go.
Great segment, by the way, on the media roundtable and all of the great things that our alumni are doing out in the world of media arts and film and the collaboration. So that's going to come to fruition. Have some great things going on in the communications department. Sounds like, anyway.
Yeah. And the irony of talking about media and technology and communication, and all of mine is going down. But I just adore those guys as people, and am so impressed by them as artists and professionals. And I know we had John Hughes and Marquis Lofton on earlier, and I want to know so much more about the radio station and how we can continue to work with them as well, and really amplify the success and the programming of the university through our media outlets. And as both Mr. Hughes and Charles Williams said, there's great opportunity in collaborating and really building our own, public radio, TV sort of consortium, so that we are absolutely broadcasting. But I think what this experience is teaching us on the visual end, on the TV end, is that we can, PVAMU TV in the last year, we have been producing live content, and a lot of it you can see on YouTube, but it really allows us to rethink, or not even rethink, but just kind of move forward and keep pushing forward with building content that the world can see, for our students, or of our students, I should say. Yeah. I enjoyed talking to Dr. Thomas Smith today. I especially enjoyed watching you navigate all the people who were a part of the juvenile justice psychology talk, as well as the College of Education. Informative, but you went through a lot of people today.
It's funny you say that, because when you're doing it, and even before that, we feel like it's a lot. But then once I'm done, I mean, you're so engaged in the conversation. It just when you think a little bit about each college, I found out so many different things. Yes, it was great to have the panelists, the deans, Dean McFrazier, Gibson, and they really gave us some great insight. The students were awesome, and alumni, and the faculty, and we had some extra, visitors that popped in at the last minute, but we were able to get everybody in. And so that was great. It was great.
Yeah, well, that actually concludes this, the part of the virtual homecoming experience where we are focusing on the different colleges. What do we have to look forward to tomorrow, our final day?
Our final day is going to be great. We've got a session with the Marching Storm band director, Dr. Zachary. We're going to see if we can get a couple of alumni from that group as well, and some Black Foxes too. So we'll see. That's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to talk to the head football coach.
Yes, Coach
Dooley.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk with
our basketball coaches, men and women, and so I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great conversation, and surprises as always too.
Yeah.
I mean, we plan things out, and then the day of, surprises come about.
Right. Surprises,
Yes.
all the things that,
surprise
absolutely.
guests and everything. But I think we've done a great job as far as just rolling with it and not having anyone feel left out, even though they've said they weren't going to be able to participate maybe earlier in the week, but then things changed, schedules opened up, and now and here they are. So it's good. It's good conversation, and all we can do is hope that this virtual experience has been enlightening, educational, informative for sure. And like I said, we had maybe 2 weeks to put this together. Maybe keyword maybe, but I think we deserve to give the university an A for effort, and say that we did try to bring some type of homecoming experience to you all. The theme is take care of home, and that's what we've been striving to do all week.
To me, we're also going to talk to the basketball coaches tomorrow, or have them slated to join us in the morning. And what I'm most excited about tomorrow, I'm excited about all of the Saturday activities, right? We're trying to emulate a Saturday football game, homecoming experience by incorporating football team and staff, by incorporating the Marching Storm, and making sure that the Saturday events feel jam-packed with the experience that we would experience were we here for a football game. But I'm also excited that we're going to hear from parents tomorrow. So we, as a result of some of the comments, watching throughout the week, we've had a lot of parents chime in and express, their gratitude for seeing more of the university, especially if their children are freshmen, or just, people who may not know as much about PV from a firsthand experience, because perhaps they didn't come here, for their college experience. They went someplace else, but their child chose PV for some reason, that they didn't come, but we know full well why their children came. But we have some parents who have been so curious about, the experience their student is having, that they've watched this experience this week. And so tomorrow at 12 noon, we're going to be talking to 5 parents who are a part of the Prairie View Parents and Family Programs, led by Yolanda Gross. And all week she's been answering questions and participating in all the little chats and different things. And she's just over the moon to help us cultivate a panel to discuss the concerns of parents during this time of shift and dealing with COVID and how it impacts their students, our students, their children, their beloved ones, during this time. And again, furthering the idea of collaboration beyond just the people here on our immediate campus, reaching out into the communities near and far and talking to our families near and far. So I'm excited about that discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks for adding that and mentioning that. Also, our question of the day, we didn't get it in earlier, but we've got it for you now. So the question of the day is, which of the colleges on campus was responsible for the Black Lives Matter painting there on University Drive? So if you know the answer, make sure you chime in. And
right now, you got 2 minutes.
You got 2 whole minutes.
Right.
Trivia question from a presentation this week.
Right.
Say it again.
So if you were watching, you would know the answer to this question. And once again, the question is, which college on the campus was responsible for the Black Lives Matter project on University Drive? So this is a test of your knowledge. If you were watching this week, you shouldn't have any problems answering that question. And once again, if you say the right answer, you get some great gifts. Our alumni from the Office of Alumni Affairs, we've got these wonderful PVAMU masks. We've got, of course, the PVAMU branded dominoes for our old schoolers out there. And
I'm so through. Not the old schoolers, because the young schoolers don't know how to do nothing with no dominoes.
Right.
Okay, get out of here with that.
And we've got t-shirts, of course, so you can get one of these amazing PVU t-shirts as well.
Hey, that's mine.
He's already claimed dibs on the shirt. And we've got more for, of course, our alumni. We've got some great shirts for you too. So the 1876 t-shirt and, of course, the awesome alumni mug. For those corporate alums out there, want to go into the conference room and let them know that you are a proud, productive Panther. So now you can get one of these. This is not a package, so let me make sure.
I was about to say that's one heck of a package for an answer that they like multiple choice.
Right. I don't know. I might be in the homecoming spirit and making a package. So we'll see.
Wow. I'm just keeping my eye on the board to see if anyone's answering the question right.
Okay, so once again, I'll say it again for those that are watching. Which college on the campus was responsible for the Black Lives Matter project on University Drive?
Right.
So, yeah, we'll see. Because yesterday, let's congratulate our winners from earlier this week. Alumnus Tony Young, he is one of our winners. And also Dean Pamela Obiaman, who's also an alum of the university. She was also one of our winners from yesterday. And so we want to keep giving away some good things. So chime in, or you can email me at alumnirelations@pvamu.edu with your answer as well. And make sure you put your first and last name. Your real first and last name.
Yes, because we're glad we got Tony's whole name.
Right. It was just, hey, Tony, I have the answer. It was like, there's like 1,000 Tonys. But yes, and I have some information that I do want to share from the Office of Alumni Affairs about our 5-year reunion program. Can we get this? So this is a brand new program for those of you who don't know. If you are a graduate and your class year ends in their number 1 or the number 6, you can become a 5-year reunion ambassador. So if you're really ready to celebrate your reunion and you would like to become a class ambassador, please send us an email at alumnirelations@pvamu.edu. And you can also find more about this program on our website at pvamu.edu/alumni. And in addition to that, we've also got our class notes program that a lot of the alums that were on our panels, they come from this class note program. This program is one where we love to celebrate the achievement in life personal and professional. So if you've got an anniversary coming up, you've got a new career, a new job, you've been promoted, share that with us. We want to share it with the Panther alumni family of the university. So you can also submit a class note. And once again, these two programs, you can go to www.pvamu.edu/alumni and check out our 5-year class reunion program and our alumni class notes. Yes. So we want to keep talking about alums and sharing great stories. Shout out to the class of 1996 because they have several ambassadors from their classes, from their class rather. And tonight they have a pre-Halloween party. Yeah, so go to social media, our PVAMU alumni, their Facebook and Instagram, and find out how you can join the class of 1996 tonight and celebrate their pre-Halloween party virtually, of course.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
it's online. Okay.
Yeah, it's online. They've got contests and giveaways too. So check it out. So we're really proud of the 5-year class reunion program. It's brand new, and we've got a lot of momentum from the class of 1996 with our ambassadors. So we hope to keep it going.
Awesome. Well, look, it's 5:03. I think we're gonna call it a day. And what we'll do is we'll roll this question over until tomorrow, only because it was just at the end, and we don't see it. We don't see an answer yet on the board, but I think we're all just kind of like time for a sandwich or something. Call it the day. So we'll roll that question over to tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. We'll have all the great PVAMU goods still on display. So like I said, I may make it a package. So whoever can give us the first answer to the question tomorrow may have a special package coming on. So we'll see.
All right. Well, we hope you guys have a great and safe Friday night, and join us tomorrow on Homecoming Saturday as we talk all things sports, band, and
bosses, all of
yeah.
that good stuff. Oh, and can't forget about our message today from President Simmons, her conversation of development on alumni giving, the importance of that. That was great. Carmen Williams and LaShonda Williams there in the Office of Development. Great conversation with our dear President Ruth Simmons on the importance of alumni giving. And make sure you tune in tomorrow at 12 noon to listen to more about alumni giving with LaShonda Williams. She is the alumni. Let's see, let me get her title right. Okay. It is the director of the annual fund. That's what it is. Sorry, LaShonda, you might know this, but my brain is pretty fried right now. I get so much this week. But yes, tomorrow they'll be back on again to talk about alumni giving, you the information on how to be a donor and have your name featured on the donor list for this homecoming. So every gift is very important. Everything helps. Remember, your donations help our students progress in their careers here on the Hill. So no gift is too small. So we look forward to listening to KPVU 91.3 FM tomorrow at 12 noon for the alumni giving segment. Yes. Great stuff. Trying to get it all in there.
All of it. Yes.
All of it. Every last bit.
You never know.
That's right.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Happy homecoming. We'll see you tomorrow. Get back on the Hill. PVAMU virtual homecoming experience.